All right, good morning. We are live. Your commentators, well, here via the internet, the magic of the internet, at the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I am your anchor in the commentary booth, Jesse Matthews. I am joined by the one, the only, the legendary. Drum roll, please. Floor is over to you.
Hi, hello from Singapore. It's like we're exactly 12 hours apart, right, Jesse? It's good to see you. It's good to see everyone in chat. Lots of activity even before we start the first game. And what a first game we have as well, right? We have, yeah, I think Austin and Alec, very high octane matchup.
Yes, so we have our defending champion on the top board here for the first round. That will be Alex Seaholm. He lives in the Seattle area on the west coast of the US, and he is taking on Austin Shin, another very talented player who currently resides in the US. Austin uh, originally came from the United Kingdom, represented them for quite some time, and then moved ultimately when he got married to another Scrabbler, uh, Lindsay Shin now, and is happily living in Louisiana, representing the U.S. So head to head between two excellent players. Austin was overseas in the last couple of months playing at a a big Michael Tang special tournament. That would be not Alchemist Cup. That would be Causeway.
Lovely.
Causeway. Yeah. So he played in the 2026 Causeway Challenge that has finally resumed. And here we go, with another big event on the road as well. This would be NASPA Scrabble Players Championship, the flagship event for NASPA this summer. And as a trivia point, it is the 35th event of this nature that's being run by NASPA, its predecessor. So exciting that this time around they are settling in Cedar Rapids, Iowa to determine the next champion, in this case in the Collins division. So let us see how we are doing here in the chat. Who do we have joining us? We've got Penumbra. Hello, hello. 76 Mothers of Invention. I'm not sure if I know who you are. I'm behind on some of the names here. Matthew O'Connor, I know who that is. Good morning. Uh, who else do we have? I want to make sure that we keep up because I know you all are
Uh,
so good at engaging us in the chat. Let's keep up here.
Let us know where you're watching from as well. I mean, for me, it's 10 p.m. right here, but I know I saw someone mention that it was 11 p.m. Which must be somewhere in Australia, maybe. Yeah, that's
Looks like Mr. Jeremy Gord. Yeah, I would guess probably somewhere there, or perhaps further east in Asia if they happen to be. Is it Hong Kong? That would be. I can't remember. My flight attendant brain is turned off as to where everything would be. But I think Hong Kong is 1 hour ahead of Singapore right now, if I recall correctly. But let's see. Woodsius says hello from late night Australia. Penumbra. Oh yes, that is you. Okay, in Istanbul. Yes, now I know who that is. Hello, Rebecca.
so we have viewers from Finland, Istanbul, Korea, KL. Wow, the UK.
Kuala Lumpur. Yes, that's good. Hello from Korea. There you go, Jeremy. Oh, look at that. My little instinct is right. It
Wow.
could have been further east in Asia as well. So not Hong
Right,
Kong,
yeah.
but further east in Asia too. There we go. That is great. Uh, Hivinka. I forget how to pronounce those A's. My great grandmother on my mother's side would be so mad at me. My great grandmother from my mom's side is Finnish, so I should know how to read that and pronounce it, but I do not know. I'm so sorry. She was from Helsinki and Vantaa, in that part of Finland, but that city name I don't know how to read. And we have Kenya. Hi from Italy. Goodness, this is amazing, Wavin. Look at all this wonderful color we have.
Wow. I mean, we're playing the international lexicon, and so it's great to see everyone from all over the world. tune in to the stream. Uh, so we have well, the first game is going to be Alec and Austin, Alec Seaholm and Austin Shin. Yeah. I think the players should be getting started soon. So we are, yes, just switching to the scene. Um, and Austin giving it back a shake. So, have you played these players before, Jesse? What do you think? I mean, do you think Alec or Austin has the advantage here?
I've played both of them. More recently, I've played Alec. There was a smaller event that was held in Vancouver earlier this year, and Alec happened to attend because it is relatively close to where he lives in Seattle. So he came, and Alec is, as you will see in this game and in any game that you see, he's a very strong player. He is one of the best players that we have in the Collins tournament scene in North America right now. Uh, so he's exceptionally strong. Austin, of course, has played for a long time as well. As I mentioned before, he's played for the UK and more recently the US. Also, an exceptionally strong player. It's really hard to say who I would give the edge to specifically, just because they're both so good. As a point of note, Alec has won in both NWL and in Collins at this event, so that's a little fun point. Austin, however, has won this event in Collins as well in the past. So both are storied players. They're both decorated players at this event specifically. So it is a really good first matchup between them. I might give a very, very, very slight edge to Alec just because of recent momentum, but that is no indication of any difference in skill necessarily. They're both excellent players. So I'm looking forward to a great match. How do you feel about it, Wagan?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit biased now because Austin has just started with Hairline, but now I look over at Alex Tiles and he has like basically he's going to respond to the bingo. So I think it's going to be very close between the two of them. I know. I mean, for me, I have not seen Alex play as much internationally, and I'm hoping that to see him at the Causeway in the future. But I know these two players are just, yeah, tremendous, just fantastic. So looking forward to a great game. And yeah, so back to Alex's turn now, and he does have uh, many bingos available. So he started off with PRC, keeping NRS, and Austin immediately responded with Hairline. And now he has pulled the blank. So in the chat, suggestion of raisins. That is the highest scoring play. Um, One of the other options is, of course, to call the blank. If you call a blank an H, you actually have Arshins, and you can hook uh, the H behind Perk as well, Perch. But that scores 1 point, one fewer point. Yeah. So I think it's probably among these options. You can also do a four timer through the L, something like wrestling or rainless. But yeah, in this case, I probably see. I think you can just play raisins.
I think it certainly in the scoring sense, is right at the top there. And no matter which of the double doubles that you play, be it there or through the L, you're always going to give back at least one vowel that could have a high counting tell in response. So I think it's really just a matter of taking the score. I'm good with raisins here in that case. Sure. And Austin's already got ojon or ochon, I think is what it is a variation of. I forget. I try to remember the definitions sometimes when it helps, but I believe this is an interjection that he has lined up on his rack.
That's right. He just had honorees blocked by raisins, so he probably is gonna look to play his H off, maybe around the A of raisins. Probably I would consider playing OOH. So blank camera is there, and we see that the I was circled. So raisins, Alex best play right there, and yeah, Austin taking some time to think about this play. Um, I think it's usually the non-bingo plays that need more time to, think about because you just want to make sure you're not missing anything. Uh, and he is lining up OOH, which seems like a good balancing play. So what would you do in this situation?
I would have to agree with OOH here, honestly. It scores pretty well. The leave is very nice. There's so many consonants, and the A actually is a pretty good vowel to blend with those, assuming you're going to play an 8 more often than not. Unless you do have the line under hairline to play hairlines and a 7 ending in ease, I think you just set yourself up for success a lot of times by playing that and scoring. So I'm on board with that one for sure.
Yeah. Back to Alec now, and he has, well, two eyes and kind of, I mean, the W, so he's looking at playing WAID somewhere, but it's not a great rec, really. He's just probably trying to play as many tiles as he can, get rid of, yeah, he probably wants to get rid of the W, um, one of the eyes, hopefully, unduplicate the D. Um, yeah, I mean, interestingly, on static evaluation, the top play is WOAD, which hooks onto HA of raisins. So it actually keeps two eyes. But not sure whether he will do that because I think keeping two eyes is not going to be great for a rack. So he might be playing WAID instead. Uh, we'll see. I mean, it's an interesting play, I think, and not a very clear, not one that has a very clear answer.
It's a challenging one, for sure. I can understand why Woad would likely be further up, the WOAD play you mentioned that makes Aura and Had. It may be because relatively early in the game, there have been three eyes already played, and he's got two more of them, so that leaves only a handful more with lots of letters. But I would be hesitant as well, like you're saying, to keep those two eyes just because of the potential for, well, further duplication, one, but just based on the letters that are left, they just don't blend all that well together necessarily afterwards. IID, so I'm not sure I would go that way as much as it does score really well. I think that's
Yeah.
the question is the alternatives, right? If you don't do that, then what scores reasonably well that does balance a little bit better in this case? And that there is an immediate answer to that. You know, Woad certainly is amongst the top candidates for scoring alone. But then, as you said, balance is important too.
So he's looking at BAWD, which also plays alongside the raisins, which scores even more, but you keep IIO. So I'm actually running a simulation, and it seems Wood is still, retaining the top position. Um, Wade, which plays off one of the eyes, is a 6 point sacrifice. And yeah, he's playing Dot, which keeps IIO. Not a great leave. He's going for the score right here. I
As
mean,
far as
I think
points
it's
go, I mean, it's
yeah,
pretty hard to deny the pure scoring power of that. So,
exactly. Yeah.
one of the things for those who are watching that maybe are looking to um, work their way up even more is as as we work up, we're all taught as far as rack balancing, how on average, when you have better combinations of letters together, in general, the idea is that if you can create more possibilities in the future while scoring, then your average score goes up in the long term. Having said that, players at this level, who are expected to have exceptionally strong word knowledge, um, will sometimes just default to playing what scores regardless because of their belief in their word knowledge and that they will find something even with clunkier combinations sometimes, which lends to playing plays like Dodd despite the leaves not being as ideal. We are seeing in this case that Alex pull following Dodd is not ideal as he gets another eye and we're seeing the rest. So Weibin, now that we're seeing endures come down quickly, Alec is in a bit of a bind.
Yeah, I think it's I don't know. It looks like quite an exchange kind of rack to me. But he might still play on. I mean, he has MOI arranged on his rack, which goes quite nicely under endures. He can still, there is still chance of picking up some consonants and maybe even a bingo. But yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you keep IIO. Sometimes you pick another I and the Y, which, Y's and I's aren't that friendly. So, um, and we also see in the chat some suggestions, MOAI, idiom. Uh, idiom looks interesting, actually. I mean, gets rid of two of his three I's. So, um, he looks like he's going to play MOI. He has it in his fingers. Um, scores 20. He has MOI on his yeah, of his rack. Thinking it's 26 points. Idiom is 8 fewer points, and he decides to go with MOI. Yeah, I think it's all right to play in this in for this turn. I think it makes sense. He yeah, he still has a decent chance of drawing a bingo. And now Austin's turn. He has Gajo set up. What do you think he's gonna do, Jesse?
So this is really interesting to me. I'm just thinking through Alec after playing MOI. I think talking a bit about that, to be fair, Alec is just to give strategic insight, because I know you talked a bit about it and that we'll get back to Austin. But I think with Alec, part of what you're doing here is MOI allows him to score. He didn't really have a scoring opportunity on top of Endurers to use that triple word score. So he's not really blocking, but he's also making it less favorable for Austin to score easily using the triple word score, while Alec is still playing along, trying to keep up with score and hopefully balance out in the future. So there's a few reasons why he did that, just to talk about MOI. And now over to Austin, like you said, he's got Gajo set up. It's a very nice scoring play as one option. I'm just looking. I don't have anything open here to help me, so I'm just looking with my own human slow board vision to see if I have anything that would go and compete with Gajo. Because just looking at that, I do like that a lot as an option. Uh, Gajo on the side there or below. Yeah, no, Gajo to me just looks really good. It scores decently enough. It takes out a very obvious spot with the S as far as ways for Alec to come back easily. Like it's again not blocking. It's just happens to restrict the use of that S and raisins as a lane while also scoring for himself. And I mean his rack is not going to be really all that balanced here no matter what, but it just still scores relatively nicely uh, and is somewhat balanced. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean it's the right position to play Gajo. I mean the other option was to play it beside Dot, but that's not required at this juncture. I mean he's a hit. He wants to restrict the board as much as he can. And at the same time, I mean, keeping MOA is it's not the best of these, but it's uh, one of the best leads he can have in that position, I think. So Gajo, I think, pretty clear best play. Um, and now back to Alec, and Alec really his tiles have deteriorated even more. He's picked up more vowels. He's looking at playing YOU, which honestly I think um, still gives him some chances, right? Because you keep A E I I. You if you pick up consonants, you might actually get a bingo. So he does it in a quite a quite a provocative spot, I would say. I mean, the K is unseen, so YOU takes a K behind, and I think what he's doing is really, you know, opening up the board, uh, opening up another line, right, the line below YOU, and kind of threatening also, like, telling Austin that I might have one of those big cows. Um, I might have the K. What are you going to do about it? And I don't know, what would you do if your opponent played YOU in this position, Jesse?
As you mentioned, I would be immediately thinking about best and worst case scenarios, both for myself, but also for my opponent. I'd be thinking, well, what's the worst that could happen after this? And as you mentioned, the K is one of the worst case scenarios that doesn't involve a bingo in this case. So I have to be thinking at this point that it's possible. Uh, the other possibility is just that besides YOU, maybe there's something like R, some kind of favorable vowel, like maybe an A or an E on his rack, and that he's relatively balanced. OU takes an R or a T, hook on the bottom, 4/7s. So I can see there's lots, if I'm looking at this from Austin's point of view, there's lots of possibilities for what my opponent could have, either a relatively balanced rack that hooks onto OU, or the threat of something like a K that's being held back for one turn. There's multiple possibilities, because when you look at the score, Alec is down by essentially a 50-point bonus. So any bingo here really gets him level, or a play with the K without bingoing gets him level. So I'm thinking about both and wondering which of the two is more likely. Um, and that's where I look at the player's history of what they've just done for the last couple of turns. So Dodd has gone down, then MOY, then YOU. So I'm looking and seeing that the last couple of turns, there seems to be more vowel challenges that my opponent has, and there's been one higher scoring tile played on average, while lower scoring ones and more recently vowels have been played. So I'm thinking that K is possible, but more often than not, I would say it's more likely that they have lower counting tiles that could blend decently well together, hypothetically. So in a best case scenario, I'm looking to play below YOU and score relatively well and limit my opponent's options based on what I have. And that's not
Yeah,
the easiest, as we can see here with what he's got, but I'll put it back to you. That's my couple of thoughts about what's going on here.
exactly. Yeah, like, I mean, ideally you would have something to block both both the bingo line that has just been opened as well as the K, potential of K. But if you look at what Austin has, you really don't have much that you can do to block that line. Like, I mean, he doesn't have anything that goes below OU. So I think he has limited tiles that go below the JO as well. So that's gonna make his decision quite difficult. And I think that's quite interesting in this position, because I think it was mentioned on the chat that the simulation prefers YOU on the left of hairline, beside the A, I, and U and R. But you can see that in this position, it's a human versus human kind of position, right? So when a human plays YOU in this position, it scores more, and it also gives, so like, also, like, I don't know, telegraphs like something is, I might be trying out something in this position potentially. And Austin's probably, the question is, will Austin react to this in some way? Is he going to overreact? Oh, he doesn't seem to be doing anything in that position, so he's not even uh, bothered about it. So I just want to add that in this position, actually, if I am running a simulation as well, um, the best play, according to the engine, appears to be playing Gave, uh, GAVE, hooking onto AYE, right? The AY that was just formed. And playing Gave sets up an A front hook for Agave. So that's just an interesting nugget for that last play. right there.
That's very interesting. So gave, I would imagine it's just because of the relative lack of A's left, and Austin would have one of them. We know, of course, that Alec does have one as well, but wouldn't be scoring much with it. So that interesting from the engine to go with Gabe. That I can see that. I can definitely see that. Lots of discussion in the chat about different moves. A move and a have were mentioned, and indeed, Gave, as discussed with the engine, simulated high because of the hook to make a have in the future. Move was mentioned as well in that spot. Yeah, there's definitely been a few, yeah, some really good discussion here about different potential options. Yeah, speaking of, we mentioned Lindsay a little bit earlier. I see Lindsay Shin is in the chat. Good morning, Lindsay. How are
Hey,
you?
Lindsay.
Nice to see you.
Welcome, Lindsay. Wow. Uh, yeah. So we're getting more viewers streaming in. Uh, Once again, this is Let's Play Scrabble, showing the Collins stream of the Scrabble Players Championship. We are watching this match between Alex Seaholm and Austin Shin, and it's been very interesting game. I think, and very strategic. And I think I honestly wouldn't know what to do if I were in Alex's shoes as well. Do you play short? Do you play long? Do you play off your E? You know, it's gonna be quite difficult. I think. What do you think you would do in this position? Will you play just IO, or would you do something like Olive, Lovey, through the B of Vigo?
This is a really tough one, right? Because as as a human, I'm thinking about my last couple of turns playing MOI and YOU, with really, really junk, quite frankly, and also being
Yeah,
behind. And the human side of me is like, okay, my rack is okay now, but I'm also very behind. So it's kind of this battle of, should I just fish essentially and play something short because something like OI or AI is a decent combination of 5 letters. I'm thinking that versus, but I'm also very behind, so scoring something and maybe blowing up my rack in the process could be the right answer too. But that's the kind of the thing here is there's not really many scoring options, when you look at ways to blow up your rack. Aeolian, it looks like Alec was considering off of the A and hairlines to play all the way over to the right. I believe that is one of the leading options if you do blow up your rack. Uh, I do wonder if that's the way to go in this case, because it would leave him an I. And then I think about, what does that I do on this board as far as opportunities? It doesn't really do anything directly.
he
I
can
think,
play
yeah.
Aeolian. He can play Aeolian beside raisins as well. So opening up the six letter Aeolian.
Oh, going
Uh,
down from the right side of it. I see. Yes. No, that is
yeah,
that is a good play in that case, just because it does create space and open the board. I mean, OU does have the hooks, but Aeolian would, of course, open up the triple lane and creates further volatility. That is a decent option as far as playing longer. But otherwise, if you're going for a short play, then some variation involving OI would be my preference if I were to play short. It's interesting choices here.
yeah, I would say that in this position, I mean, I am running a simulation and looking at what's the top option and all that, but I think there's only so much the computer can tell you, right? Because once again, you are playing against a human that tends to be, I mean, if the human is leading in this position, it tends to want to block a little bit more than a computer would. So so I think you want to play and make sure that you still have space, right, in the next move, and maybe even next 2 or 3 moves. And that's what he's doing. He is trying to create some space for himself, make it challenging for Austin to block the board. And he plays Aioli. Quite a strong, yeah, quite a strong choice, I think. And hopefully, I mean, he's hoping to draw an S, hoping to draw a K as well. Just getting rid of more letters. So I will say that on simulation, the top move appears to be IO below Vago, right? Just the I below AI and G, the A and G of Vago. But I think that doesn't do much for the board, and I'm not sure if I'm not sure if that's good play against humans.
Yeah, like you mentioned, there's the machine element of playing, there's the human element of what a human's going to do and react to after playing something like IO below Vagel, because it is a very balanced leave when you do something like that. And like you mentioned, keeping the board open would be very key here when you're behind, as Alec is in this case. So I'd be looking, if it were me, like, okay, well, what opportunity do I have after this in a best case scenario? And playing below YOU in some way, uh, playing to the right side of raisins in some way, or off the H and hairlines. I can see an argument for IO just because there are still a number of spaces to play. But as you mentioned, you after another turn or two, if you don't hit your fish, then it gets exceedingly difficult to even score, much less bingo to keep up. So yeah, there's lots to discuss there, certainly, as far as options. Ioli is definitely was a nice enough play, but with all of the ease in the bag as well, that was kind of what I was thinking as a challenge for Alec. But in this case, he's also picked the X, so he will get to um, unload it, and he's not worried about playing both his E's just because, as I mentioned, there's lots in the bag. I like the play. Xert is nice. He's okay with losing that A and I to play through just because it scores so much. It still has the H open, and there's still a fair bit of space, while scoring. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I think you're looking at the good letters in the bag, and you just maybe you're just hoping that you will pick some of them. Like I think in this case, some of them really help you a lot, like the Y with if you have Joey, the K, YOUK. There is a lot of potential. There are also quite a few not the best tiles, I guess. Like the queue is still unseen. But I think when you're behind, you need to give yourself some opportunities, and you need to sometimes hope to draw well. So EXEAT playing off a few more letters. The E's, still many E's in the back, blanks in the back, Z's in the back. All these are unseen to you, so I think it's a good choice.
So 30-point game after that, and we do see that Alec has pulled a blank in this case. So promising for him to make a run coming back here. Austin, in the meantime, has got some nice scoring tiles on his rack. And what do we know is Austin's moniker, or his slogan? We know the scoring never stops, right? So he's gotten himself some opportunities to keep that scoring up. I see Blaze has been mentioned in the chat, several variations on Blaze.
Yeah,
Are-
Blaze is probably. I mean, it doesn't take an S, so it's definitely pretty strong option here. You are opening an E for potentially an eighth line, but I think the score is 40 points. It brings you up quite a lot, and I think yeah, I mean you might be thinking of keeping the board closed and all that, but I think in this position, if your opponent lands a bingo hooking onto AOLs or from the edge of hairlines, it's yeah, your lead is not gonna be you're gonna lose your lead. So I think you just need to score as well. Um, and Blaze also blocks the K potential K line from the K hook of YOU, so that also helps quite a bit. Yeah. Um,
Lots of points that lend itself well to making the play of Blaze with the eye. What Austin's not going to know is that it will give Alec a bingo, multiple options actually, on his next turn. And somewhat ironically, if you're Austin, you're thinking, oh, there's so many E's, it's not really going to be all that big of a deal if I throw one out there. Because from his point of view, his opponent probably doesn't need an E. But as it turns out, that's exactly what he needs based on his rack. So it should be very interesting to see the next couple of turns here.
Yeah. Uh, don't know. He doesn't have his letter set up in that way yet. What do you think he's thinking? Huh. Uh, I mean, I know Zebek is a five on his rack, but that doesn't play anywhere.
It
Um,
looks like he's looking at Sesve through the V inveigle as an option.
I
That
see.
would be very interesting here.
Yeah, I mean, he is looking at the number of E's in the bag, right? And so he can play Sesve. It's not a bad play, I think. I mean, yeah, scores, which is what he needs. Um, Keeps it tight, I think. I mean, with the L, it's in that position. I think it's tough to bingo as well. But once again, I mean, the threat for him is not so much of the L, but more of the AOE hook as well as um, the edge of hairline. And yeah, I mean, there's also a line actually beside dot, right? The ID of raisins and dot. His opponent can potentially bingo from there. So he's playing Sesve. I think a slight inaccuracy in my point from my point of view, but yeah, it's works out well for him, I think, in this situation.
And Rebecca has mentioned that it's a Turkish word. So that's true. The Turkish orthography is certainly not one of my strengths. So apparently it is pronounced more like a J. I would assume it's a J kind of sound. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Rebecca. So that would make it like a Jzve, something like this. But please let me know. I'm open to learning. But now I know it's that Turkish coffee pot. That's fun. And yes, I would love some Turkish coffee as well, Akrater. That Yes, I agree.
Oh, definitely. Um, Not much of a coffee drinker, but it is 10 p.m. where I am, so
So it would help you stay awake for sure. How do you feel
yes,
about
yes.
Luwak coffee? I'm gonna be controversial here. Have you
Well,
ever had it?
have I ever had it? I have been in a place where I was offered it, but I don't remember actually trying it. No, I think uh, yeah, a little bit too. Maybe I had a mouthful, I think. Yeah, it tasted like coffee. Yeah, not yeah, I'm not a connoisseur, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's closer to home for you literally than it is for me. But I have had it once just to say that I did. And I
Yeah.
liked it, but I have my preference. I am a bit of a coffee snob myself, I must say. And I do really, really like Colombian coffee beans in particular. So I got to go to Colombia for my 40th birthday earlier this year and had a wonderful time sampling all sorts of coffee and being stupidly caffeinated and awake for too many hours in the day.
And
Here we go.
and not Luwak coffee and oh wow, nice turn of events in the game. Austin picks up the K, plays Kali, and I think in probably in his mind and many people's mind, when you play Kali, you expose the eye in that way. You don't expect your opponent to play bingo to the triple and hooking onto AoEs. And that's exactly what Alec has done to bring the game within 15 points in spirit. Very quick play and wow, yeah, it's amazing, amazing play from Alec to catch up. And I think even Kali Kali looks like the right player as well. So just a little bit unlucky for Austin.
Yeah, I mean, like when you think from a human point of view, playing Kina or any other variation of the forest that he had there doesn't seem right. Kali looks right because of what's coming in the bag. So, I mean, it just, like you said, it is very unfortunate for Austin that it played out that way, but he I don't think he can really beat himself up for making that play, honestly. An eye at the bottom doesn't really seem like something that gives scoring back. Now we look at the bag ratio from Austin's point of view, 12 consonants to 4 vowels. That's horrific as far as what you're thinking to do. But also, this is where pre-end game strategy really comes in handy because you're thinking, okay, I don't have much to draw here, but neither does my opponent. My opponent has a random rack. When you're thinking from Austin's point of view, as far as what's out there. So, um, interestingly, Austin is not going to know that of those 4 vowels, Alec already has 3 of them. From his point of view, more often than not, his opponent's going to have little to no vowels. So, what Austin's thinking here is that the vowels on the board, especially ones that lend themselves to helping him or his opponent score, are crucial. As we get into the pre-end game here. So Austin's going to be considering plays that do well with the consonants that he does have that ideally limit the number of vowels that his opponent has available because neither player needs a bingo right now as much as it's ideal. It becomes ever important to score with the higher scoring tiles that you have. You don't really make plays hoping for a bingo here in most cases. You're really trying to outrun. So, what do you think, keeping that in mind for Austin, as far as ways that he can help himself outrun?
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is, yeah, I mean, he seems to be approaching it now from a point of view of blocking some of the more dangerous kind of lines and spots, and I think in this case, this is a potential scoring area for Alec. Um, what I think what I would have considered also is just trying to maybe just play some consonants off and trying to get some small score somewhere. I think I would be quite worried about the consonants, the number of consonants in the bag, the unseen consonants in it. And I think like if you on simulation, yeah, actually quite a few of I don't know a lot of interesting things that are appearing on simulation. But one of the things that I was thinking of is just playing two of your Fs off. Um, something like AFF, keeping something quite balanced. Uh, and also, if you have the Q, if you pick the Q, you have QAT below. So that's one possible option. But it's very tough because you really have to. I mean, you're only like 15 points ahead. If you play just AFF, it scores 14 points. Might not be enough as well. So there's a lot to think about in that turn. And yeah, it's challenging move.
So we're seeing in the chat mention of potential cue sticks. So from Alex's point of view, just because we have to switch between points of view here, Austin has just played tab, which blocks 2 of the 3 spots to play a cue on the board. Alec has a majority of the remaining vowels, including a very important U. So he has to be thinking that Austin didn't have the Q on that turn and is blocking obvious Q spots. He doesn't know that Austin's picked it up, but he's got to be thinking about the possibility of himself drawing the Q. And if so, how does he remain safe and able to play? He is safe due to having U and 2 E's from basically any Q draw. So after he thinks about that, he thinks, okay, what about my opponent drawing the Q in this case? So there's some very interesting dialogue we have in the chat about thinking about blocking QIS. And that's fair enough. But if Austin continues to score, even if he does have the Q at some point, then maybe he'll still barely win. So Alec has to ponder whether blocking that spot, if he's thinking about it, is worth any point sacrifice relative to what he could score instead of blocking that spot. So, with that in mind, thinking about scoring options here that he has to keep up, I'm not seeing anything really, really obvious. I mean, alongside the right side of Jezve is kind of an easy way to score with low scoring tiles. But what are you thinking, Wabin, as far as things that score for Alec and allow him to maybe eke this one out with a Q stick?
Yeah, I mean, probably from a very human standpoint, I would just think of paralleling the playing parallel to the I don't know how to pronounce this CSW word, right? And just picking up close to 20 points, like neat or uh, TAD, something like that, just to play off tiles and score. I would be careful. I think I would be careful playing too many letters as well because um oh, he is playing ET. Yeah, so he is, wow, he is going all in on the Q stick. Very interesting choice. Yeah, because so basically I think what Alec is doing is he's pretty confident that he will be able to play off the Q if he picks it up, and he's thinking that maybe Austin has picked it up and I'm gonna block it. Like, or if Austin picks it up in subsequent turns, I'm just not gonna give him a spot for it. And he plays ET. So very,
So
I think yeah, very smart choice by Alec.
yeah, so the interesting thing here now is we know based on what's in the pool that, barring some mistake from Alec, which is unlikely given his skill, it's a matter of time before a cue stick happens. So I think Austin knows how skilled Alec is as a player. So if we switch back to Austin's point of view here, he has to start thinking, how can I outrun this, to make a cue stick irrelevant? It becomes extremely important for him to keep up his scoring, knowing that he's going to be losing essentially 20 points with the cue. So it's really important that he keeps on scoring to make it as close to irrelevant as possible. But it's a tall order on this board, especially because we know that vowels are not coming for either of the players at this point. It's all consonants coming. Neither of them know that 100% right now, but that's what we know for sure is coming here. So what are some scoring options? And if you look below MOUE and IU, there is a way to score there, but you're also giving scoring opportunities back where only one vowel is needed, and even one vowel is precious right now. So it's definitely a really sticky, interesting scenario here as far as what Austin could and should do. Neef has been mentioned in the chat as far as a scoring option that can be used here. And yeah, uh, hard to turn something like that down. How are you feeling, Wavin, about scoring choices?
Yeah, I mean it takes a lot of guts to play something like Neve as well because you're playing off two of your only vowels and basically you're at the mercy of the back right after that. So I can see why Austin is really hesitating on this. Even though you're like 30 points up, right? Uh, your opponent is just gonna play slow and just gonna start emptying the bag. And I mean, not start sticking your cue and just play off slowly. So I think like if you play Neve, you get the points quickly, but you're gonna face some trouble later. I think you might wanna play slowly. I think in this case, uh, my that's probably what I would do in this case. Um, I think in this case, Neve also does Neve also empty the bag? We have 11 unseen tiles. Yeah, it does. So I think all the more I would not play Neve.
I think in a
Yeah.
perfect world, if you're going to be playing any number of vowels, I would say one at the most, unless you just have something that's just exceptionally higher scoring. I think one at the most would be what I play here. Um, Interestingly, I'm thinking about, well, Austin has the case S. He has both Fs. So I'm looking at something like ways where he can give himself a couple of turns of scoring, like maybe dropping the F off of the I in raisins at some point in time to create the hook of if with a second F, just to I don't know if it's right to play it right now, but he's starting to look for things like that where he can create scoring opportunities on the board for himself. Uh, since, as we know, Alec will slow play as far as playing off one or two tiles at a time to maximize his score. So Austin can be doing the same, in his case in this board. And at some point, I do think it might involve some form of if. That would be a very complicated end game to run through an engine, but I think that could help him in some way. I'm thinking out loud here as I look for ways for him to keep on scoring, ideally not using vowels or just one. And that would be one way I can see. But do you see any others, Wei?
Yeah, I don't know, like it's very challenging kind of position, I think. It I think in this position, I mean, what I would just try to do is just not empty the bag. I think it's gonna be quite, yeah, it's I mean I think you still want to give Alex the thought that, maybe the queue is still unseen, maybe I will still pick it up. So you still want him to kind of budget for that. And I think emptying the bag is, yeah, gonna be um
Oh,
yeah,
Austin
I
has a
think it,
very nice
yeah.
play next turn. He's got two nice ones, Eensy and Newsy. There's some nice underlapping plays
Oh
that
wow.
will help him immensely in this case. Probably the only case where using lots of letters is actually helpful here, just because it's a massive score.
Wow. Oh, that's yeah, that's a quite a good pickup, I think. But wonder whether Alex will see it and he will block it. Looks like he might be putting his letters somewhere around there. He probably has seen that the spot. Yeah, he probably has seen the spot. So I think he's doing it. He's blocking it. Right choice.
So glad to block that spot. That's solid play from him. Uh, he's also going to know that he's not giving any cue play here. He's not giving up anything that's obvious in the long term. Um, he's thinking about scoring options with the Y and or the W involving that G, and there really isn't much of anything. He's okay with that. But oddly enough, Alec has now got a V. He won't be V stuck, but he's going to have, to take his time. He already knew he was going to be taking his time to play off letters, but the V just makes it a bit more complicated because it's not something you can usually play off as one. VAR in this case is the exception where playing off a one tile V play is going to score him some. Austin's now got to think about how to outrun, knowing officially that yeah, well, he knew before, but he certainly knows now he's not going to get to play the cue and he's just got to score. So Wenge, as mentioned in the chat, that certainly accomplishes a fair bit of scoring. And then slow playing with Joey and Joey's perhaps, or is Joey and then an S somewhere else. So he's scoring well, and I think should be able to edge this out.
Yeah, I think interestingly enough, and this really is about like going back a few turns and all that. So I think it goes back to Austin's play of AFF as well, right? And I think one thing that it achieves is it plays just two tiles out of four unseen tiles. So if you go to Alex's turn, he has two unseen letters in the bag, and actually playing one tile to block the Newsy, or rather Newsy or Winsy, is probably not going to be enough for him to win. So he has to empty the bag and he has to pick up two tiles, and that he picked up two consonants, and I think that really um, gave Austin an advantage, right? Austin was lucky to pick W and Y. I think it's been mentioned in chat, but I think playing slow in that position really um, gave him the win here. And I think that was a critical play in my point of view, from my point of view.
Lindsay's given some insight from some of the kids. Penny saying Austin never wins on stream anymore. It's like, well, I think he has this time. It's a very close one. The WY draw being key. AFF, I certainly can't fault him for that, just given that it kept his vowels there. Uh, That would be very interesting to run through many plies, as far as analyzing in an end game. It's really hard for this one just because the human factor. Yeah, that WY pull is absolutely crucial in this case for him. I can't really point to any turning point here, it's because it was so fascinating just to see that the Q stick was known. And credit to Alec for playing ET. I'm not going to say early, but earlier than perhaps a lot of players would have looked. He went in there, but I think the downside to playing ET is if your opponent gets reasonably lucky, and we saw that Austin did, they can still outrun just because Alec was down by a fair bit, and that's how we're seeing this play out.
Yeah, I think TAB also by Austin was one of the interesting plays as well. I mean, from my point of view, I think the Q is pretty. I mean, if Alec has the Q and that line actually isn't that dangerous for him, uh, isn't that dangerous for Austin. But if Austin picked up the Q himself, he could have played QAT in that same spot. So, so it's an interesting choice to play TAB. My sense is that he was probably thinking of blocking something else, maybe not just the Q, maybe something more dangerous.
Yes. Let's
Yeah,
see what they have to say. We'll cut to the overhead mic. I believe they are discussing the end game now.
More difficult, but not in this case.
Nine, 463.
Yeah, I just submitted. Yeah, it's a good play to play this. Yeah,
I'm not sure about that because there's so few vowels on singing. And on the other hand, I have to score something.
Right. There's no that
Or
doesn't
maybe-
go here, so just hard to play.
I'm sure I'm blocking the Q spot.
Right.
And I have the last U. I was saving queen here and here.
Right.
And then I had to give those up to block Newsy.
Yeah. Luckily, I drew the Y. W and the Y. Yeah. There could be a chance of that happening. Yeah. I think I missed the hook at the end of the game. Oh well.
Verify. There's no hook.
There's no hook? Oh, that's no V?
No V.
No V? Oh, what am I thinking of?
So I thought of this taking a C.
Oh, right.
But hairline doesn't take a D, does it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh, okay.
I'm just wondering, is the mic on?
Oh.
I want to make sure the commentators know that this mic is not overhead. It is on the table.
All right, so we got a little bit of insight into the end game there from both of the players. Alec pointing out just a little bit cheekily that it's not technically an overhead mic, it's an on the table mic. We're going to call it the overhead just for old time's sake. As far as what Austin was thinking in the chat, maybe he's thinking of a Latinate variation. There's verdures. It is a word that means vegetation. And for me, Spanish is my second language. Verduras is the word that's used for vegetables in general. So he's probably thinking of verdures as a V hook on there. But verdures, of course, is not a word. So I would say verdures is most likely what he was thinking of as far as a hook is concerned. In terms of plays that they were looking at, in the end game. So Alec astutely mentioned that yes, ET does block the Q as he was planning on, and he did save himself ways to play, say, queen in the end game. But he acknowledged right away the same thing we had discussed here, that he gave up scoring in the process. And yes, the WY pull was somewhat lucky, but the scoring that he feared that he'd be giving up is exactly what caused him to lose in the end game there, aside from the unlucky pull. Anything else you want to add in, Wabin, as far as the end game discussion there?
No, well, not very much. I think I'll just add that we have to refer to it as a table on the table mic, like, from now on, not an overhead mic. It's yeah, and yeah, I think some word confusion about whether the hairline takes an S, takes a D besides an S. But I think overall this game it's yeah, a very strategic one, and actually one that's worth going through, I think, in more detail, and a lot of difficult choices for both players, and they had very little time when coming to the pre-end game and all that. So I think I'm sure both players will be looking more closely at what they could have done, uh, towards the end of the game right there. So we will be cutting over to a break for a little bit, and the next game is gonna be Thomas Rienke versus Kevin Fraley. Are you excited for that, Jesse?
I am. The Ranke twins, they are, I don't know if they still live in Wisconsin, but I believe that's where they were playing when they were younger. Both exceptionally strong players, both the twins. And then Kevin has been a long time high level player from California on the west coast of the US. So I am excited to see that match. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in roughly 5 to 10 minutes. At the Scrabble Players Championship. In the meantime, signing off for just a few minutes, Jesse Matthews, along with the one and the only.
Totally in.
Woo!
And yeah, we'll see
We'll
you
be
soon.
right back. right, we are back in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, via the magic of the internet. It is Jesse Matthews here, along with the one, the only, the legendary. Drum roll, please.
Well, hi.
I'm
Yeah,
hyping you
we've
up,
been
man, with
here
your hype squad.
from Singapore. I don't feel very hyped for myself given my last performance in the tournament, but I'm very excited to be here and commentating along with the great Jesse Matthews.
Oh, well, thank you, thank you.
And yeah, we are going to watch another banger of a match, I'm sure. This is going to be between Thomas Reinke and Kevin Freely, and we have the career head-to-head right here. Thomas' current record not captured as of yet, but career head-to-head is they've only played 3 times. Wow, not that many times actually. But the more recent games, it's actually been 1-1. Yeah. So have you played either of them, Jesse?
Yes, so I have played both. Thomas, I can't recall if it was officially in tournaments. It would not have been in Collins. It would have been when both of us were still NWL players a long time ago. So I don't really have a fair assessment from whenever that would have been. We've certainly played speed games or other games online in the past. Kevin, I've played in tournaments multiple times, just because both of us are on the West Coast in North America. So he and I have played across the board more often, and that's why I know that Kevin's a strong player in particular. And the head-to-head here that we're seeing certainly suggests that. Actually, you can see it's an exceptionally high-scoring game from Kevin with 528 in 2017 when they played. And then the last one, Thomas won the most recently, 468 to 435, an incredibly high-scoring match between the two of them. So looking forward to more of the same from both of these players. They both have the ability to generate scoring moves, regardless of what they've got in their rack. I'm looking forward to, I would say, aggressive. Neither of them are particularly defensive to a fault. I mean, yes, there's always some defense involved, but both like to maximize scoring from what I recall playing both of them. So we should be seeing a high-scoring match.
Yeah, I think I've played Kevin before. Not sure if I played Thomas, but definitely both great players. I know Thomas from the online Twitch scene, I guess, and Kevin obviously also quite a prolific player on Woogles. Yeah, yeah. So a lot of excitement for this round for this game. So Thomas to start with AAMOTUY. I mean some things that come out at me, Atomy, AYU maybe, but yeah. What would you do in this position actually, Jesse?
It's definitely a tough one, just because in and of themselves, the letters are not necessarily bad per se, but they also don't all blend together in the most amazing way. So if you're Thomas, you're thinking, okay, well, if I play short and I don't play something that is, say, 5 letters long, is there something short that I can play that is worth sacrificing a handful of points? I don't immediately see that as an option, so I'm just leaning to something like Atomy, understanding that AU is not the most ideal leave, but that is certainly the scoriest of the options that he has. So I personally lean to that, understanding that AU is not the most ideal of leaves, but I have a hard time giving up those points. How about you?
Yeah, I think in this case, I mean, AU is not the great leave, but it's 28 points. It's hard to give up. I would probably just go for it. I think the other options give up too many points, like Mayo, Moya, and they don't keep that much of a better leave. I mean, TAU. It's a
Oh,
better
we
leave,
have a
but
special guest in the chat who is apparently watching while driving. And as he knows well, if he has the sound on, there is only one way that this person is ever introduced when I am on a stream. That would be William. Will Anderson is watching while driving, apparently putting his life on the line for LPS. Amazing. We appreciate your sacrifice, William. Thank you for being here.
I will. But I don't see. I only see this guy called Wanderer 15. Who is Wanderer 15?
That would be Will Anderson.
No, it's just that's just a meme that's on the Google Discord.
Oh no, I have missed that. I'm so sorry. Oh, out of touch.
Yeah. So he starts with Moya, which I think is fair. I would probably have scored 10 more points with T there, but I think fair choice. And now Kevin has quickly found the 5-letter word Edo that goes right on top or right below Moya. So which of the two would you pick? Would you play on top or below?
Hmm. I'm running through the possibilities in my head here as far as things that can hook, things that play back. I don't know how big of a difference either of the positions are here, truthfully. I think maybe when I think about potential in the future, I like playing it below slightly more, but it's really, I think it's minor, but I think if I had to choose, I would edge slightly to playing it below. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think the interesting thing is that the A goes on top of, like, I mean, with this positioning of Fido, the A goes on top of last A that he has goes on top of DO, and it goes up on top of LA as well. So that could be a slight advantage. But I mean, I think in a lot of situations, your opponent plays parallel somewhere
Mhm.
anyway, and the whole thing is messed up anyway. So. I think it's gonna be very close. And I mean, just to mention on simulation, there is another play that is also very good. Seems to be on top right now, which is also a 5-letter play. Lahar, Lahar, which scores 1 more point, keeps AD. Yeah, but so Hadel is gonna give Thomas a spot for Aureate with 3 overlaps. And yeah, Aureate takes an L in front. So someone's going to be trying to use that at some point. But now we go back to Kevin, and Kevin has Rainbow. That's right. But doesn't seem to go anywhere.
Unless he pulled out an emergency Spanish play, ayer. That would be yesterday in Spanish, but unfortunately today it does not work. So he'll have to look for other options instead. Bon is something that plays on top of Aureate. Or sorry, no, that's an A. Sorry, I was looking at Bon and that does not play here. What could he do instead? I am thinking out loud here, y'all. Pardon me. Let's have a look.
Yeah,
See.
there are some interesting options, I think. Like, I think the most equity-wise would be something like Wino on top of Aureate, just reaching to the triple word score. If he wants to go offensive, he can play off 6 tiles with Unibrow from the U of Aureate. Both pretty strong options, I would think. And the nice thing about keeping the B is that he does have it does hook in front of AYE. So and he has BAR, which is pretty bingo friendly. So I think that's probably a safer option in this position.
So Wino is 29 points, and then if we compare that to, say, Unibrow as an example, there's 8, 9, 10,
32.
32. So they're relatively similar as far as scoring. Unibrow is slightly more compared to Wino. So I guess you really have to look at the merits of what you're leaving in each case. So Wino leaves B-A-B-R, and like you mentioned, Bay is a hook on top of A-Y-E, and then he has the A, so B-A plays that are potential sevens. That does leave some possibilities as far as what happens after you play Wino. There's realistically little to no spots on the board other than hooking Moya or I with S's or finding some overlapping play on top of Amma and H as far as bingos are concerned. Once you played Wino, Unibrow blows the board wide open, makes it extremely unlikely that it gets shut down anytime soon. I think with Kevin's playing style specifically, if he's seen Unibrow, he would be highly considering it. Kevin loves to score, to a fault, and give himself opportunities to do that. So as aggressive as Unibrow is as far as opening and creating spaces, it is very much in his playing style. So I would not be surprised if he put this down.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing about BAR leave, I mean, it's a nice leave in this particular position, but you also have to hope that your tiles go in that way, right? If you want to actually use the BAYE hook, yeah, you have to start with BA. That is slightly restrictive, and Kevin is behind, so I would say blowing up the board, not exactly a terrible choice as well, but I think yeah, I mean I agree with some of the comments that it is maybe slightly too open in this position. Yeah.
And some cheekiness from the chat. Yes, of course, everyone loves scoring. I agree with you. I think I should have been clearer. Kevin loves to create maximal opportunities, to play long words and score. I mean, everyone, of course, loves to score, but it might be conservatively that they open up or control openings on the board. I think Kevin just loves to create space, in his playing style specifically. I should have been clearer with that. Which is why I think he would be considering that. But it looks like he's looking at Wob instead on top of Ori 8.
Yeah, Wob is I mean it's decent leave with INOR, N and R are nice letters, but the thing is that these are 1 point tiles and they don't really do very much on the board as it is now. So if Thomas continues to keep the board pretty tight, pretty closed, it's gonna be quite difficult, I think, for Kevin to catch up, especially with 1 point tiles.
Yeah, I'm personally not loving Wob so much, just based on, as you mentioned, just there's not a lot of growth possible unless he pulls something out of the bag. He doesn't really have anything with the letters that he has now in terms of opportunity on this board. So we'll have to see what he pulls and what he can do from there. Meanwhile, over to Thomas, who has a 40-point lead and decent enough letters, so let's look at his options here. What are we looking at, Wavin, as far as Thomas's potential place?
Yeah, I mean the thing is his rack is also not great. It's I mean he has plays that can score, I think, but the thing that is really not nice about this rack is the I and U. And the thing is there's really not much that gets rid of those tiles together, or even some of them you will be opening up some lines in the board, and that's not really what he wants to do. So you can see that he was considering things like Wi-Fi just now. He's thinking of whether he wants to play EF, keeping DIISU, all not great leaves. And I am actually running a simulation as well. It's suggesting things like just playing RIF, keeping DIISU. It's not great. There are also options like Fried, Fried, just because I mean you're getting rid of a lot of your good letters like your E and your D, but you just don't have that many options. And he is now also looking at well, I hope he is looking at Basified, which is a very nice find. But I think it's also a little bit too open. Would you do Basified in this position, Jesse?
I would never do it personally. It's as much as it scores. I'm ahead by 40 at this point in time. My opponent hasn't really suggested much to me when I look at their play of Wob. Like from Thomas's point of view, Wob doesn't tell me much about what my opponent has, just that they're scoring something. They're balancing in some way, but I don't know much about my opponent's rack at this point in time. I'm looking at the board and thinking, where is there to score on this board? And really the only place that's blatantly obvious would be off of Moya hooking an S in some way. I also see that my opponent's played Wob, and if I'm Thomas and I'm skilled enough, and he certainly is, he's going to see that Bay and BA words of some kind weren't played. So he's going to be thinking to himself, why didn't my opponent play up there? It's kind of hard because you're assuming your opponent's playing optimally, and as we've discussed, we don't see Wob as optimal. But if you're assuming your opponent's playing optimally, you're wondering why Wob is being played and not something involving BA on top of AYE. So Wob, I have to think from Thomas, is an attempt from my opponent to balance. I would assume if my opponent had an N that they'd be playing something like Bon or what have you. So I'm thinking I wouldn't play Basified just because it just gives lots of things back that don't have to be given back. Wifey, I can understand ultimately just because he has the S to hook onto it. He's not giving up, anything more because Moya already offers an S hook back. So I can see why he'd play it. It's reasonable enough. I'm not sure, I'm not sure. It's really challenging as options, but Basified I would never do, to answer your question.
Yeah, I mean, Wifey, I think it's interesting because I mean you're also wondering like this guy is playing Wob. It takes so long to play Wob as well. Maybe he's pretty close to a bingo. Maybe the one of the dangerous lines I have to block is through the W. That I think from a human perspective, you might also be thinking about things like that. Um, and yeah, I mean you don't really want to open too much for him as well. I don't think that the I and the E of Wifey open very that much. Um, and yeah, as you mentioned, he still has the S. So actually, it's pretty decent move, I think. On the chat, also people have suggested EFS, which burns off all pretty much most of your good tiles, scoring 35 points. But I think that heavily restricts the board, but the problem is that it keeps not good tiles at all. And yeah, I think it's might be worth it in the short term, but I think in the long term, it seems like your opponent is likely going to be able to uh, open the board a little bit more again and benefit from the well at least if you're keeping such weak tiles, I think your opponent is going to find it easier to keep the board open in subsequent turns. But now, yeah, we see Kevin also having quite a difficult position. He has duplicate I's and duplicate N's, and I think the board is not very conducive right now. He has to find a way to open up, particularly for his tiles the tiles that he has. He's looking at IN, playing IN somewhere, something like FIN, BAN, perhaps. I don't know. What would you do in this position, Jesse?
I think I'm actually okay with Finn underneath using ban, and I think at this point you really need to, because the only other options that I can see really, I mean, I see in the chat that Finner was mentioned, but I'm not really sure it's necessary to blow up the rack at this point in time, just given the nature of the board. Um, Wifey suggests to me that my opponent has something that's okay, maybe not amazing, but okay after Wifey, probably an S. So if I don't have an S myself, then I need to create opportunities. Fin and ban, that creates hooks onto BAN. There is still the ability to play above Hadal using the H. Iron, I just think blows up the rack a lot. I do see he's putting that down. IN is a nice enough leave. I'm not sure it's time for that yet, but I can understand why. You know, I think in maybe a different scenario that it would be necessary. I don't feel it is at this point. How about you?
Yeah, interestingly enough, I am running a simulation, at least on Quackle. I'm not using Mocondo at the moment. Yeah, instead of iron, there is an interesting option of in-row in the same spot, INRO, which retains the N, which goes on top of the OH. You know, I think the problem with iron is that you don't keep a letter that hooks in front of EH, and it's also probably quite easy to parallel. Yeah, but in row scores less, but you know somehow uh, you know maybe gives you a little bit more options the next turn. So very interesting. And Thomas quickly plays Vodun, gets rid of the V and the U. Always a good thing to do when you have the two of them. Get rid of both of them.
So Thomas has Scrooge on his rack, and meanwhile, Kevin is still pondering what he's going to do with his. There are no sevens available on his rack. I haven't done the permutations for eights yet, but certainly no sevens. So that's going to be challenging for him to figure out what to do. Unless there's an eight that I'm missing here. Wayben, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not seeing anything jump out. This is one of those
No,
challenging racks where it's close but no cigar.
exactly. No playable bingos on this turn. So well, he's very 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 close. Uridine plus one. Uridine, both spellings of Uridine. Um, and I think yeah, it's challenging also because you know that um, you're behind. Thomas has the incentive to block the board, and you. I mean, right now the easy line is probably through the V, through the O, through the D of Odun, and you know that if you're not gonna open something, that spot is likely going to be taken the next turn. The other spots are not as easy to play through, so you might want to open something. Some Yeah, the chat has suggested FIE and BAE, which is, I mean, all right equity wise, but you know, not sure if it opens up something for you. Um, and yeah, but that's it. I mean, it's not that terrible as well, I guess, because your opponent doesn't know that you don't have the hook of BAE. Yeah, so
And there's already multiple spots for Thomas to play in next turn, so he's just waiting patiently.
yeah,
Essentially, it's highly unlikely that he'll be unable to play it next turn. So I guess really for us, while Kevin's figuring out what he's doing, why don't we discuss placements for Scrooge? Where are you liking it on this board, given Thomas will likely be up by give or take, I want to say 90, doing the rough math after the play. Where do you like playing it going up roughly 90?
I would say, wow. Um, I mean, it depends on where he plays. If he plays FIE, then maybe BAES. But if he, I think with this current board, just wifeys, just taking the score, and I mean it opens up a little bit, but I think the other choices actually open up a little bit even more. I mean they open up nine timer lanes, or even triple word score hooks. So I think yeah, I would take the score with Scrooge hooking onto wifeys.
I'm with you on that one. I think that is the way to go. Oddly enough, that choice has been removed as Bardi is going down.
Yeah. And Bardi, oh, it's being challenged. Okay, so Kevin gets an additional 5 points for Bardi. So Bardi actually takes both an R and an S. So actually it gives Thomas even more points for Scrooge.
Yeah, I think when you consider the two placements, because both are going to be volatile regardless, I do think the placement below Bardi is going to be better, because no matter what, something involving the triple word score, either directly or indirectly, will be a variable. If you were to play Moyas and Scrooge, then there's the multiple hooks below Scrooge on the bottom triple word score line, and then playing Scrooge and Bardi again leaves the bottom triple word score line slightly more accessible. Either way, you're giving it up. But maybe he's just playing fast because he hasn't seen Bardier, or perhaps he really does consider that the better placement. We'll have to see what they say in the end game when we listen to the on the board or on the table mic. We'll have to see what they have to say. But yeah, I'm not sure about this placement over the other, but it is possible he just simply missed it. As far as I know.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially if your opponent plays Bardi and you challenge it, and then you most likely think that it's a noun, and you might not stop to think whether it's an adjective. So I'm guessing that that's what might have happened here. Um, and now we see that Kevin has a reply. Pixney and Pacing. Pixney actually, yeah, pretty interesting choice if he does choose it, because it is just one short of the triple word score. So that's going to be very, very volatile.
Yeah, I think Pacing is the one you go for here if you're Kevin. Pig's Knee, as lovely as it would be, is I would say unnecessarily volatile at this point in time, given that Pacing will bring him within reasonable range on a board that still is very much open. Pyings, that is one of the other options here as well. Yes, it does close up the board a little bit. I mean, not too much, but it just removes the bottom right quadrant as accessible, given that it was just the N and the G in Pacing anyway. It's not like it was hugely accessible in the future, but it was technically compared to Pyings, which removes that for now, the bottom right as a variable. So it is very interesting. Pacing also, I think, perhaps the reason why maybe he didn't like it is just the scoring opportunities it gives back to an opponent without bingoing necessarily, involving something like, say, the X in a worst case scenario. So I can totally see why there's the hesitation, but then there's the X in the Q that could be used on top of Pyings as well. So I'm not sure. It's interesting. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, I think an important point is that Pacing and Pixney, both of them score 3 more points. So Pyings is actually just short of both double letter scores. The 3 points, I mean, they don't matter all the time, but I think in this case there's a marginal difference, and I mean both Pacing and Pyings will open up one vowel to the triple letter score. So I think in this case, maybe I'll just go for the score.
Yeah, and oddly enough, well, regardless, I don't think he was going to be able to play it, but Thomas, I think, is probably like, well, it's unlikely, but he would have had house sit or housiest through the E in Scrooge if it had stayed open. It was very unlikely to stay open as it was, but he'd be looking at that and, just gotta shake it off and find something else. And then I see in the chat, Ben has mentioned don't play outsize, and I am thinking of one of your compatriots in Singapore when I read that.
Yeah, I think
Hubert.
well, he's yeah, exactly. Hubert and Gold. It's well, I mean, it's not possible to outside Hubert, so that word doesn't exist.
Exactly. That's why it is invalid. There is only one sire, one master. Well, a sire. Yeah, it sounds funny saying that. The sire of sires. That would be Hubert.
Yes. Yeah, and I would just want to mention in this case, Thomas's choice of UH. Actually, yeah, actually in this position, I mean in his position, I would really spend quite a lot of time like trying to look for something that just does more than UH somehow because it just feels that he should have something that's more like 50 or something. But yeah, I think in this case he does not. So I think UH is pretty much what he has. Yeah, I don't know. It's yeah, I think when you have stuff like SH and vowels, all that, you spend more time. But yeah, it's because UH.
Over on Kevin's side, as he's
Yeah.
pondering plays, there's a lovely suggestion of Mpox from Peter. That certainly is a highly scoring option. On this board, it would play alongside Scrooges and chalk up a lot. The Lee is EAU, which actually is not bad, given that ends a lot of French words that are used in this lexicon. There are quite a few options that involve the X alongside Scrooge that score well.
Yeah. He is going for EX, and I think he's probably thinking that he has the O for EXO, so he can do something beneath the next turn. He still has the MOUP that goes parallel to Scrooge's. Oh no, it doesn't. But he has at least the O and the U, it goes around that area as well. Quite well. Yeah. So not a bad choice, I think. Personally, I would probably still play Mpox. But yeah, I think it's pretty close. And yeah, really quickly, Thomas plays Spot. He's also probably thinking that maybe Kevin has the O, so he might, take that spot. He does not play the S, which is probably because he doesn't want to telegraph to his opponent that he has another S on his right. Would you also not play the S in this position?
I think it's challenging, right? Because if I'm playing, I'm not against playing the S necessarily, if it's right, even if it is telegraphing. I'm just thinking out loud here with you, like, okay, if I play the S, what are my potential options here? Is it really worth putting down for the pure purpose of balance? What am I giving up relative here? There aren't really all that many spots, to actually use the S, in a way that other letters can't be used on the board. There is an argument that could be made just for playing it, just because there isn't really an obvious S spot, that would warrant holding back more than one, if that. So I think I'd be okay with playing it personally, and I again see the vowel consonant ratio in the bag, and that leans more towards me playing one more tile in this specific case. So I do think playing it is perfectly fine, or if not the S, at the very least another T. So yeah, definitely another consonant. An S I'd be fine with in this case, but if not the S, certainly the other T.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I think another thing to think about is also just the two blanks in the bag, right? Because I think you want to turn over a little bit more if you can, um, give yourself a little bit more chance to draw the blank. BOTTS actually also valid, and also probably the top spinning move in this case. I think mostly because of the turnover. And yeah, I mean the S not that worth it on this in this position. So Kevin playing MOU, yeah, pretty good option. Keeps a balanced leaf, and also I think OM is. I mean, he has the A for Oma, so I think that sets his tiles up as well. Pretty decent option.
As is mentioned in the chat, Juchin, or I'm not sure how I would say it exactly, if it's the instrument. As appealing as an option as it is, one downside to it is, as you've just mentioned, Weibin, there are two blanks unseen. And Kevin, his last couple of plays, it's hard to ascertain what he has exactly after his last two plays, but EX, it scores. But then MOU, it's decently scoring, but creating a lane, and other than the M, it suggests that he's got decent enough tiles. Because I'm thinking really after you play EX, you do have to give up the E in this case to score regardless, to get those 50 plus points. And then MOU suggests that you have a decent number of vowels relative, because MOU, you wouldn't really play that, for relatively fewer points unless you have a decently balanced rack. So it's hard to pull the trigger on it, but to his credit, he has. Juchin, he has played, looking to get rid of the Q and just, crossing his fingers to see what his opponent has.
Yeah. So the pronunciation of that word is Guqin.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, just for our viewers, and yeah, because I speak Mandarin. But anyway, yeah, I think an interesting choice right there would have been something like KISTS, right? Just kissed right beside MOU, and might be a good choice against the human, because you think that he might be setting up something along that lane, and you just kind of kill that lane. Yeah, but you burn all your S's, and yeah, scores a lot of points. So Kevin has played Zante, which is not his highest scoring play. He did have plots, PLOTZ, and PLOTZED, both very, very high scoring plays.
Plots or plots, using the O in Vodun was an interesting alternative suggestion from Matthew O'Connor in the chat, as an alternative to Zante. I think I would have to agree. I do like either of those options a lot, relatively. I'd have a hard time turning that down. Zante doesn't really leave an amazing leave for me, and yeah, I'm not sure taking that spot as as much a worst case scenario involving a triple triple is possible. I'm not sure I'd give up on plots here. How about you?
Yeah, I think the way in which Thomas chose Putin, right? I mean that's probably, yeah. I mean just to open the board, and he might be thinking that Thomas has quite a nice lead, and has the potential of playing a nine timer there, which is why he decided to play a little bit more defensively. And I think in situations like that, sometimes you will tend to just focus on playing something in that line, right? Actually, plot scores with the EV especially, it scores like more than 10 over points more than Zante. But if you just focus on blocking that line, then I think that's it's a reasonable play in that spot.
And lots of bingo possibilities here for Thomas. So it's really riches. He's got all sorts of riches here in terms of options. No shortage of great choices with a nice high probability combination of 6 letters plus a blank. Estrin, of course, is the quick find involving that K in stock. There have been some higher scoring suggestions in the chat involving the U in Vodun. If you are Thomas, you're looking at the bag and you see that your opponent is low on time, it's tempting to consider just playing something relatively fast that puts the pressure back on my opponent to induce more mistakes. So I could see something like Estrin going down quickly if he doesn't immediately see some of the suggestions like Turnsole and Burstone through the U and Vodun.
Yeah, I think actually Estrin is quite a nice choice, partially because you don't give that many. Well, I mean, it actually looks deceptive. It actually is more blocky than it looks. If you play something like Turnsole or Burstone with the U, you actually give a pretty easy like 7-letter lane for your opponent. And there's a potential response that you have to consider, even though it scores a couple more points. As for Estrin, you have to either play through the end or you have to hook an S behind Estrin. So I think this is the right idea. It's defensive, a bit more defensive. Yeah, and I think I also want to point out that it also restricts the OM line. Yeah,
I like it a lot as well. And putting the pressure back on Kevin in the meantime to make it play relatively quickly. We can see that he's in a fair bit of trouble as far as his current rack and not a whole lot of options for him. Thomas, meanwhile, has pulled the other blank and some high counting tiles. So this one's looking like it will be over to Thomas for the win here. But meanwhile, if you're Kevin, given you don't know what your opponent has, what do you do here? Really, when you look at the bag from your point of view, what can you pull into? You have 1 vowel. There are 4 unseen to you, along with 7 consonants. Of course, there's the blank in there. So really, there has to be a commanding reason to use your vowel here, something that really, really justifies it. I'm not seeing a lot that does, but then there's also not a lot of hooks or setup options that involve just the consonants that are reasonable and sort of score. That's a really challenging position to be in.
I agree. I mean, I think things just didn't turn out that well after Zante. You block the obvious line, but your opponent just starts to score so many points on the other side of the board. It's not what Kevin would have wanted. I mean, he's been playing catch up this quite a lot of this game, so keeping it pretty close, I guess. But yeah, I think it's quite a difficult position to recover from.
I mean, something like Veld, if there was a spot for it, would be a play that could justify using his vowel, but there isn't really a spot for that necessarily. But I can see that the idea here from Kevin's point of view is kind of this is a Hail Mary, basically, as far as giving himself chances, hypothetically, to play through the L and the E in Lebs and hope for some kind of draw involving vowels for the next turn. But it's really it's a tough one. I think this also might have been just induced by a low time. I would have gone for something like Devil, I think, through the I and Estrin if I'm going to create a setup and possibilities as a Hail Mary. I could see in the chat as well that someone has mentioned that Devil as one option could result in Geely as the next turn for Thomas. So, yeah, it's kind of ugly no matter what in this
Yeah,
case.
you just have to hope to draw the blank and hope your opponent is stuck with not very good cards, your opponent makes a mistake, that kind of thing. I think if your opponent plays perfectly, it's gonna be quite difficult in that position. Um, Even, I mean, if you're talking about like balancing plays, so like VILD through the eye of Estrin, but that doesn't give you any opposite spots to come back. So that's how strong the play of Estrin is. I mean, just making it so difficult for your opponent to come back. Yeah.
So there is jelly, of course, as an immediate option to the L and Levs, but there's also jewelry through the E and Levs using a blank. So there are a few options here that score really well. From Thomas's point of view, the bag is indeed lopsided as far as vowels to consonants, but the tiles are all relatively common tiles. So jewelry to me is what I would do over jelly, but they're both very good plays.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably thinking that, just for insurance, he also wants to block the end of Estrin, um, just in case there's some kind of difficult words that plays there. Yeah, I don't think I saw one, but yeah, I just want to be sure. So
In the chat,
yeah.
a theme has been mentioned: Scrooge, Oriate, and jewelry. Yes, lots of themes involving gold and coins. So Thomas should have a host of options here. Kevin's really just looking for something that will score him something and minimize what is going to be a spread loss for him for sure going into the next round. NID and Exxon and TI is the immediate thing I can see that seems to score reasonably well. I'm just trying to see if anything else is on the board. Knighted, I suppose, through the D and Bodun, but yeah, there's a few options.
Yeah, that's probably his best play in this position. So Thomas, interesting. I mean, he did already have two outs, I think. At least two outs. So Craig is the one that's easier to see. Um, and Glare as well, Glair through Estrin, not so easy to see. And he has a third one, sorry, I mean a third one which now scores more, which is Groma. So through the OM of Scrooges, that's the highest scoring out for him. And yeah, so actually not possible for Kevin to block.
All right, so with Craig, as they go out, why don't we cut to the on the table mic to see what they have to say.
It's close, and then
Yeah, the blanks.
all the good tiles I avoided.
Hope the blank have its stock. I did keep RST, but I don't know. This might have been a mistake. I could have done QIS over here.
Yeah, if you didn't play there, I was kind of thinking about possibly playing plated, keeping Z.
Oh, here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But,
Yeah, the Z wasn't doing much on this board.
yeah. I mean, I had some Z plays at the time. Like I could just play Zap there, but when you open that up, I pretty much had to take that. Hopefully, didn't really get too many vowels though. And then when you played this, I had rainbow, no place for it to go.
Oh, I saw you started putting something down.
Yeah, at first when I was looking at this, I thought I was making Wayne instead of, and then I was like,
Okay.
Whamma.
Okay.
I was like, oh.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what your rack could have been. I guess I didn't come up with rainbow.
Yeah. I mean, there's like 3 things to play there.
Right. I was wondering if I should play Scrooge here instead of here, but it just seemed so just trivial to bingo there. But I guess I could have probably pegged you for an S at that point. Because none had been played. Yeah, you actually blocked bingos through the E. Like Stouchy and House Sid and stuff like that. But that's fine.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, I mean, the most volatile play would be to play
Pigsney.
Pigsney.
Yeah, I had both the remaining S's at that
I
point.
didn't want to, I could not.
You could do it. It'd be fun. You're on stream, man.
It'd be
Come
fun.
on.
Yeah,
It'd be
everybody would be
fun.
like, oh, what the.
Look at him go.
Yeah. And then there's what, you can play Pines. Oh, I mean, not Pines.
You could play
Pazing.
Pazing. Yeah.
Pazing. You know,
But
it's
then
like,
everyone wonders if it takes an S or not.
it was like, well, one thing that would have been killer is, die there. Or, no, actually, it wouldn't be too bad. I don't know. I don't know if I should have. I could play XU instead of EX. It's just like, well, did I give up 11 points?
That's a ton to give up. I don't think it's worth it. Okay, so
And I just have to.
do we both have to submit them?
Yeah. But yeah, I'll go in and submit.
Okay. We have gotten a bit of insight there from the players and their post-mortem from the game. Very insightful as far as just some of the things that were brought up. Thomas was really just affirming to Kevin that EX, that he liked that play just because XU is suggested as an alternative, and that would give up too many points. Certainly, XU is not an option. We were discussing MPOX and other things alongside Scrooge were being discussed. But if you are comparing just EX and XU, then yeah, X is certainly the play. Interestingly, Kevin did not mention Unibrow at all when he was talking about the plays he was considering in terms of WOB versus no spot for Rainbow. So it's possible maybe he just missed it and didn't see it at all. And that kind of checks out to me, truthfully, because I still don't think he would pass on it given how he likes to play in general. Zante also, that was interesting. He said, I had to play there, and I don't agree with that necessarily, as we discussed before. Weibin, what else would you like to highlight from their discussion?
Yeah, it seems like Thomas also was thinking about like the Kushin play and whether he should have played QIS, looking onto Bardies. Yeah, that was I think quite a few of us in the chat thought that might have been a little bit too open. So yeah, interesting thought right there. And I think one more thing that I want to point out is also Thomas saying that you have to make the content play, right, of Pixney, right, on stream, right? So yeah, just play the most exciting moves possible. Would have been pretty fun to watch, I think. But yeah, I think from our end, we preferred pacing. Maybe he was not sure whether he took pacing took an S. So yeah, I think quite a few interesting choices in this game. Uh, feels I think maybe from our point of view, few slight inaccuracies, but yeah, overall, yeah, decent game and well played for both players.
Yes. On that note, we will we will take a quick break here from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Just looking to see if we have our next pairings. I don't see it here just yet as far as who we're going to have on board one. Our director is just going to find out for us, and then we can let you know who will be playing before we go on our quick break. Just to answer a question in the chat, there are multiple tools that are used for analyzing games. Quackle is the most popular by far, just given its longevity and how long it's been around. There are some newer tools now. Macondo is one of the newer ones that's been made that people use to analyze games. And there is a tool online called Woogles that people use to play in league Scrabble matches and in just exhibition matches and correspondence matches, but it also has Macondo built into it as far as its analysis tool. And then there is a tool called Magpie that was created by a player called Josh Castellano, and it essentially is a hybrid form of Quackle and Macondo. So there's several tools. Magpie is a command line based analysis tool, whereas Quackle, part of its popularity is that there is a graphic interface. So it is there, and then yeah, Macondo also doesn't have a graphic interface just yet. So Quackle, just for the ease of use, and it is a visual literally and not command line, is probably still the most frequently used tool, just to address that question there. So we don't have confirmation on the next matchup, but we will take a break here briefly, and then we'll be back to you with round 3 from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. So just signing off briefly, Jesse Matthews here alongside our lovely expert commentator.
Wait in. Right, yeah, we're gonna take a break. Yeah, we'll be right back.
All right, we'll be back in a few minutes, everyone. right. Welcome back to Cedar Rapids, Iowa for the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship. It's day one, round three. Back at the top table, it is Jesse Matthews, and I am joined by the one, the only, and I will let him introduce himself again, from Singapore.
And yeah, from Singapore, To Wei Bin. Yeah, I have so many accolades that Jesse is giving me, but I don't have a chance to say the same of him. But he's a great player as well, great commentator, and yeah, I mean, we are about to we're about to go to the game, I think. So this game we are streaming is going to be between Becky Dyer and Scott Jackson, and this is their record, a career head-to-head of 6 wins to Becky and 2 wins to Scott. And wow, they have not played that much recently, but the last game was in 2025. In fact, Becky's won the last 4 games. So pretty good streak for Becky. So what do you think this portends?
I think it's going to be hard to say as far as results here. Part of the reason why they hadn't played much until recently is Scott was on hiatus for a while and hadn't been playing in the tournament scene so much. He's come back relatively recently to start playing a bit more again. So it's nice to see him back. Scott, he is a really good player from the Midwest, and I would expect him to put up a pretty good challenge here. I think Becky is also a very skilled player. She's been playing a lot, so I would say that it hasn't been so much that Becky hasn't been playing in terms of their head-to-head as much as it is that Scott has been away for a while. But Becky, a skilled player in her own right, hails from Texas. She is a frequent tournamenter, so yeah, she has lots of over-the-board experience that's more recent. But Scott still has plenty of his own. He's just been away for a while, so I think it should be a great match. Also worth pointing out that Becky is the strong female presence in this field. So we are, we're looking forward to a great matchup between the two of these players. Both very friendly, lovely players, convivial. I will use that as an adjective here. So I think we have some scores from the last game here still, but it is 0-0, just to clarify, as far as the current total.
Yeah, so Becky's starting off with Insurer on his rack, which anagrams to Ruinous, but Insurer is pretty, she pretty good start for her. And yeah, Becky is the only female player in this field, so it's gonna be nice to watch this game. Nice to feature the only female that we have on the screen.
Assuming this placement of Insurer goes down, Feeks is an option for Scott immediately with an otherwise clunky rack. I mean, you're not going to like seeing your opponent start with the bingo regardless, but he's got a pretty strong play here to respond almost immediately. And he does do that. Interestingly, I had forgotten this about Scott. I don't know if it's just for this play or if it's in general, but he has the ability to play upside down without rotating the board.
Yeah, that's not an easy thing to do, I think. I know that the Nigerian players can do that quite pretty well. Yeah, but for me, I only do that if like I'm 100% sure that the play is the right play. Otherwise, I would probably spend a little bit of time to take a look. Yeah, he's playing upside down. That saves time. So he made his last play fix in 10 seconds, putting some pressure on Becky.
I see there was a spirited discussion involving some of the analysis tools after we went off the air. Just to confirm, when I was working in Bangkok as a commentator there, my co-commentator, that was Nits Chagti, she was using Magpie the whole time. It is command line based. It does not currently work on Windows natively. It is Linux technically that can be used, or there's a way to use Magpie through the terminal application on a Mac. I have not learned how to do this yet myself, but I did love seeing NITs using that tool. I think as Magpie becomes more available and easier to use for people in general, I think it will help revolutionize analysis in a way that Quackle first did. And Magpie basically uses a mix of Quackle and Macondo in terms of how it functions, and then has a lovely feature called a heat map, which is part of why I love it so much. But back to the game that we have here, I do see that Rob's mentioned Elkhound was blocked for Becky. That is indeed unfortunate.
Yeah, for this play, it's interesting because I think the biggest score parallels Feek, but all the higher scoring options are a little bit dangerous. So something like HOKAD would score probably the most points on this turn, but that's a little bit too open. So it happens. I think it appears that most of the she plays HINK, which I don't think is a word. So is that being challenged? Okay, I'm not sure if it's being challenged.
It may be that she was thinking about hinky with a Y at the end, which is a word. But yes, as you've mentioned, hink on its own is not.
Yeah. And wow, so Scott is the one who's boldly opening the 9-timer lane with food. Yeah, so I was going to mention that on Becky's turn she could have played parallel to ensure like something like HOLK or HONK, a little bit more defensive and still scoring pretty well. Yeah, but now we have the board wide open, and well, it doesn't seem like Becky has great letters to make use of the B that is just open. Something like Obol, I guess, will get rid of quite a few of the duplicates that she has. Or, well, I guess the tough to spot Lobolo as well, which is a 3. Yeah, it gets rid of all your duplicate O's and all your duplicate L's. That's a lovely word. So Jesse, do you think you would spot Lobolo in this position? It's a pretty tough word to spot, I would say. The Obol is pretty strong as well. She can play Booled, Booled, and Boodle. Of course, Boodle is slightly aggressive because it opens 2 triple letter scores for playing parallel. So yeah, she's thinking quite hard about this move, and rightly so.
Yeah, this is indeed one of those moves where it's good to take the time to measure and ponder your options. Just because the score, yes, Becky has bingoed early on. The score is relatively level. She is up a tempo, essentially. She's up 20 right now, and assuming she scores reasonably well, she'll be up a tempo plus some pocket change. So it is really worth having a look to see what can score well enough, balance well enough, and just keep herself up by that tempo. So the obvious spots, as you mentioned, involve using the line that Scott's created on the top. Yeah, she's going back and forth between a few and deciding which of all of them she likes better. I'm not sure which I'd pull the trigger on here personally. How about you? What are you leaning towards of the options?
Yeah, I mean, for me, if I see Lobolo, I will play it. But it's I think if you don't, then it's a question of, I mean, would you would you want to sacrifice some points and play like blood, BLOOD, right, which does not give triple letters score away in that sense. Yeah, I think, I mean, if I had if I saw Lobolo, I would play it for sure, and that's, I think one reason is because it kind of makes it difficult to play from the triple letter score that is exposed to the double word score because of the L that you place at the front of the word. Yeah, but yeah, that's why I would play Lobolo. But other than that, I might consider, if I don't see that, I think Obol is a decent choice.
Yeah, I can't fault her at all for playing that in the end. Lobolo is indeed it's a tough spot for a lot of us. So yeah, Oboli, perfectly reasonable. It scores well. It accomplishes really what you want to do, which is keep yourself up by a tempo and then some. Um, and between Lobolo and Oboli, either way, the triple letter score spot stays open in terms of volatility. So um, yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that as a choice. And then Scott going with Rejig on here, which yet it does a nice job of scoring well. He keeps NG, which is decent enough together, especially when playing through the I in Rejig or the E in Ensure. There are options to create longer words. So I like it. I don't see much more that I would do besides that. I don't like the placement of Rejig for using Ensure at all. So yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice. I mean, the benefit of playing Rejig above Insurer or below Insurer is that you have a direct spot to use your NG, right? Because you leave an I and you can use you can make an ING word. But I think that benefit is marginal. I think just just what he did, playing in that spot, higher score, it's more worth it. But I mean, the interesting thing is that if he had played it above or below Insurer, he would have blocked Becky's bingo recoiled. So it just happens that way.
Scott does have bingos in response, really a matter of which he prefers at this point in time. So, and that's worth discussing here briefly, is he is down by 82 points in this case. So he'll be back within range and accordingly scoring well, but also not unnecessarily being volatile if there is a choice between super volatile versus not so much. He will be pondering those and deciding gelatine, galanite, and legatine are the three that play through the L, and galanite is a good option here as far as it doesn't give anything needlessly volatile back. It does take a hook of an S at the end, so it isn't closed off. I like it. It definitely accomplishes what he needs to accomplish here.
Yeah, I think the board is extremely open at this juncture. Just play any bingo. I think there might be slight advantages to playing something that's even more open, but yeah, I think it's gonna be really close. So I think Galanite is fine. Yeah.
Becky has Ixnay lined up. Certainly one of the candidate plays. Oxy, of course, using the X hotspot up in the top left is also a commanding option. I think I'm personally going with Oxy because Becky's got the blank at this point in time. So yes, she'd be slightly vowel heavy by keeping AAIN blank, but the blank is on there. And there's just so many ways that those letters can combine, especially with consonants that exist on the board. I'm just going for pure points here, and I think Oxy wins measurably on that basis.
Yeah, the thing about is whether you want to burn the blank and reach the double word score. So something like inbox, possible in that turn right there. But you keep the Y, AAY, which is not, I mean, you're scoring 21 more points. yeah, but you're keeping a leaf that's quite a bit weaker. So I think Oxy is pretty all right. Yeah, it's a good choice by Becky. And now to Scott. This is the kind of rack that's kind of close to something, but you know, just misses by a bit. But at the same time, given the number of spots that are open, you have to spend a little bit of time to think, you know, am I missing a 50-point play or something like that? And there are actually a few 40 plus pointers that are available. And in this case, they are all parallel to rejig, MONIE or MONIC, both 40-point plays. Yeah, besides that, not very much that he can do. I think MOA, Modek is the clear option. I think in my from my point of view. And you think you do that as well, Jesse?
I think, like you said, anything under rejig. Looks like Scott's got Moni lined up to go underneath that. Monic was mentioned under there. I think any of those are fine. I was looking to see if there's anything really comparable on the board. I think it's too good of an option not to play. There's nothing really under Galanite on either side that's worth Scott playing, just because it doesn't leave him much of anything that would make it worth giving up any number of points. There's no option that's really good that plays down from the first E in Galanite down to the triple word score. There's just really not much of anything. Voiced, interestingly, interesting. Voiced, yeah, it does balance a bit better. I mean, Monic, I understand, leaves VE, which, you know, maybe isn't ideal, but I think it's just too many points not to play. Moni, I understand, leaves CV. So maybe if he doesn't see Monic, perhaps that's it. Because he didn't line up Monic on his rack. He lined up Moni. So I guess he was debating between Moni under rejig and voiced. And I can see the hesitation on that basis, you know, leaving VC versus after voiced, you leave MN. And I do understand MN looks a lot better compared to VC when you look at it. But I think if you see Monic, you certainly play at the top there. So yeah, interesting choice here. My guess is just based on not seeing Monic.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you see Monic, you would definitely play it. So Moni CV is not very nice. Two letters that are not nice together. So you can see why he wants to keep something that's nicer. And you know, he might take something that plays in the same position the next turn anyway. So maybe he's thinking about that. C and V, I think the thing about the C and V is that very few, I mean, there are no two-letter words with a V, and there's only CH. So this board has quite a few places to play parallel. So C and V are not strong tiles on this board generally. Yeah, but on back to Becky, and she, well, I can't exactly tell what she has arranged on her rack, but she seems not to have be playing a bingo. She plays Anna, A and A, which I think is probably one of the better non-bingo choices that she has. Yeah, I think this is a slight miss. She had Amanita, but that was, I guess that is the only bingo available.
Yeah, and that would have played to the left of the H in the Hink play that's on the board, all the way up to the triple word score as just one potential spot. I believe there are a couple of under overlap plays on the board, but if you're Scott, something like Maven is certainly a candidate option. In the same area there, you could play Mod, but I again understand the hesitation with a VN leave. I think between VN and DW is a slightly better two-tile consonant leave, so I can totally understand him playing Maven.
Yeah.
Plus the W plays elsewhere using the O and recoiled, perhaps. I think just on this board, it's a little bit easier to offload the W on the next turn more often than not. So I can totally understand the logic here. Also, because Becky has just played 2 A's, you know, it is quite clearly a fishing play. The S hooks onto Ha to create, you know, 7s ending in S for Shah. So I mean, it's you're looking to score and ideally set yourself up for the most success possible within the next turn. So yeah, I can totally see Maven as his play here.
Yeah, this mentioned on chat that playing VOW, keeping ADEMN actually seems to do better than Maven. So it's actually a 23-point sacrifice, but you keep such a much better leaf, a lot of potential for bingo. So that seems to do outperform Maven Sin. Very interesting. And Bay Knights comes on the board. Not sure whether there was anything better in that position. Seems like, oh, there is not an easy word through the T, banditti. That BANDITTI would have scored 8 more points. Yeah, but not the easiest word to see. So Bay Knights, quite a good choice by Becky, and she is 80 points ahead right now after the bingo.
And this is quite interesting as far as potential on this board. Wiped, you pretty much have to take because of the points on one line of thought, but the other is you have W and U. You have one of multiple U's that are unseen. The only U that's been played is in Ensure. The Q is already gone. So you know the potential if you play Wiped and then leave UTS is pulling another U as a worst case scenario. But when you're behind by this much, you wonder if it's really worth worrying about that so much. You really kind of just cross your fingers. Wiped is really hard to turn down. I think it is the right thing to do, but you certainly know he's thinking about the potential of pulling another U in this bag as a worst case. But I think it's correct.
Yeah, well, I mean, it sets up his S as well. So he has,
Yeah.
So and keeping the S is very important. I mean, there's also Shah. So he, I think in this case, yeah, I think that is the right idea. And now on to Becky's turn. I think Becky can't feel very secure in this position. I mean, if you look at the number of scoring positions on this board, it's kind of scary. I mean, I would be quite worried actually. And she has all 1-pointers, so I think she's probably thinking if she can dump some tiles, like and try to score. I mean, she has a lead of 40 points, but you know it's quite easily. I think it disappears quite quickly if your opponent has the right tiles. So I think I would probably be trying to underlap rejig right now if she has the letters for it.
And interestingly, from her point of view, she has a vowel heavy rack. And when she looks at the pool, there's 8 vowels and 17 consonants. So she's expecting more likely than not to draw consonants. But more importantly here, her opponent is, you know, in a lot of cases, having trouble with very few vowels. So yes, Scott has played Wiped. The S hook exists there, but there is starting to be the possibility that he doesn't have much to go with that S. And one possible play I can see that might do well is auto using the T in Galanite because it does obscure the S hook onto Wiped. It does balance her rack fairly well. And it takes away lots of opportunities for her opponent, you know. Underneath of rejig, I think certainly scores more, but I can also see potential for obscuring the spot. Thinking out loud again, underlapping the J and rejig with an A or an O, playing anything underneath, that does limit the W spot as well. But just a few possibilities for Becky to consider. And ultimately, it does look like she's going with a play underneath rejig, and yeah, scores well. Makes the hook more or less irrelevant onto white, keeps her scoring up, and yeah, can't fault her for that. It's a nice play.
Yep. And oh, that's a very nice spot by Scott. Spots that very quickly as well. Out Fox. And yeah, I think that's it's very nice score for that. Definitely. Well, I guess it's in terms of equity, it's the right play, but it does kill one of the lines that the S hook of Shah, and I'm not sure whether he'll have many other areas to get back into the game after this.
Interestingly, Outlaws was blocked as a result of Outfox, so Scott has removed that from Becky's options, at least on the left side, so she'll be looking elsewhere instead.
Yeah. I guess he might, I guess Outlaws is just, sorry, Outfox is probably just the only thing, the best thing you can do in that position, even though it blocks the Shah hook. It just happens to block Outlaws.
Yeah, and for Becky, of course, she's not liking that because that would have sealed the deal, I think, given the nature of the bag at this point in time, barring any sort of monster play from Scott in response. So this makes it a bit complicated, in terms of what she's pondering. We have 18 tiles in total that Becky can't see. 7 of those are on Scott's rack. So there's essentially, depending, I would say 2 plays on average for both of them before the bag's empty. Unless one of them bingos again, it might be 1. So you're starting to think about potential end game scenarios here. So for Becky, she's got UW. Yeah, she has out. She has nice letters. There's still a U additionally unseen to her, which would be really challenging to navigate through if she pulled that at this point in time. So with Outlaws being unplayable, she's really got to think about uncoupling the U and or the W, depending on what's on the board. I think more likely than not, scoring to keep up her lead is good here. So I think she's probably considering options involving the W that just happened to score on this board. It looks like she's looking underneath of Jaw to create options with Jaw. Wast in this case, she's got lined up, and that certainly scores a fair bit and allows her to aim to outrun without having to bingo necessarily. And that's a reasonable line of logic.
Yeah, I mean, in this position, things like, tiles like the Z would be very valuable. So, the other question is, if your opponent has a Z, where are the dangerous spots? And I think the answer is really too many. So in this case, playing a few more letters, because she also has the option of playing WO on top of Outfox. I think this is the right idea. Playing more letters, scoring more, and I think you turn over a little bit more. You give yourself a better chance of picking up the blank, picking up Z. All good tiles to have. Yeah. So I think this is the right idea.
And then meanwhile, for Scott, it makes things interesting. Just again, given the lack of vowels on his rack, he can't necessarily infer much from Becky's rack because he's seeing from his point of view a balanced pool. Her playing the S doesn't necessarily suggest she has the last one. It just looks like a nice scoring play. So he's got to figure out here how he can give himself an obscure chance. There's not all that many. I think, interestingly enough, I think he might have to leave the O and out fox here. I do think, given that there are 7, he's not going to change. Obviously, after this, an exchange is not possible. So what is he going to do that sets himself up for more chances to succeed than not? He's going to want to avoid the U's, ideally, or at least get 1, if nothing else. Holding the A back, he'd only do that if he can score enough in a reasonable fashion. So what do you do that really scores really well here? There's, if you were to use the O and out fox, there's just something like, I don't know, Molt, which doesn't even score that much. There's Platy on top of the G and Galanite. There's a few options that comes up for me. What are you thinking, Weibin?
Yeah, I think keeping the vowel is helpful. So I might not play Lady, but in this case, it just seems like he has to hope for one of the good tiles to save him, like the blank or maybe the Z. But the Z itself, I think, might not be enough as well. Um, Polt and like Polt, Molt, Mott, MOTT, Pot, POTT. These are all options that play through the O. Those are things that I would probably be thinking of, just because, yeah, you want to keep things open. And yeah, this is the other idea that I was thinking about, which is opening up a new line. But I I am afraid that this might not score enough as well. I think it's it's yeah. I think your opponent can quite easily outrun something like this. So I might just take the points with and use the O, something like Polt or yeah. So between Polt and like POTT or Molt and MOTT, keeping the L might be useful. Um, in this case, because if you pick up the Z, you will have lazy, um, the same spot where you played, where you mentioned play key. But of course, ZA is also available. Yeah, just as an additional option.
And a fun hook on Milt is actually Milts with the Z, and Scott has actually drawn that. Besides the S hook, of course, yeah, the Z is another one. So he'll have some choices there on the hook he's created. Becky has at least 2 8s that are playable through the D in wiped. So she has some scoring choices. Oddly enough, at the bottom where Scott has played Milt, there are 7s, but none that play on this board specifically. Iliacus and Siliqua are 7s that just don't happen to go down, but there are some 8s through the D.
Yeah, I guess what Becky has to think about is if for some in
Looks like
some
Becky was
case,
pondering blocking at first, in a worst case scenario involving that eye, but she's going back and rightly taking some more time to see if she can find something. Becky is low on time. She's got just over 4 minutes. Scott has just under 15. So he's got lots of time to permute some pre-end game scenarios here. Becky, with 4 tiles in the bag, is starting to do some pre-end game analysis here herself, but very hard to do when you don't have a whole lot of time.
yeah, I think well, I mean, Milt, I thought would not score enough, but I think the interesting thing is if Becky decides to play a bingo, and Scott happens to have a big Z play, maybe even a bingo with a Z that you know catches tiles from the remaining letters from Becky. Scott might actually pull it out, pull off this win, right? So um, yeah, actually there is a bit of danger on this board, and I think bingoing may not be the right idea. Uh, she plays LIEU to kind of restrict the lines available to Scott. But there's still the Milt hook, which is now open for Scott to use.
So from Scott's point of view, he's going to be looking at 1 in the bag, and that is a scary set of 8 possible letters. As far as if
Yeah.
you're thinking from his point of view, he's shaking his head looking at the camera. Thanks for that, Scott. He is seeing that, yeah, there's lots and lots of possibilities for his opponent as far as bingo's out here. So he'll be looking to obscure the hooks at the bottom where he's just created opportunity here. Uh, it's really just seeing, can he actually do something reasonably involving the Z at the bottom, at least with Milts in terms of his options. And if not, what does he do instead? I mean, there's the standard ZAS, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily the right play here. And in lieu of that, what other ones exist instead?
Yeah, so I mean, in this kind of position, what I might be thinking about is, if I play 1 tile and I draw the blank, what do I actually have? Like, if because if I draw any other tile, I think my opponent is very likely to have a bingo or very likely to win anyway. So that's probably where I would start, what I would start to do. Scott has a lot of time, so I think he can permute through more than that scenario. But that's probably what I would start with. And then yeah, but I think even if he plays 1 tile and he draws a blank, I don't think he is going to win. He is thinking of doing that. So what's he gonna? He might get like upstairs or something. But do you see any other plays, like any possible wins if he picks the blank? Yeah,
I'm not
interesting.
seeing anything really obvious. It looked like he was briefly contemplating dropping the Z on the O and out Fox for 33, because that does hypothetically put him in range if he were to pull the blank. So I think what he's decided in this case is that there's only 1 tile that he can win with in his mind, and that is to pull the blank. And otherwise sees himself as losing regardless. So I understand the line of logic here. It's maybe worth going through more options in the end game, but now he's just smiling and laughing and throwing his hand that way because he knows Becky has been going out here. It's just a question of what she plays instead. But I think from Scott's point of view, he's thinking the only way he wins is pulling the blank, and that makes so a very understandable play.
Yeah. So the thing is that if I mean, he has to hope that if he pulls the blank, Becky also does not block the milk hook, because I think that's his only chance. He has to play upstairs in that position. So he has to hope that Becky makes a mistake, even if he pulls the blank. Yeah, but I mean, creatively he has to try, I think. So I think playing the ZO is probably the right choice. I don't think he has any winning chances otherwise.
And that's the human factor, right? Where it's just like, looking at a machine, it's easy enough, relatively speaking, for us to look and say there's no chance at winning. But then you look at the human factor and think, where is a human chance of winning your possibility? And that's probably his way of looking for a human chance of potentially winning. But that's also because Becky is low on time, so there's also that consideration in his case, is maybe he wanted to play quicker, seeing that as a possibility, and put the pressure back on Becky in case that blank was in the bag. So all possible lines of logic as to what might have led him to play relatively quick and put that Z down. Yeah, Becky is instead just going to play instead and end the game here. Lots of options, and this one, along with everything else, perfectly fine. So she's going out with instead. Scott immediately reveals the tiles, and that will effectively end the game. So
I was swiped, but I was like, that's wipeouts. But I was like, no. But I lined it up for the camera.
Oh, I was lining stuff up all over the place.
I was happy with this play.
I had
The
Ixnay.
outfox, yeah.
I had Ixnay
Oh, yeah.
plus A blank.
Yeah.
So I lined that up just for fun, even though I couldn't play it.
Milt takes a Z, right? Milt's.
I forgot. It
think that's
does.
good.
It does. Yes, it does.
So I didn't think about that when I played Milt, but if I had an N, I would have had Zupons here.
Yeah.
Zupons would have blocked your bingos and would score about 70 points, so that would have made it very close.
I don't know why I have to rescan this thing every time. I don't know what happens to my link. I guess that's okay. And then we both have to rescan.
Yeah, Milt's. I have it. It opens in a Safari tab for me, so I don't know.
I know.
Anyway,
I don't
now
know
we're
why
on
it
camera,
doesn't-
so we gotta talk about this exciting game. Actually, I didn't really have much to mention. Yeah, I had too many consonants at the end. But
So I'll show you mine. You show me yours.
right, okay. Only in Cedar Rapids. Okay, so we said 348.
I have you at 348 and me
Yeah.
at 495.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that was pretty much. Yes, that
Okay.
looks good. I'm not happy about it, but it looks right. Okay, yeah, did it.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah, good game. Is Binance the only playable bingo?
I didn't see anything else.
So you had ABIINT.
I didn't see anything else on that.
Oh, you have. There's one through the T. That's tough. Banditti.
Oh,
Wow, that's
totally
tough.
missed that.
Well, that's a tough one to see. Yeah, I literally played Recoiled in Albany.
I was holding out when you played out Fox.
Yeah.
I might have played it if you hadn't.
I was very happy to get that play on stream because I had like I had like PTT or like PST or something. So that left me the S hook in it, and it made you like I was just trying to distract you with this spot. Well,
You didn't
because I need to
distract
be.
me.
Yeah.
No, I had it. Oh, you know what I had?
I mean, it's
on my
obviously a
rack?
very juicy spot.
I had Outlaws on my rack
Oh, you did.
when I played this. So I
Okay.
held out. I mean, I held, no, not
Was
that.
this already here?
Oh, wait. It was the other turn. Never mind.
You had Outlaws.
I had Outlaws.
Could you play here?
Or did I not have Outlaws? No, I don't know what I had. Forget
Okay.
it.
Because I noticed. I don't know if I had the S set up there.
Should we square them?
Yeah.
I didn't write it. I failed to write my final racks down.
That's fine. I was just noticing the S hook here.
I wrote
So I didn't
down,
want to block that.
probably had Outlaws. Oh, maybe that was when I played. Oh, I don't know. Never mind. I'll figure it out later.
That's fine. I think that would play with the Shaw hook. There we go.
Oh, the Shaw hook. Yeah.
There's no- I wanted to keep that open, but
I was hoping to put like a C or something here, but it never
yeah,
worked.
but you need a two-letter word with a C in it.
Well,
So, yeah, so there's
well,
really
once
like,
yeah.
yeah, because I had the C, but obviously there's something that's going to fit.
Right.
And so a lively post-game discussion between Becky and Scott there. I think that's actually a really nice insight as far as the human side of things, as Becky wasn't sure exactly when she had Outlaws on her rack, and whether it was playable as a bingo. I think she knew she didn't miss it necessarily, but that's part of the time pressure that we were talking about earlier. As far as Becky was making sure that she could finish, on time and make candidate plays along the way. So all the credit to her. She did exactly that and has pulled out this game with a win over Scott Jackson. Any final thoughts just on the game there from you, Wayben?
Yeah, I think limited information, limited time, limited word knowledge. These are things that all of us face. Maybe except with the exception of a few who know the entire dictionary. But yeah, I mean, I think the players really made the best of what they could in this game. Many interesting choices in this one. I think it was pointed out in chat that in the last play of Instead, there was actually a nice play through the Y of Recoiled, M of Milt, as well as the T of Bay Knights. So uh, Dynamiters would have played as a 91-point play. So that's like a Nigel-esque play. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think that just shows how difficult Scrabble is. Like, even if you find Instead for like 81, there's another crazy play that's 10 points better. And I'm not sure how many of us would see it. Yeah. And yeah, so I think the next game we're gonna see is between Jason Keller and Josh Castellano. It's gonna be uh, yeah, it's another banger, another very good match. So we're gonna cut for a break, and we'll be right back. I am Webin, and I'm joined by a very well. I don't know whether I don't know whether you're actually you're here, right, Jesse? But yeah,
I am
the
here,
excellent.
yes.
Yeah, so I'm joined by the excellent Jesse Matthews, and yeah, we'll be right back.
Yes, and it will be with Jason Keller and Josh Castellano for our final game of the morning pairings. Signing off briefly, the two of us will be back in a few minutes. All right, we are back with the final round before the lunch break in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Joining you in the commentary booth, it is Jesse Matthews, occasional Scrabble player, but more frequent commentator, joined in by the opposite, I would say. Drum roll, please.
Well, Toei Bin, well, I'm hoping to do more commentary and maybe play less. I don't know. Anyway, I have this. I just want to show off this wristband. Let's Play Scrabble wristband right here.
Ooh,
Yes. So
he's
we're
got
watching.
the
Yeah,
swag.
yeah. It's great merch that I got at Causeway. We are watching the Let's Play Scrabbles channel, bringing to you the Scrabble Players Championship, the 35th edition, right? Really long storied history. And we are watching two great players as well this round, uh, Josh Castellano and Jason Keller, both experts. Both, wow, many games between them as well. And wow, this is a career head-to-head. Jason Keller winning 35 games and Josh Castellano winning 42 games. Average scores, slight advantage to Josh. And yeah, but if you look at the recent games, and of which they've played quite a few times recently, uh, Jason seems to have had the upper hand, with the exception of the most recent game.
So, further breakdown, we see ratings between the two of them, both rated over 2,000 in the NASPA rating system. Josh at number 7, Jason at number 14 in the rankings. So, yeah, there's a storied history here. They both have roughly 60% as their career winning percentage. They both have more or less the same average score overall. Very comparable stats. It's really just between the two of them where we're seeing that Josh has the edge in their overall record. But as mentioned, Jason has won a number of the recent games. So it actually suggests that it was more lopsided until recently, but now a fair bit more even. So uh, we are ready to look at this matchup, the latest one between the two of them, and see which way the tiles fall this time around. As we do that, I figured I would just mention a little shout out to my co-commentator from Causeway a little bit earlier this year. I see that Nitz Chakti is in the chat. Hello, my magpie extraordinaire. And yes, I see you are preaching the good word of magpie in the chat. Nice to have you here.
Hi, Nitz. Nice to have you in chat. And now we see Jason with not a great rack. It's a kind of neither ooh nor owl kind of rack. What do you think, Jesse?
Ugh, that is yeah, not pleasant. And also not pleasant on Josh's side either, but we'll get to that. He at least has a few more workable options. Jason here really doesn't have that many, realistically. It's pretty challenging. With the additions of oh whoa and ooh woo, when you have two of those tiles, those would be decently considerable. But in this case, oh woo and ooh whoa neither work. So instead, there's not a whole lot of reasonable options here um, that Jason can consider, at least in the realm of scoring and balancing. Um, and there's no, as mentioned in the chat, there's no vrouw, to use that lovely Dutch word, which I believe describes, I think it's just the word for a woman in Dutch that also happens to work in Scrabble. So yeah, challenging as far as choices. I'm not seeing anything immediately jump out as far as something to play. And then in the hypothetical world of exchanging, I'm not sure exactly what I'd exchange either. What are we seeing on the analysis side of things, Weibin? What's looking good?
Yeah, Exchange is actually doing pretty well, I would say. He was looking at OE, which scores a bunch of points. But the question is whether it's worth keeping ANU. Pretty weak leaf. And yeah, I mean, I think Sim is, well, after a few iterations, OE is seeming to float up to the top. Um, yeah, in the exact position that he's played it in, because you know that OE takes a bunch of front hooks as well. Yeah, but I think it's a very tough choice. If you don't play OE, you probably exchange.
Yeah, and it's a fairly self-explanatory word as far as its definition when playing it. Owie. That rack wasn't owie. Painful, for sure. But thankfully, he has a chance to get something else instead. And now we have Josh's little complication here as far as what he's going to do with his clunky letters. Little shout out to a nice little meme from Ben Schoenbrunn, egg. So I'll just say it, egg. But I don't think egg is the actual play to make here. I think something along the lines of mig certainly are considerable. Or maybe there is something hooking owie like Toei and I don't know, gift, I guess an example, but I mean something like mig I'm liking a lot. Although gift is a lot of points, so I mean I can see him playing that too.
Yeah, gift. Well, I mean GMP still some upside potential potentially, but you know it's not a great leave as well. But he goes for the points. Yeah, and Jason spots he probably spots Osnaburg to the G, which does not play. Very nice word there. But not sure whether he has any other playable bingos in this turn. I don't think he has any playable bingos. Not an easy play as well, I think, for this point. He can use the U and the B together, maybe like play NUB, nub, parallel to gift. Yeah, but that doesn't look that great as well because it opens up the double word score. Makes it quite easy to parallel. But he seems to be going for it. It sets up the S as well for snub. And he does have an O, so he can play OB next turn. So not that I guess it's still dangerous, but he has the tiles to make use of that spot.
And of course, taking out the X spot in the process. So no easy X bomb for Josh here after that play of nub. Still certainly ways to score reasonably well, just not the easy 54, 55, I think it was, that he would have had. So looking for other plays instead. That might go in that spot there. Poxy, of course, immediately comes to mind as far as something that does score and plays alongside. What other options are we looking at?
I mean, from my point of view, I think Poxy is the clear winner. Partially because you set up the M, right, and then you can play down from hooking onto the Y that you've just put out there. I mean, I am looking at it on simulation, and the second option is just retaining the Y, which is interesting because you might pick up something like the R for grimy the next turn, but I don't think it's worth it, especially since you are already like setting up the M with Poxy. So I think Poxy is the right play in this case.
Back over to Jason, who already has one of multiple bingo options lined up. Well, it's really a question of which of the options that he has that he'll end up doing. Good exercise for those players looking to step up another level is as much as it can be tempting to immediately play when you see something that scores, even a bingo, it's worth it to just re-look at the board and reanalyze after your opponent has put down a play just to see how the board has changed and whether there is anything worth playing that's different other than what you already pondered. He has done that and has opted to play roasted instead of doters after he's considered the board. And doter was really lined up because it was available as a double-double before Poxy was played. So he has gone for, yeah, a nice scoring play here now that his original one was taken away.
Yeah, the interesting thing about roasted is that it's actually pretty open, right? I mean, it opens up the triple word scores, and there's a double that someone can play potentially a Z at the double letter score. Roasted takes a front hook, roasted. But he might also be thinking that, the board's already pretty open. The Foxy is there, there's Y dangling to the triple word score. Howie is also open. If I were in his shoes, I might have considered potentially using the Howie hook, Towier or Towies. Towier is slightly more defensive potentially because Towies still takes a T behind. Yeah, but he had some few options there that would have scored the same number of points as roasted. So interesting choice from Jason Keller. But I think quite a good quite a good choice as well. I mean, given the board is already pretty open. So yeah, I can see why he did that.
Then over to Josh. He does not have the O that he would have liked to see in the open for commingle with his rack. I believe, if memory serves me, Clemming works, I think, right? I believe that also works, but no M open for that. So there's options like, say, Minji as one example off the Y and Poxy, any number of things involving the E and roasted. Where are you leaning, Weibin, as far as plays that you're considering?
Yeah, I mean the thing is that if you go for max points, something like Mincy is gonna be your top option. But you're gonna be just so worried about that spot that he's just played at, right? And you're just gonna be wondering like if your opponent's gonna score 60 points there. So I think he decides to take a more defensive option, sacrifice 12 points, and play Clem, keeping the ing, right, which is generally not always the best set of tiles to keep because sometimes you don't always get the spots to play ing words, but it's a good leaf. So I think my sense is that I think he probably did that because he wants to block that spot, which is a little bit more dangerous. Would you have done the same thing? I mean, Minji or Mincy or Clem in that position?
I think I share the hesitation that you mentioned with keeping ing, even though ing and an E, they're, in and of themselves, they combine pretty well together. I think just with ing words, if you don't have an immediate, obvious place to play, say a 7 or an 8 of that nature, then it can get more difficult to effectively score and or balance in a lot of cases. So I'm not sure if I would have done Clem for that reason alone. I do understand that there are lots of potential high scoring options that Jason could have back if you leave that spot on the top open. But you're also assuming at this level, again, given both players are as exceptionally skilled as they are, you're expecting someone to score over 30 points easily each turn. The X is gone as the absolute worst case tile with the double letter triple word score combo at the top. An underlap using that Ian roasted, using a higher scoring tile to the right scores you 30 something points, which you realistically expect your opponent to get anyway. So I think I am leaning more towards something like Minji or Mincy, as mentioned, just for me personally. But I mean, Josh, to his credit, is an exceptionally skilled player. He just finished second at the Causeway Challenge in Bangkok. So, I'd probably defer to someone of that skill level. And, he's probably right for reasons I'm not even contemplating. But I think me personally, I probably would have gone something like Minji or Mincy.
Yeah. And now we see back to Josh, and he's picked up 2 more E's to his leave of EGIN just now. And now I think the question is, I mean, it seems like the spot to play at is the hook hooking the G onto OB, so to form Gobi. And the question is whether you play Gene or something like Genie. So I think Gene is interesting because it sets up the T that he has, Jeanette. But at the same time, if you play Genie, Gene, or anything in that line, there's also a chance of creating an overlap potential for your opponent. If your opponent has an A or O, he can play ANY, ONY. So he decides to play a bit longer, play Genie. I think it's a good option because he's also trying to turn over some tiles and maybe pick up the good tiles, pick up the R's for Tauia, pick up the S for Tauis. I think keeping the I is not a priority in this case, even though the I goes well with the C, I think. But I think playing long is fine.
I think I slightly prefer playing the I in this case as well. Like you mentioned, I'm not super concerned with it disappearing from my rack in this case. I like it. It's a nice play. Then over to Jason. He's got that cue that in a lot of cases you'd want to remove. The only time that you wouldn't is if you just had something that scored so well that you're okay with not playing it. And I'm not seeing that jumping out at me right away. I see that there's, QI might score in the mid 20s in a few spots on the board, above RE for roasted for sure. Dropping just the Q is possible on Genie, but I wouldn't do that just given the nature of the letters left over. So I think you're playing QI. I mean, it's pretty strong to just drop it above roasted and then keep Abauge left over on his rack there. What are you leaning towards here? Do you see something that makes it worth not playing QI in this case? I'm missing it, but you have all the options open in front of you.
Yeah, I am, man. But I just moved. I just got to this move. Well, doesn't well at least QI looks all right. I think. The other concept that he can think about is if he wants to dump a few tiles and potentially give himself a better chance at another chance at the keyword. So something like BAGIE, down from Genie. And I think the advantage of that is that it also restricts that pretty volatile spot on the left of Genie. Just playing 5 tiles, and I think between the two, BOGIE is going to be stronger because QA is going to go well with if you pick up a D, if you pick up a T, you have QAT, you have QAID. That's going to be a big score for you. So those plays are actually doing pretty well in the simulation. Yeah, but so I think it's interesting because ABE. I think most players would just play the Q off right away. Yeah, but I think on this board, like I would say that the most dangerous spot is really the left of Genie, and might be worth doing something in that position.
Yeah, because if you're Jason, where you're up by not by a ton, and then your rack is this kind of, it's challenging, to work through and balance within a few turns. You are thinking about hot spots on the board, and I imagine Magpie, shout out again to Magpie. Magpie would probably show a heat map heavily focused on that exact area you're talking about, to left of Genie, as the most likely place in many cases that my opponent is playing. Because Clem doesn't imply a whole lot about what Josh has. We know in this case he has, numerous bingo options, most likely involving the C at the end of all things. But more often than not, with an analysis through a tool like Magpie, it will focus exactly on that spot that you said, to the left of Genie, more often than not. So that does lend itself to considering other plays other than QI. As it stands, we are back to Josh, who's considering numerous options giving this very high probability rack. What are you feeling are the standout ones so far?
Yeah, I think just take the points. Anything that plays from the sea. Uh, the fact that Jason played QI that restricts some of the options, so he had stuff like anoretic. Now, creation is fine. He takes a slight lead, so I think he thinks that I think well he has two options basically, Ceratoid and creation, and I think creation puts the N at the last letter, so which is a little bit harder to form 8-letter words from. So maybe he's thinking a little bit of defense, and creation also opens
All right, so then on to
yeah.
Jason with some of that clunk. It's got Vogue plus some others, and again, you're going to look ideally over to the left of Genie, and like you said, something like Vogue and Vex and ONY and GI, that scores a fair bit. It's hard to turn that down.
Yeah, I think he has to play it, and he does. I mean, he does have Ebony, next turn if he, uh, you know, he picks up. I mean, if yeah, it still gives him good score on the next turn. So I think that's quite quite a good play for Bob.
Yeah, for both players, that was the hot spot on the next turn. For Josh, he would have had a number of plays there as well, but he'll have to focus elsewhere instead. More or less level for the scores for both players, but Josh naturally having the slight edge before we see Jason's letters, just given he's got the blank.
Yeah, I mean, in this kind of situation, would you go kind of all out and do something like Mahua, like hooking onto Genie, or would you do something a little bit more subdued, maybe something like Mauve, Mauve? He is playing just two tiles. Wow, LAH.
Yeah, when I look at the pool, I think that's just it scores relatively well. He doesn't really have anything that necessarily scores a lot more than that elsewhere on the board. He is okay with some somewhat awkward letters combining together just because he has that blank, and it also takes away a more obvious spot for Jason to score without bingoing, using that triple letter score plus the double word score if he could hypothetically reach with something on his rack. So I think it's a reasonable line of logic that led him to play somewhat shorter there. Yeah, I can't fault him for it. I think it's reasonable enough.
Yeah, I think the only downside is
Amusive, as it turns out,
the
is on Josh Castellano's rack. So that's just one of several options he'll consider next turn. He has two spots for it. It's really a question of if there's something else better that he could play after Jason's turn.
yeah. So I was saying that like I think the downside of it is that you keep the B and U, which is not going to be great for your bingo chances. But I think taking the S does help. So he does have stuff like Fauvism now. Yeah, it's gonna hook onto Towies and score him quite a bunch. But he has to be sure. I mean, he has to be sure of Towies. I wonder whether he's suspecting whether that's not a word.
The chat has pointed out that there is a double-double available of Mauvaines through the E in Toei, assuming it goes unobstructed. And with Jason's play of Oboe coming down here, it will be unobstructed.
And yeah, just to point out, in Jason's turn, he played oboe. He had a slightly higher scoring play of foobar, Foobar, from the F of gift. That would have been a very nice play. It would have overlapped Taui and keeping UE. So
It also would have blocked the double of Mulvane's. It would have taken away Fauvism or Amusive in that spot, and would have really just left plays underneath Genie to bingo in this case. So Josh still has plenty of options after this. Foobar wouldn't have prevented Josh from bingoing, but would have limited some of the scoring that is coming here, as we will see.
So it seems like he's spotted Mulvane's. Okay, that's going to be his highest scoring play for sure. Most likely his best play. And yeah, I wonder whether Jason has a counter after that. I mean, he had an counter for that in 2 spots. Doesn't seem like he has anything. It's blocked both his bingos, both spots for his bingo. He might be forced to play something like UN, just parallel to Mulvane's, which sets up another line for himself. I think that's what he needs. Yeah, but he's behind by quite a bit now, so it's going to be quite challenging to come back on this board.
So the chat is contemplating the possibility of Jason pondering non-nature using the N in creation and O in oboe. Non-nature is not a word, but as has been mentioned in terms of the discussion, if you're not sure of it and you're behind, you don't have something else, perhaps it's worth playing. However, Jason is playing against Josh Castellano, who has gone through, I know for certain, all the 7s and all the 8s. I'm pretty sure that he has gone into the 9s to some degree. I don't know to what depth, but non-nature is relatively high probability when you think about the combinations of common letters. I mean, there's lots of N's, yes, it's true. But as far as the stem of, say, 7 plus 2, there's, they're common enough that I think it's likely he would have run into that word. Plus, having it be 5-point challenge, I think it would be a pretty quick challenge on Josh's end if you were to play non-nature.
Yeah, I think in this case, probably you just, fish a little bit, and I think it's not entirely over yet. It's you might be able to play 2 bingos on this board. It's not very likely, but yeah, I think you have to hope for something like that. Non-nature, I guess it's plausible, but yeah, I think if you're Jason, I think Jason has probably also studied some of the 9s, so I think he might have seen it if it were there.
So Jason's ultimately gone with to the side of Mulvane's, and I think that's good. I have to say, to again give some insight to people here who are considering continuing to level up. Sometimes the fish, for lack of a better term, it is the right play. It can seem odd when you're at expert level, and high expert level. It can seem odd or wrong to play something like that sometimes, because part of the school of thought when you're getting from intermediate to expert in general is you don't blatantly fish so often when you have scoring options, but here it is the right thing to do, even when you're down by that much, just because the rack is so strong, unscores okay, and there's just so many possibilities as far as what happens on the board. Credit to him. It can be easy to blow through a rack sometimes when you're just trying to score when you're behind, but yeah, it's good. It's the right play. He's made the clinical correct play. And now we go over to Josh.
Yeah, I think being patient is part of the skills of expert level play, and you know you can't. Sometimes you have to massage your rack a little bit to to get to the bingos, and that's exactly what Jason has done here. He has nitrate. He has, well, probably a few more things now that Joshua has played fused. So fused, a very clear play for Joshua. I think that's Josh's. Yeah, it's just scoring and just playing the set, and you know just trying to outscore, outrun. So it seems like Jason is playing NI. Oh, maybe not. He's probably found out. Yeah, he was almost going to play. Yeah, but he's found Napier, which is his highest scoring bingo. It's a good spot by Jason, but it seems like Josh is gonna just play something like Gears. It's gonna, yeah,
I
close
think
out that.
Jeers is perfectly
Yeah,
fine, like you said.
yeah. Well, do you think he will like be calculating if there's any nine timer that might play in that, even after Gears?
I suppose you think about the possibility, for sure. And Josh is not low on time, so he could take the time to permute possibilities. My immediate thought is just that with both the blanks gone, that things really have to line up in the perfect way. When you think about goes under the J, it's the O and the A, of course. And then if you're playing Jeers, you have an E to the right of the J. So more often than not, it's going to have to be A or O and then a consonant. So you just think about how far over it can go. There's so many tiles unseen to him. There are lots of possibilities, but when I look at the pool, I think, well, what can mess it up? My opponent has a random rack. Having some mix of W, Y, and or K, and arguably the H, makes it challenging to do something that's a nine timer. So I think really you continue to rack up the score with something like Jeers to widen everything. If there's really not that many obvious bingo spots on the board other than what is on the bottom right now. After Jeers, maybe they play an 8 ending in an S or say an ST word using that S in Jeers. Otherwise, it's just down from the O in TOEI or through the Z, E, or D infused. So I think Jeers just limits options for your opponent to potentially bingo. It scores well. It keeps you up by more than a bingo in tempo. So I think you got to do it here.
Yeah. I mean, if it's the, I guess for me it's like, yeah, if there's no other way for my opponent to win, I would just try to think if there's any nine timers that might still play. Spend a bit of time on that, especially if I have a lot of time left. But yeah, I think equity wise, score wise, it's definitely the right choice.
And
Doesn't hurt to spend a little
sevens.
bit of time. Yeah.
We
Yeah.
have sevens
Go ahead.
for Josh that I don't, let's see, are they playable right now? I'm not sure. We can go back and check that, but he's certainly got sevens that exist, and then eights possibly on the board. For Jason, when you're down by this much, we start thinking about what can he do to continue to give himself some chances. So I see things like Dinky and Kidney as two options through the E infused to open up the left side of the board and create some more volatility, but he's starting to get limited in the remaining options to give him a chance to win this game. What are you thinking as far as things you do? Kitty, of course, is a thing with the D infused, but it doesn't really create any additional spots on the board. It just leaves the Z infused and the S in Jeers. So what are you thinking? Because Kitty is a nice short-term score, but I'm not sure what it does for his long-term chances.
Yeah, so skiddy is a word, and I think that's what he does want to open up. But of course, he doesn't know that Josh has an S, the case S, uh, and he's going to be hit pretty hard. So I think Kitty is the right play. I mean, I guess the other option would be just blowing open the 9-timer line, which might give him a little bit of chance to play a 9-timer, especially if he's playing a bot. But I think most humans would just block the 9-timer lane, and yeah, so it seems like Kitty is the right kind of idea if you're against a human. And yeah, now Josh is, you can see that Josh is thinking if Kitty is a word. uh, is he going to risk it? Is he sure of it? What do you think?
That is
Can you
pretty low
tell?
prop, but
Yeah.
Josh has gone through the words. And I have faith, and especially because you think about, okay, so if we think about skitty, as far as it being a word, we don't always know the definitions, but I know that Josh likes to go through words in his head, and he would have seen skittier at some point when studying the eights. Uh, you know, because he has gone through all of them at least once, so I'm pretty sure he knows the word, and it's just a matter of putting it down. Yeah.
Yeah, and no vote from Jason, I guess. Yeah, so he knows it as well. Just to point out as well, on the Quaco has also mentioned the catenanes, Catenanes, through the Na of Morvines, Na and Nat here. So that if he was unsure of Skiddy, that would have been a bingo as well. So Tennesis puts the game beyond reach for Jason. And yeah, well, Jason just guess has to play through this rack. Something like, I don't know, Nazir sounds like just looks like the highest scoring play for him. Don't know what else he can do.
Yeah, he's certainly just going to be looking to score something and get to the end of the game at this point in time. Just looking back at the chat, yeah, I can see Kitty gives you a long shot for sure. Hoping for that S, he would have known that Josh already had it. Certainly, I can totally understand that logic. Me, as a not quite skilled a player, I would have a hard time playing that, not having the S on my rack already. But I can totally see the mindset behind it, which is great. It just didn't work for him in this case. So Josh, he's going to be looking to make spread building potential plays here because he's going to know, of course, that he has this one at this point in time. This is where it can be somewhat harder sometimes to look at what an engine generates as choices. In some cases, there might be something that's not as intuitive that could lend to increasing spread. What are we thinking here, Wavin, as far as spread generating opportunities that Josh might consider for himself?
Oh, I'm actually looking more at Jason's rack, and he does actually have an interesting end game sequence, I would say. Which, you know, in this case, if you look back at Josh, he does have plays like WHOA below Gears, which, oh, he does find it. No, not exactly. Oh, okay, well, almost. So Jason's best play is actually ARYL, like almost in the same position. And I think the reason why it does so well is because it also blocks WHOA, and you know, it forces him to play like WHO in that spot, you know, to the triple word score. So, and of course, with his remaining tiles of NIRL, he can play Neural beside MU and AN. So that I think is probably the best end game. Yeah, but Neri appears to be the second best, so not too far off right there. But I think for Josh, Josh, I think it's pretty much WHOA after Neri. It's a clear winner.
Lots of scoring power, and with that one, that would be 39, I believe, right? So he should be at 577.
Yeah.
Very close to a 600 game here. And that's without a triple, you know, so that that makes it pretty impressive just in general. He did have the double with Mo Vaines that scored a lot, but just shy of
Yeah.
600 with no triple is very impressive.
And with his opponent scoring, well, playing 2 bingos as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, very impressive. Yeah. I guess Josh also needs to calculate like what happens if I guess I'm thinking if Jason has any other outs.
Oh, besides Rills.
Yeah, besides Rills. I mean, in this case, it's apparently not worth blocking it, but you know, it's worth thinking about it.
Yeah, because I think if you were to block that spot, I mean, a likely responsive play from Jason is Izar. That would score him 26 points, and then that's kind of the decision: is it worth giving my opponent the choice to play for 26 before I go out, as opposed to just playing Woa in the first place? That something he could take the time to do the math on, but I think Izar is the likely response to score a fair bit if he doesn't get to play Rills.
Yep, you're right. So it would be something like if you play something like Holes, HOLES, then Izar will come down, and then Awa, and I think overall it's still better to just play Wa WHOA straight away.
I think what Josh is contemplating is playing down to the S and Gers with Whale, and then leaving something like Hauer or Hoa underneath of the J and Gers for the next turn. That appears to be the line of logic that he's taking here.
Yeah, I think it's right for him to calculate and you know to yeah, and I think he's worked out that just playing War straight away is better. So I think he's onto the right track. But yeah, I mean, this is really the top level expert play, right? This is you need to consider these scenarios and this what happens if I block, what happens if I don't block, and he has plenty of time to work it out. And yeah, it's the right thing to do. Okay, he's back to blocking. He's working out the math.
I haven't done the math myself, but I imagine it must be pretty close. Like you said, Woe still being the better one. Do you happen to know roughly, for those who love the numbers, the difference in the two sequences?
It is a 5-point difference. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, it is a 5-point difference there. Yeah. And yeah, he has plenty of like points, like plenty of plays that tie with Wales. Like, yeah, quite a few permutations for that move. Yeah, but just playing War straight away is that'll be net him the most points.
So just while we're waiting for the last couple of moves to play out here, we'll just make a couple of quick notes. We'll be coming back from lunch break at 2:40 p.m. Central Time. That's 3:40 p.m. on the East Coast in North America. That's 12:40 p.m. on the West Coast, 8:40 p.m. in the United Kingdom. There will be a change up in the commentary team as well. As much as Weibin and I love being here, I have to go and fly, literally, for my job. And Weibin is going to get some well-deserved sleep, given it is currently just after 2 a.m. Where he is at.
That's
So
right. That's right.
we will have you in very capable hands for the afternoon. We have Sean Abassi and Rob Drabinski, who will be in the virtual studio taking over us to do 3 games of coverage this afternoon. So I would watch if I could. Sadly, I will be in the air, but I know that you'll be in wonderful hands with the 2 of them for the afternoon games.
And I will catch up when I wake up. Yeah, it's a very exciting tournament. Many skilled players and very high quality games that we're seeing. Yeah,
And
and
after you've slept and after I've slept, we'll be back tomorrow to provide another 4
that's
games
right.
of coverage on day 2. So we will come back, we promise.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the funny thing about this play, I mean, not to belittle what Josh is doing, Nigel does this play in like 10 seconds or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, I wonder how he does it. Yeah, but I think it's very principled to calculate and maximize your spread.
You know, we mentioned 5-point difference, and it doesn't seem like much, but that can make the difference sometimes, you know, in terms of even pairings for a final matchup in the last round or a penultimate round, perhaps, when you're going for a title. Having every bit of spread is helpful. So it's perfectly reasonable for Josh to work out the math and the sequences because he has the time. He's clearly seen the plays to consider. It's really just working out perfect play from your opponent in response. So he has likely already seen that Izar is the most likely play coming down from Jason if he were to play Wales. And it's really just playing out the other possibilities that maybe he hasn't contemplated up to here. But given that the time is whittled down to just over a minute, we do expect to see a play relatively quickly here from Josh.
Yeah, I must say that he is even considering like, playing the LAE first and then playing War the next turn. That's very creative as well. So he is going through more possibilities than what we are thinking about. So I mean, really, this is very expert play we're seeing. So he's going through all kinds of possibilities. I think even more than what he's showing us on his right. I think in this case he's thinking of something like LASE probably. Okay, he's decided.
Ultimately, he has pulled out Woe as expected, and that is indeed, as Wavin mentioned, the best of the sequences at the end, and we'll expect Jason to go out immediately. All right, so with that last play, let's go to the on the table mic to hear what the 2 players have to say.
Right. 389, yes. And 577. Yep. Oh, that would be okay. Mm-hmm. That was a game.
Yeah, that was a game.
Well, I mean, there were things at the beginning that were right, but Johnson Osnaburg. I had Osnaburg with this rack, and
You had what?
yeah, no, I had Osnaburg with the G, but I had nothing.
Ooh.
Yeah, I saw Osnaburg. I guess okay.
It's nothing. Yeah.
Like, right. I mean, just also like I'm like maybe I left RIN when I played that. It looks a lot better from my. And I kind of like talked myself out of stuff putting on Taui, but I feel like that's not. I mean, changes the game, but that's not where I mean.
Yeah.
And honestly. what I'm getting.
Submit.
Yeah. Oh, right.
That's the thing. All right.
Oh, right. You know what else? Okay. No,
So-
I just went off.
577389.
Yep. Yeah. You know, the thing also this, I had an enter in 2 places, but then it just,
Wow.
so, yeah, and then I was just like, well, what I gotta do? Yeah, because I was thinking for a second, I mean, it's not non-nature. I'm wondering
Ooh.
if I should make you think about that.
Non-nature.
It's not non-nature.
Okay.
It's not a word, but I was like, do I make you think about that?
I was maybe considering, well, probably not, but note case before tennis is there. It's an extension. I mean, it's not.
Yeah,
fancy, but-
yeah, but like, yeah, just, yeah,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, I just submitted.
okay, yeah, I mean, oh wait, well, I mean, okay. I was just-
All right, so we have gotten that post-mortem analysis from the 2 players. Really telling, just Jason immediately when talking about non-nature in particular is just like, it's not a word, was just considering making you think about it. But then, yeah, as we saw, he thought better and made the clinical play to give himself a chance at that point in the game. Josh talking about considering note case before the opportunity to play Tenaces came up. Yeah, I think they covered all the major points that we had discussed during the game, and Nonter being blocked in both spots after Mulvane's came down. Anything else you'd like to add, Waben, just regarding the game in general?
Well, I actually don't have much to add. I think this was a very well played game by both players. We not very much in terms of mistakes, and I think we really see like quite a bit of deep thought and a bit of like in terms of some interesting choices. I think like Mincy, Minji versus Clem. Yeah, but things worked out generally better for Josh. He was able to play creation and 2 turns later play more veins as a double, and yeah, I think from there it was quite difficult to catch him.
Thank you for that. And then with that, we're going to see if we can look at the standings here very briefly. I do know for sure that Wellington's at 4-0, and then look at that. He's not the only one. So is Josh Castellano after this game with that big spread jumping over Wellington. So the 2 of them at 4-0. And then of the 3-1s, we have Brad Whitmarsh leading 3-1 plus 175. Fun little piece of trivia. Both Brad and I played on Yahoo Literati a long time ago when that was one of the dominant ways to play Scrabble or a variant online. He's been around for a long time, and yeah, a great presence on the Scrabble scene. And look at that. We have the Reinke twins doing their thing, both at 3-1, but they don't have identical spreads. So there you go. Identical twins, but they have to have something not identical at some point in time. So we're going to sign off here for the official lunch break. Thank you, Weibin, for a wonderful day 1 of 2 that we have together.
And thank you,
I'll
Jesse.
see you tomorrow. I'll let you
Yes,
sign
we'll
us
see you
off
tomorrow.
officially. You can go ahead and give the accolades for this sign off.
So I'm joined here by the very talented and very well-spoken Jesse Matthews, and my name is Weibin, and we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be taking a short break now, back at 2:40 p.m. Is that right? Yeah, 2:40 p.m. And yeah, we'll be back with Sean Abassi and Rob Robinski. So let's play Scrabble and join us soon. Don't go away.
All right. Thanks, everyone. See you later.
Bye.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Scrabble Players Championship presented by NASPA and brought to you from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Those who cannot do commentate, I'm Sean Abbasi and I'm joined by DJ Robbie Rob. Rob Babinski, how are you?
I'm good, Sean. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm very excited to get into some good Scrabble. We've been having a very interesting morning with games on 2 streams and NWL and here in the CSW feed here on Let's Play Scrabble. So can you tell us a little bit about our first matchup, Rob?
Yeah, we have a matchup here between what I believe might be the lowest rated player in the tournament field, James Porter, coming up against possibly the darling of the recent Albany tournament, Charles Reinke, who was on a massive tear, leading the tournament for much of the 4 days until unfortunately slowing down a bit at the end. But he showed so much adaptability in his play. Like there was some commentary made about his record, where he had such a winning record and such a low spread, which to me says that he's a really, really clever, adaptable, and adjustable player. So he can fight through all sorts of different situations and try to come out to a winning advantage.
That's fantastic. And it's the first time these two have met in a tournament. So that'll be really exciting. And I know what it's like to be a low seed. So it's also a little bit about playing the spoils and trying to take that away. But no disrespect to James. He's doing well in this tournament so far. And we're going to get to see a little bit more about how it all shakes out. James and Charles, you can see here, have a great tournament history in their own rights. So with lots of games under their belt, James a little bit newer, but definitely doing strong, and strong average scores from both players, and then getting their tournament wins in Washington and in Galesburg, Illinois.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing this match. I'm not very familiar with James. I saw there on the display that he is now a resident of Minnesota, which some people might know was my kind of adoptive hometown back in the day for quite a number of days, if I'm being honest. But I've now since relocated to Washington, D.C. area. I'm really interested to see how he plays, because I know the strength of the Minnesota tournament and club scene. And you can pick up so much there in strategy and words. And I'm excited to see what he comes up with here.
Yes, and he is going first, and he's drawn into a rack full of some good, useful letters, but not really going to combine into a bingo from the start. So no gift to start the game, but he's got AAEISSV. Love to read out the racks for all of our viewers watching and listening. So what do you think he is going to be able to do here, Rob?
Yeah, this is one of those interesting kind of opening racks. Again, it's one of those classic situations where you have the choice, do I play short? Do I play long? You can see he set up his rack to show the word avise as a potential option. There's also the complication here of having 2 S's, and 2 S's really minimize the value of that second S. So if you're playing short here, you're retaining the 2 S's, which sounds great, but can be a challenge.
Absolutely. And he does choose avise, which is perhaps the top equity play. Definitely scores well with picking up 18 points right off the gate. So good choice there. It does mean there are a lot of floaters there to give Charles a chance to make something useful out of his rack, and he's sitting on a more treacherous rack himself here with the heavy consonants of the Z and the H, but that should certainly allow him to score some points at the same time.
Interestingly, sorry, let me get my my commentary brain here in order, because I am looking at the wrong thing.
Well, he's got EHLLNOZ, and he's going to be looking at a few different options here to try to come up with the right play. one of the possibilities is definitely to try to overlap a few letters. And when you can do that with a Z or a Z, as we say, in north south of the border, you can pick up a pretty good score that way. He's looking at, looks like he's considering a play here. He's got something lined up, and that's really good.
Oh, that's interesting. I think Charles may be confusing the spelling of the six-letter word Lozelle with a third L in there.
Yes, but appears to be drawing, so it looks like he's no worse for wear. In fact, the one of the top plays recommended by the engine is Lozen, Lozen. So in a way, he's kind of getting his the same effect, but keeping the stronger N tile instead of the L. So this might be a good break for Charles in this case.
Yeah, it could certainly be a bit of a combination of those two words there, which is so easy to do.
Absolutely. And it's also tough as a lower rated player in general to challenge your opponent when a word is unusual to you. So this might not have raised a flag, especially with those 5-letter words, there being so many, and then sometimes they look so similar. So no harm, no foul. And it's back to James, who's drawn into some more vowels. He's got the big X tile, so he's hopefully going to be able to do something, but this will be really interesting if he tries to pluralize Lozelle.
Yeah, and it makes you, it does make you wonder. I see a comment in the chat about high-rated privilege prevailing once again, where it's so hard when you're playing a really strong player to just even kind of entertain the thought that they might be, mistaken in their word knowledge. So if the opportunity does come up and an S does hit the board pluralizing Lozelle, especially if Charles is the one faced with the choice, will he challenge?
That is a big question, and now he's been able to draw some reasonably good letters for Charles here. So this is going to be a question of what now?
You can see Charles has drawn the rack H-E-A-R-A-E-H-I-N-P-T. I can talk, I swear. Just really powerful rack here in Collins. It does have a Collins only 7-letter word. If the chat, I think the chat has already chatted it out, but let's see where he ends up. Okay. Yeah, I was going to mention earlier that Avise does take that front P hook, which allows Charles to put down Penthea, that 7-letter word, for a high number of points here. Looks like his highest scoring option available.
That's fantastic. Yes, it's picking up 87 points. He noticed the great hook of the P on Avise. So that's always demonstrating really good vision, although he did have other places to play it. The second best bingo was through the A. So, but he's definitely found the right one. And if you want to work, if our fans in the chat want to work on what was that 8-letter word through the A, I'm sure somebody's already called it out.
Yeah, I do see a non-bingo option that was called out by Ben Schoenbrunn, which, I suppose would have been blocked by Kai there. So I'm looking at the chat a little bit delayed here. But prior to XI coming down, Hepatize looked like an appetizing non-bingo play available to Charles as well.
That would have been pretty cool. But now it's back to Jim, who's got a couple of Fs. F as a tile on its own can be a little troublesome, but double Fs have a good synergy together and are often good for scoring some points. What do you think he's going to do now?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Like you said, the Fs can give you a lot of scoring potential and they can work together. But now having a bingo hit the board already, kind of one of the first impulses you have as a player is to get your own bingo back in response. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jim's initial instincts here are to try to shed the worst of the tiles for doing so, which would be the UFF combo there. And he does have a nice place to get rid of it. He has Huff from the H in Penthea, and I see he's placing Vif on the board, which is kind of a similar instinct there.
That's right. There was a 50-point play available. It's a pretty tough one, but it's was a 6-letter word to the triple in the middle right triple. He had option of Affies, Affies, but if will still clean up his rack pretty well. And we quickly see a reply from Charles of Korma. You know, you go to a restaurant with some Indo-Pakistani food. You can order some nice korma, and you can spell that with a Q without a U.
Yeah, that Q is always an albatross, and always happy to see an opportunity to get rid of it for 32 delicious points. You can see here that Jim has drawn reasonably well into his AEUS leave, but still slightly vowel heavy, which is always a bit of a concern with that type of play. In this case, though, he does have some viable options here, and we might be coming up to a pressure point right now. As we were talking about that play of Lozelle earlier on, you can see that
there is a risk.
Jim has already put down the insulae. I'm sorry, insulae is the anagram. He played inulace on his rack. But that insulae, if he knows the anagram, looks really appetizing, as does the L, which makes it a valid word. So there's a lot of really interesting kind of interplay going on this turn.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting because if he thinks that the S hook is good on Lozelle and tries to go for a double-double, oh, okay, he's not doing that, which is... Oh, he's still... Oh, he is actually... He's hooking an S. Okay. So there you go. Now, if Charles realized that he had made a mistake earlier, then he might catch this, or if he had any doubt about it. But
it doesn't seem like there's a hold in play. So it looks like Charles may have actually just synthesized a new word from the 6 Lozelle and the 5 Lausanne.
Well, in a way that makes it nice and even. The mistake didn't penalize either player too much. So that's, in a way, kind of comforting.
I wish I had the superpower to create new words for myself during games, but especially with a 5-point challenge in Collins, it's a challenging strategy to pull off.
That's true. It's the reason why fewer phonies will get through. In this case, it was clearly an honest mistake. So, but now it's back to Charles with CDORRTY.
Yeah, he's found himself into a bit of some consonant trouble, but especially after the last play of Inulace, there's a lot of viable vowels to play through for some points here.
That's true. And one of those vowels is the A in the bottom left corner off in Penthea, which creates that potent double word to triple letter score spot. So I'm sure he's going to be looking there for one of the possible words that can be played there. And if he does, that'll be his high scoring play.
Yeah, he's also got some interesting options through the I in Inulace. There's also the possibility of something like dirty to deduplicate his R's. But since it's a lower scoring play than either Darcy or Cardi down below, I'm not surprised that he makes this play quite quickly. It's very clearly a strong play, likely one of, if not the top choices in any simulation.
Absolutely. Great play by Charles, and also played very quickly. These players haven't used too much time. They're moving along nicely, each having go down already. And it's back to Jim, who's got nano wire, but no E to play that. So he's going to have to find a non-bingo play.
And it's one of those racks that is great when the right letter is available, and when it's not, you're looking for ways to score with that W. Ideally, unduplicate your N's, because like this is the type of rack where like your immediate instinct is likely going to be, can I play off this W? Can I play off this N? Score some points and leave a really favorable leave to potentially bingo next turn.
So what do you think is the hot spot that he'll be focused on right now?
Yeah, it's really interesting because like you can score a fair bit. You saw a row on his rack as he's kind of cycling through his tiles and generating plays. That plays on the bottom row, row 15 for a decent score. Unduplicates that N, and that looks like a really strong play as well, leaving IRN to potentially bingo next turn. But there's also the temptation looking at Korma just sitting right there in the middle of the board. If you're looking to get rid of an N and score some points, the Q is almost always a great way to kind of juice up a play that you're trying to balance your rack with. So as I look at this play, one of the first things that would also come to mind for me is something like even just as simple as win, leaving a weaker bingo leave, but scoring comparably and still leaving this board very wide open for potential comeback.
Right. And all four quadrants of the board are kind of in play right now. So that makes it tricky. You have to kind of keep your eyes open and look around. Yeah, definitely a row is an option. Slightly better than that would be a now, if he's familiar with that word. But there's also a play in the bottom right quadrant forming EW that would be a option worth considering for sure.
Mm-hmm. And this one's a bit of a what have you seen in your study to this point? Because like that E in Inules that you just called out, like that is definitely a hotspot as well, and it's an immediate hotspot because it allows you to work with really high-powered tiles as well.
In this case, the Z and the X and the Q are all gone. So those are usually where the 5-letter E words become powerful. But there's still a J for, the eject kind of play. But he plays now, he's keeping a very strong leave.
Yeah, it's about the best possible bingo leave that he could have. And I really get that instinct, especially when you're playing a player who's more highly rated than you. Like you want to kind of monopolize and emphasize the knowledge that you have in the game of Scrabble. So if you have studied high probability words, but you haven't gotten quite as far into the book as your opponent may have, you want to give yourself those opportunities to take advantage of what you do have as your word knowledge.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And now that it's back to Charles, he's got some promising tiles, and he's going to have to do some work looking around the board. It's still pretty open. Lots of opportunities to find plays. I would say that the top left, where Korma is played, because he doesn't hold an eye, is less likely for him to play there, but there are a couple other good spots.
Yeah. In Charles's position myself, kind of my first thought process is to look at that eye that you mentioned in Inules. Can you come across for the triple letter double word, or can you play down from it? Something like Bog might actually be a really, really powerful play there, allowing you to retain about the best possible 4-tile leave in ERST.
Well, he chooses Bigot, B-I-G-O-T, which scores well and definitely sets up the lane for the S. So a clever play, perhaps an aggressive play, but one that might serve Charles well.
Yeah, it does give a little bit more of a challenge for Jim to play down column N with a bunch of overlaps. That O it creates a hot spot with the double word score, but it also does just kind of get in the way of 4 or 5 letter plays that might come down, or even bingos that you might slot. So Jim has almost reached a bingo rack. He's got really promising tiles, but they just don't quite work with the board or the floaters available.
And I was using my NASPA Ziziva app to look up Charles's rack because he had drawn poorly off of his really great leave, but it turns out that there is something in his rack that he can now play. So at home, you can try to work out what is Charles's bingo while we dissect what Jim might do next.
Yeah, you can see he's looking at a mirror on his rack right now. I imagine he's likely looking above Bigot to try to score a good, 30 points here. What might be a little bit better would be getting rid of an extra vowel there with something like Amia. But this is still a strong play here. It's one of the highest scoring plays available on the board to him, and gives in this case a bit of some defense here, not only blocking the S hook, but complicating Charles's turn quite a bit.
Yeah, for Charles, he must have been internally cringing as he saw his T get blocked for tuberous, which would have been a way to clean up his rack. Although the choice to keep the R, play the R instead of the A, I think is not too bad for Jim, given that the pool is a little bit consonant heavy.
And we've hit a bit of a word knowledge check here, a bit of a checkpoint here in this game. Tuberous, as you mentioned, was just blocked, but as it turns out, and has been called out in the chat, tuberous is actually a front hook for uberous, which does play for quite a bit of points on this board. And here it comes. Nicely spotted and nicely played by Charles.
Wow, that's so impressive.
Yeah.
Rack with 2 U's. Normally when you keep a balanced leave and you pull a couple U's out of the bag, you think, oh no, everything that I worked for destroyed in one pull. But no, those Uberist drivers out there are going to be...
And there's not a lot of racks that you can have where drawing B-O-U-U is not so bad. And he just so happened to have one with that ERS leave. We can see here Jim has found the game's first blank. And he's facing a bit of a deficit where he's really going to want to, get that bingo down as soon as he can. Does not look as though he has one immediately available on this turn.
Yeah, it looks like he's considering Ya, which forms, we'll play in more than one place, but probably looking at the F for FY for a strong score. The only thing to be a little weary of is the fact that there are 6 unseen E's to him. So he may wish to add another letter to make his balance a little bit stronger.
Yeah, that is definitely a good part of the consideration for this turn. One advantage with that blank in hand is that you do have a lot more flexibility with leaves that you otherwise might not want to risk. It looks as though Jim is giving quite a bit of thought here to possibly Ayin alongside of Korma, but he also, if he really wants to maximize his bingo chances, he's got multiple spots, like you said, for YA. There's alongside of Vith forming Phi and Fa, and also underneath Bigot and Amir, Moy takes quite a bit of scoring, or it gives quite a bit of scoring, and also gives him the opportunity to create a new line down the AAA.
That's right. Ayin, a great Hebrew letter, would be a little risky given that there's a front hook of Z and L with one L unseen right now. So I think he's made a sound choice with Ya, which, as he said, has opened up a lane here. He's got to hope that he doesn't get too vowel heavy here with his draw. Otherwise, he would be in a strong position to play opponent bingo himself. And it's back to Charles.
Yeah, this does sim really strongly in a computer engine here. Again, you've got the challenges of a vowel heavy leave, but the blank forgives many, many, many difficulties. And that line there, just creating an opportunity to get more sevens on this board. I really like that instinct from Jim. That's a strong kind of consideration here, is just to make sure that, you know, I've got the blank, but I don't have a bingo. I'm making sure you can't stop me next turn.
And here's Charles's response. He's playing Haven and picking up some solid points. There was actually a more outstanding play that he in the bottom right, forming KO and getting to that double word score. So that's a little bit of a miss for Charles, but it might make work for Jim in playing his bingo a little harder.
Yeah, I wonder here if part of Charles' thought process here was, you know, Jim just set up a new line. He just fished off 2 tiles. He's probably on a really, really strong rack here. And I have to respect that. So Haven, what that does, it complicates the new 7 line that he created. It complicates the overlaps alongside of now, and it blocks what could be a really potentially high-scoring bingo right where he played, if you can get a high-scoring tile next to that E and come down to the S in Uberus. But like you said, Knave just scores so much. He left 25 points on the table here on his rack, for lack of you know, better term. So I'm wondering if he really just judged the possibility of an S or a blank on Jim's rack to be so high that he didn't want to create that triple line opening.
It's a possibility. But it was a gut check moment for Jim to make sure that he found a playable bingo, 1 of 2. And he does find Eugenia. He's designating his blank onto the blank slip with the letter U. And that'll score him 78 points and get him right back into this game.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice here between Eugenia and his other available bingo, which would have pluralized Charles's play of Haven. He has Agonize available for 1 extra turn. Agonize, of course, takes some hooks. It takes an S, takes a D. But it's really kind of particular in what you can kind of hit with it. So I think instinctively my thought is that even though the G is a bit of a clunker there when it comes to overlaps, I think Eugenia probably gave him more flexibility as he continues to come back. Now he's much closer, down 23 points. But just, you know, he's down that and a tempo here. So having more options available to complete this comeback is, you know, a really, really strong impulse to have.
And he's drawn very well.
Yes, he has.
Now, Charles has a strong play to score some points. He's if he knows the unhooks of his own surname, take Reiki and you drop the I, you get R-E-I-K, and if you drop the R, then you end up with E-I-K, which plays forming key and OK. So that would be a pretty big score and might give him a little more separation. But it's quite likely that he's going to face a fierce response from Jim.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where, like, you can score so much, and in the position that he's in, like, Ike is really, really appealing to me in that you're very likely to still be able to score again with the J, but at the same time, you're also kind of losing a lot of possibility to bingo back if James hits another on his turn. So I see that Charles has set up Jokier, which... again, I get that instinct, Now you're getting rid of, kind of anything that's likely to clog up your rack the next turn except for that G. But it is a little bit of a point sacrifice, and it doesn't do a ton to really address any other lines other than through that O. I think in my position, looking at this rack, I think I'm really, really leaning towards Ike, because if you look at the top left of the screen, look at those O's sitting there waiting to be drawn. And if he can draw an O to pair with his J on his rack, he's threatening Joe above Uberus, which is a great way to counteract any other bingos.
Fantastic. And he does choose Ike, and that'll score him a good 37 points.
Yeah, I really like Ike. It blocks that O as, just kind of a standard 8 lane for James. It complicates any potential, like something like ISE, underlaps under Eugenia, if he's able to get anything quite there. It scores enough. And again, from Charles's perspective, it's threatening that JO bomb if he can draw it.
That's right. And it turns out Jim is not left with any playable bingos.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because this rack looks so flexible, but now that the possibility of something like Saporus has been removed, now he's got to search some more.
Yeah, so if you're in Jim's shoes now, you've got this rack that looks bingo prone, and you've got, an S hook available and an N in play. What's running through your mind? How much time do you spend hunting for a bingo?
Yeah, especially as you're starting to run down on time. Like, this is one where I should be careful in the type of advice that I give, because I'm so bad at taking my own advice in situations like this. I think from Jim's perspective, holding the blank in hand, I really just want to make sure that I don't need the bingo simply to get caught up and then have to deal with however much Charles scores. So in this case, I'm also looking at the tile pool and seeing that J is still out there as a potential danger lurking in the pool. So I think I've seen it called out in chat by Matthew O'Connor. I kind of really like the idea of playing pours here. You're creating a nice, easy lane to the S that Charles doesn't necessarily have wonderful ways to deal with. You're removing the threat of the J bomb, which with the blank in hand, you probably don't need yourself. And I think it does what you need it to both threaten and give yourself additional kind of pathways where maybe you don't end up having to bingo in order to win.
That's very interesting. And there's a few different approaches, playing on the assumption that the J could hit you and put this game too far out of range for you, or play with the assumption that your opponent doesn't have the J and that you want to get to that J first and hopefully hit that spot. So definitely a tough set of choices for Jim to work through here. There is a strong play through the H, forming VIFFS, VIFs. So he'd have to find Puhas, Puhas, and that would pick up 40 points as well. So between Puhas and Pours, there's certainly some options for him that keep him pretty strong. He's looking to just score some points and keep a strong lead, but this might be a little bit difficult, and given the fact that the bingo lanes are quickly becoming narrower and narrower.
Yeah, although when you look at the pool again, not only does Jim have the last blank, he has the last S as well. So there is definitely a strong argument to be made for keeping your most bingo-prone leads available, because even if Charles is still blocking, even if Charles plays through the E, for example, with something like G'd, which really complicates the state of the board as it is, Jim has the tiles he needs to create potentially an unblockable opening that would really, really put Charles under the gun to try to figure out how to either score or just complicate enough and hope.
That's a great point. Certainly with the word haven on the board, the H in EH and the V create a sort of a zone where it might be possible to open a lane there and for it to be really tough to block. But Charles finds a really creative play of playing jeering, hooking the R onto Pavis, and playing through the E and the I on the board. So what a way to clear up a lot of tiles. What do you think of that one, Rob?
That's beautiful board vision to see that possibility. Like it accomplishes what you're hoping to do with a play like G'd, where you've obstructed the E and the N in Haven. So like there's at this point now on this board, surprisingly, it's really difficult to fit anything down. And Jim is still down by enough points that he really does need to bingo here. So now we're looking at a position where Jim is most likely going to have to find something maybe alongside of Penthea, or maybe fishing a letter off of onto the right of Haven or Now, to just find a way to get some threats on the board, because he's going to need more than just a 30, 40, 50 point play to be able to win. Not to keep talking and talking and talking, but jeering is significantly favored by the computer engine right now. It's a wonderful play. I'm very impressed.
So, it certainly was an amazing play, seeing that R hook onto Pavis. To keep aware of that and then find a way to get through a constant heavy rack. Really smart play by Charles. Jim plays Cat, which does open the T line to the triple, and scores him a few points to kind of stay in range. That may be a really critical thing at this point in the game too. It's not just about hitting a bingo. It's about being close enough that Charles can't somehow outrun him.
Yeah, for sure. So Jim's play Cat does create, a new bingo threat down column O, but it is one that Charles has the ability to at least complicate. But with 3 tiles left in the bag, the ways that you would want to deal with this kind of a position is like score some points, reach down to the triple. Those aren't really viable options for Charles at this point. So he's probably going to have to use quite a bit of his remaining clock to really come up with a strategy here to kind of withstand this gambit charge of Jim's.
That's true. His ability to play to the triple word score is there. I mean, he's sitting on a 7-letter word that doesn't play tootled, and he could play that as with 6 tiles if he wanted to, but of course he wouldn't want to empty the bag and leave a bingo lane open. So he has to find a way to perhaps obstruct or make more difficult a bingo, or make it so that he could respond to a bingo with one of his own. And that's going to be part of the calculus here for Charles at this point, to try to make sure that with the unseen pool being so strong for Jim, that he's not in a position to just get a bingo and then not have one of his own. So Charles is really going to have to take some time on this one.
Yeah, this one's tough. It's looking at that unseen pool there. Like you're basically looking at Tawdriest plus a blank. Those are really pretty nice tiles here. And even the one that's in the pool that's a bit of a clunker, that W, actually works quite well with the T that was set up there in Cat, and it can score quite a bit there as well. So simply dropping, for example, an O to block off the T line, I don't know how viable that is, because what Charles would really ideally like to do here is leave one in the bag and get his rack into such a shape that those good tiles unseen to him can also find their way onto his rack and give him the ability to bingo if Jim has to empty the bag with a fish.
That's right. There is an option of playing DO in the B lane, forming DE and ON. What that would do is create a spot for an O hook for ODE if he wanted to take the approach of leaving one lane for Jim and hoping to have one lane of his own. Although, because Jim's tiles are so strong, we know that won't actually work out. So it's a very tough position for Charles here, as he wants to perhaps use 2 tiles and leave one in the bag, and at the same time maximize his chances of being able to withstand whatever it is that he's going to do. And now he's putting Todd down, and that will obstruct but not stop a bingo from Jim. So now, with one in the bag, if Jim is able to play a bingo, and this seems like it might be difficult for Charles to have the answer.
Yeah, this is a case where Charles, I imagine part of his thought process here is that I might be giving up a bingo here. I'm leaving one in the bag, but if you bingo, you're not getting a lot out of me, and anything that you play is going to have to open something on that triple line where I might be able to come down with a score, especially if I draw the W, like, as it turns out, Charles just did.
That's right. And with under 4 minutes on his clock, Jim only has to decide what to play, but he's looking at the unseen pool, maybe double checking some tracking to see which spelling and which word is going to create the least opportunity for Charles, or consider foregoing the bingo to create 2 unstoppable bingos. That may be another approach that he could consider.
Yeah, this is interesting. We can see that Jim has decided, with not a whole lot of time left on his rack and potentially wanting to save some time in the end game just in case it's needed. He's pretty quickly selecting a bingo here, editors. What was really challenging from his perspective on that turn, if looking at that unseen pool, is you can see there were bingos available to Charles. He potentially could have had Toadlet, he could have had Wattled. So that drastically complicates Jim's ability to fish one tile alongside of Penthea to potentially have 2 bingo lanes available. With the blank in hand, he's very likely, if not close to certain, to being able to bingo no matter what he draws. But if Charles has a good enough rack, it might not matter because Charles might get that bingo out himself.
Right. Well, he made the choice to play editors. And what does that mean for the comeback play?
Yeah, it looks as though, looking at the end game here on the computer engine, editors does have, looks like roughly a 3 and 8, or not even roughly, it wins 3 of 8 end games here. The question... Right. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Sean.
Not at all. I was just saying that even though Charles can score some points, it makes it really close because he takes a lead, but then he has to hope that Jim can't score enough with the T. So it's a math game. It's double checking all the spots for that last T. Where does it play? And that's going to be the deciding factor in this game.
Yeah, and you also have to think to yourself, and I would be surprised if Charles at some point does not, confirm the score here with James, because this is going to be such a close end game, where from what he's looking at here, he has points available, but like you said, are they enough? Let me double check. I imagine at some points during the last few turns, he may have been recounting scores on the board as well, just to ensure that there hadn't been any significant errors.
That's right. And given that there are 41-point plays available for Charles, if he finds one of those, he should be able to withstand the push by Jim here. Those of you in the chat might have already spotted what is that 41-point play.
Yeah, Charles has a choice of two of them, it looks like, in two different spots alongside of editors. So that kind of that instinct for allowing a low-scoring bingo and kind of banking his hopes on drawing the W to have enough points that he can score to withstand, the 60-ish point play. It looks like that paid off for Charles here.
Yeah. Oh, he's playing a Wito, which is one of the big scores.
Mm-hmm. And the other one, as has been called out in chat, was Owled, which is a bit of a strange one. You need to know that Owled is a valid word, and the potentially more common Owlet there actually leads to a tie.
Yeah, that's a very interesting scenario because you have to have the confidence and good for Charles to see a Wito and be able to pick up these points. He's double checking his math. He's double checking that this T doesn't play anywhere else for more points. And then when I think he completes that work, then he'll be able to commit his play. Or he's already committed the play, actually. So he's seen it and is confident, and he's Charles looking at the board with some intensity. So I think that he's still wanting to make sure that he made the right decision. But for Jim, he'll come up a little bit short here after he finds his outplay.
Yeah, it's looking like a 3-point margin here at the end if he finds his highest scoring outplay. And ironically here, if only he had one more tile to draw and could have drawn an A, for example, maybe Act and Tuberous would actually be enough to win as an outplay. But as kind of the saying goes, if my aunt had wheels, she'd be a bicycle.
Yeah, it is one of the things that goes through your mind. Only if only. But he plays his high-scoring outplay for 6. He picks up 6 top points from leftovers that Charles held, and it becomes a very slim margin.
Yeah, what a game. I'm really looking forward to hearing what they have to say.
Let's go to Overhead Mike.
I don't know if I had anything else that won, so I was glad I found that.
That was a great
one. ST is still a huge blind spot for me, so no guarantee that I'd see that play.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go for Outlet there.
Yeah, I saw that, and I'm like, and I also couldn't remember if Owled was a word, and I was like, I wanted to try Owled. But
okay.
Yeah, I think Owled also does okay. I was just really lucky to draw the W for scoring, because if you have it, you probably win. So.
Yeah, what do they have here? If I may.
Yep, go for it.
Where should I play? APR. Well, I had the blank at that part.
Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering where the blank was.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess you had it for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
I guess you picked it up after Eugenia.
What did I play? Basically, I had AOPURS blank.
Oh, okay.
So I kept trying to find something here.
Yeah, I would have to start with an R and A.
R and A and an S, and I couldn't see anything.
Yeah. Yeah, that was actually. I had the J at that point, and I was gunning for one of the O's for JO, and I don't know, maybe you saved me there from getting too obsessed with the J spot because you blocked it. Because maybe at that point I should have been doing things like this that prevent you from bingoing, rather than just gunning for a J play. So it did work out. But this is it's a really good play because like I can't let you have this.
Right.
You have like tridents or something.
Right, exactly. That's what.
And I just have to hope I can outrun you when you bingo starting with a vowel, and I was just fortunate enough to be able to do that.
Yes.
This was kind of a worst case scenario for me because it's really hard to do anything about that spot. I had to sacrifice a lot of points to.
Yeah. Because you're going to be opening up a bingo lane anyway.
Yeah, and it's not a complete job of blocking bingo lanes. It just makes it less lucrative for you, and just barely not lucrative enough. So
right.
Yeah, it was a great game. It was a lot of fun.
Cool. Awesome.
That was first game on stream, right?
First game, yes.
Nice. Yeah, I've been on stream a bunch, but it still rattles me a little bit. You never quite get used to it. But.
Well, I'm just back of my mind, I'm like, okay, they're probably saying, "Oh, you missed that. You missed that."
Yeah, right. Yeah, you can't get. It's either the viewers or the commentators. I'm hearing the commentators in my head saying, "Oh, he should have done something different." It's like, yeah, I know, because I'm a commentator too, and I'm telling these people to do something different. It's like,
yeah.
I can give it, and I can take it, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a fun one.
Well, great discussion there from Charles and Jim, acknowledging the pressure on stream. Jim, you did great on your first showing on stream, a very slim margin, a victory for Charles, who was a very gracious winner as well. But they were noting a couple of plays, a very interesting J situation. Overall, a really great start to the afternoon, Rob.
Yeah, if this is the type of games we get for the rest of the afternoon, I'm going to be a very happy commentator. This was lovely to watch. And it was really, really enjoyable to hear the players kind of describing their strategic thoughts, having, supposed during the commentary that maybe this is what he's thinking, maybe this is what Jim's going to try. As it turns out, they were both thinking very, very clearly about this game as well. It was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, there were very few pointers or notes to add to this game because their play was tremendous. And, we're looking forward to seeing more Scrabble like that for the rest of this tournament. So congrats to Charles for that one. We're going to have a little more of Charles. So not a double feature of his twin brother, but in fact, it is going to be Charles again on stream. Rob, he's going to be playing against Alex Schuholm next.
Oh, that's going to be a fun game too. Because I was mentioning earlier how I've kind of come to assess Charles as such an adaptive and flexible player. And those are things you can also say very well about Alec as well. Alec is so, adept. He's so competent in basically any style of game. And I've played him multiple times, and we've had blowouts, we've had end games, we've had really, really close, tight games throughout. And he's equally challenging in any of those kind of situations. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of game develops between these two, because I think both of them have the skill sets that they need to kind of counteract each other.
Yeah, and that's what you get. Excellent players here at the Scrabble Players Championship. So let's take a look at the standings now and just get a feel for how this is shaping up early on. So we still got, Josh Castellano, Wellington, Bradley, some of the big hitters right at the top. But Charles is doing well, also at that 4-1 spot. His brother right behind him. And then we've got Austin Shin. So certainly some big names already taking charge of the early stages, but there's still lots of time to go. And we're going to get into some more great Scrabble. And, what I look forward to at some of these big tournaments, is just you get to meet and reconnect. But no matter where you are, what seed you are, there are no easy games. There's no relaxing, and anyone can beat anyone. So it's always really fun. And one of the things that makes the Scrabble Players Championship so significant, of course, is the biggest tournament in North America this year. So we've got hundreds of players in that room, and not one of them can you sneeze at.
Yeah, and like you said, what really resonated there is talking about how there are no easy games. It doesn't matter what somebody's rating is in a field like this. like anybody can beat you. And like the standings are already bearing that out. It's round 5 and we already have no undefeated players. So this is going to be a competitive event all the way through Wednesday, I have no doubt.
Yeah, and for all those of you tuning in to the Scrabble Players Championship here on YouTube on Let's Play Scrabble, don't forget to like and subscribe. We'd love to be able to bring you more of this content. Let us know what you like. Let us know what you're looking forward to, which matchups you want to see, which players you're cheering for. That's how this game grows and spreads, and we want to make sure we're able to bring you more of this kind of action. And this 3-point game was a nail biter. It really came down to will the math fall in your favor or not? And really, that was a tremendous watch and a very impressive performance on the stream. First time for Jim, and Charles was able to take that veteran's edge and emerge victorious. So I really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, like I said, if this is what we get all afternoon, bring it on. It's also been really,
what would you say was your play of the game?
Honestly, I still am blown away by that jeering find. Like the hooks that you need, it's a perfect combination of needing to know your hooks, knowing your word knowledge, knowing that Pavis takes that R, and then having the board vision to slot it in and be able to find it and achieve what you're trying to do on that rack, which is to block against bingos and to, continue to be able to dictate the course of the game as best you can, knowing that there is a blank and an S unseen. Just all of those factors combined together, that was beautiful. I loved seeing that play.
It was definitely an amazing play. Anytime you can play through disconnected letters takes extra effort, extra time, and a lot of brain power, but to do that on the pressure of the stream in a big tournament, that makes it cream of the crop. There are also some other notable plays there, for honorable mention to Uberus, bingo with 2 U's in your rack. And I thought, there was some really nice plays by Jim as well. When he came down to the crunches of needing to hit a bingo, and he had 2 bingo options available. He found Eugenia, and he brought it back into a fierce fight to the end. So that was really impressive. So
yeah, I saw one comment in the chat that made me chuckle a little bit from Ben. Again, Ben Schoenbrunn there. Good thing nobody challenged anything, given a 3-point margin of victory here, and honestly, the possibility that either player could have challenged that new Z word that was on there, Lozell. With 2 L's instead of 3.
You're absolutely right. Good comment from Benji. I mean, when in any game in Collins, when there's a margin of fewer than 5 points, that's one of the thoughts that runs through your mind. Like, it's a good thing I didn't challenge a word that I wasn't sure of, because throughout the rest of the game, it feels like if I have any doubt, even if it's like 10% doubt about a word, maybe I should just challenge it and give my opponent the 5 points, because I want to make sure that I'm not mistakenly forgetting a phony. And as a result, that can change the outcome. But in this case, Charles showed a lot of composure, not to challenge anything, and that gave him the victory. But also Jim, as the lower rated player, probably seeing some words that Charles is bringing out, that either he has to defer to his word knowledge or he has to tap into his own word knowledge to kind of really reflect and make sure that that's something that's good. But he didn't hand over any 3 points to Charles. So that was a really well-earned 3-point victory for Charles, but a very well-played game by Jim. We're going to get pretty ready for our next game now, because I think we've got some wonderful players lined up again. Charles is back. This time he's going to be playing first. And he's facing the very formidable Alex Schuholm.
Yeah, you can see here that, as it turns out, they've only ever played themselves at nationals. It's a bit of a coincidence here. You can see that Alec has a bit of an edge in the head-to-head, but looking at those average scores, they look like they've always been pretty competitive games. Nobody's really ever won by more than a bingo, or even just a little bit less. So these should be some pretty evenly matched players, able, like I said earlier, to kind of poke and prod and kind of see where each other's vulnerabilities in any given game might be. What's weird on your rack? Can I take advantage of it? And that kind of tit for tat interplay, I'm really looking forward to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, well, these players are from the Midwest and the West Coast, so they may not get chances to meet too often outside of the Scrabble Players Championship here in a big tournament. So let's go to the board now and get this one underway. This time, Charles is playing first, so it's going to be another fierce match. So let's see what Charles pulls to start this game.
Yeah, that excitement of the mystery of the first tiles and what is it going to be? What am I going to get? There's nothing quite like it. What a hideous draw.
Well, that is it. And oh, he's found it without any delay. So there you go. Now, I was speaking last game about Jim not getting the benefit of a gift out of the bag bingo, but Charles is getting that this game. So good on him for using so little time to quickly get this word down. And, you know, not that it's hideous, but Alex not been gifted with as quite a simple problem.
With a player of word knowledge like Alec has, you know, might not be as easy or it might not be as obvious, but he's going to find a play like Sagehood every time. That's a nice response right there.
Fantastic.
I'm barely even able to keep up. I look at the board, I see the rack, and they're already making plays. This is, and, you know, 11-point game early on, interesting racks so far. You can see that Charles has some scoring potential and a wide open board here. We might be starting down the path towards a nice, competitive, challenging game throughout.
Well, Charles has had to face a reply bingo. If he's feeling a little avengy, he might have to find a good play. Avengy, of course, not valid, but he'll be looking through that triple word score, right? Rob, what would he be potentially considering at this point?
Yeah, there's scoring potential here, but it does involve words or letters that you really don't like to have. You can see Charles kind of moving his tiles around and quickly settling on what appears to be likely his most bingo-prone play here of jived, getting rid of that V and that G. And the Y, even though it's a good scoring tile, it's not always a great bingo tile. So you can tell that Charles, with this, you know, perfectly open board, plenty of opportunities to bingo, he wants to bingo again.
Yeah, so he's kept some really bingo-prone tiles. We'll see if he's rewarded for that. Meanwhile, on Alex's rack, he has 3 E's, but he is holding a Q and a U, so it could be a scoring turn, but he has to find, he finds a very crafty play. It takes a lot of board vision to see this Q, U, E, U, E play. Q, one of the amazing words, which it sounds like one letter, but requires 4 additional vowels to simply be a homophone of itself. So what do you think of that one, Rob?
Yeah, I'm impressed. I mean, the Q, U really kind of limits kind of what you need to think about or what you need to generate as a player. But the fact that Alex saw and played his highest scoring play so quickly is very impressive.
As a sort of side award for finding such an impressive play, he's also blocked Charles's frontage. So that should give Charles a bit of a problem to work through because he no longer has a bingo to just simply keep scoring.
Yeah, his bingo was blocked, but he does have a couple of interesting options here. One of which is, you know, a pretty clever play that I'll be very interested to see if he can generate.
Yeah, it's a high scoring play, but it requires seeing not only a hook, but seeing a hook in a place where it would create a sort of a uncommon consonant combo. So hooking Q with the R would put the RH together. There are words that have R and H together, but they're not as plentiful a combination. So then you'd be able to play vertically through that with forhent, Forhent. And if he's able to see that, it will definitely be an impressive find.
Yeah, with a rack like this, where you're bingo prone, but you're not quite there, you're looking to yourself, or at least I do, I'm so close to a bingo. I had one, it was blocked. I could potentially try to leave myself a really great chance to bingo again with something like of alongside of hideous here. But when you're looking in that area and you're looking at your rack, you can't be blind to the possibilities that you have still high scoring plays available. You're talking about forehand here, which is a really, really impressive kind of board vision and word knowledge check. But there's also 40 points on, on display here with a non-bingo double-double through hideous with an I, Fenitar, which I know Charles has seen and is likely to generate. So the question here is, which path does he want to take? Does he feel like he needs that bingo? Does he feel like he's ready to blow up the rack? And if so, what way does he want to do so?
It's very interesting, and for sure he's going to be debating between those options. And forehent actually means to overtake, so he doesn't want to be overtaken by Alex. Next bingo, which is lined up. He's seen idealize, but between the plays that it appears that Charles is considering, which may be of and Fenitar, does seem that he'll be able to block idealize from coming down. So really going to be interesting right now which choice Charles finally makes.
Yeah, this is so interesting because you can see on his rack now he has forehent potentially lined up here and is considering playing it. And as it turns out, like, you've got three eminently reasonable plays here, and what may be the best, or at least the highest scoring, forehent, is also the one that gets hit the hardest by Alex's response. You can already see on his rack he has the bingo idealized lined up. And 2 of 3 of the plays that Charles has lined up here block it, but what he's ultimately choosing here, forehent, which is such an impressive play, it's kind of one of those situations. Great play, terrible results, because it looks like he's going to be hit pretty hard afterwards.
Well, if there's any consolation, if idealize does come down, it creates a double word score hook. So if he's able to draw one of the hooks, he might be able to kind of reduce the impact of idealize. That fear might be why Alec is looking at it. Oh, he does have the alternate play of Leeze, Leze, but he does choose to play idealize. He's throwing caution to the wind here and taking the points. It's probably too much of a margin to ignore. Is that right, Rob?
I think so. I mean, the score for idealize is just too much to sneeze at here. Even with those hooks, Charles is drawing 6 tiles out of a bag. There's hooks available. It's possible that he's going to get hit, but he's not quite going to, or he's not necessarily guaranteed to get them. And the way this board is shaping up here, we're in for a banger.
This has been getting spicy. So idealize does come down. Charles does draw some very nice tiles that often bingo. But now he's got the thought of, wait, do I even bingo if I've got this?
Yeah, it's one of those rules of thumb in Scrabble where you, when you have a blank in hand, one of the things that's running through the back of your head is, can I score 40, 50, some number of points that allow me to retain my blank to potentially score another 60 or 70 next turn. And as it turns out, Charles has that situation here. As long as he's confident in this idealizer hook.
Well, he pulls the trigger on that, and they're just taking a moment to check up that for the additional 5.
Yeah, I don't blame Alec for this at all. This is an eminently reasonable challenge, just to make sure, because it's such a big swing in the game.
Yeah, so great play by Charles. He has the discipline to not bingo. He had a couple of options, mainly in the lane overlapping forehand to make fa, like arugula or angular. But he plays Guar, keeps LA blank, really strong. We'll see if he's able to keep drawing good tiles to be able to hit a bingo in a subsequent turn. But now it's back to Alec, who's got some very potent tiles, and there seems to be a kind of a straightforward slam play here for a big score, and he's putting it down right now, Rob.
Yeah, this is, like I said, this is a banger of a game. Like there's points available all over the board. The players are drawing to them, and they're playing them. So even with, these 40-point plays just constantly coming down from Charles, he's still down by 30 points here. And with a very interesting rack here to consider.
Yeah, he's in another situation where he has a bingo, and yet it's not necessarily the case where it's an automatic best choice. So this is going to be really fascinating, especially now that this J is also floating in space here. Not that it appears that he can really do much with it, but it does create a bit of a risk factor. So we're getting what's turning into a fireworks show, Rob.
Yeah, this is exciting. We did want to note here that Alec is not the only sea home in Cedar Rapids, Iowa right now. His dad, Chris, is the Division II leader, keeping an eye on some players there, making sure that no one's getting too out of line, taking director's calls. And it's one of those things that, like, you always love to see a player kind of taking time away from playing to ensure that others are getting that opportunity. It's great.
He's pondering. I'm not sure if he's seen the bingo, but knowing Charles is such a strong player, I feel like he probably has seen the bingo. May already have started just weighing what else he can do. There are plays that some mid-level players will definitely be able to find. For example, putting the W onto the triple letter score under the A of Idealizer. You can play horizontally with a play like Wade and score pretty handsomely with 42 points. But there are other plays available, like in the same lane, he could play Dow. And that's what he seems to be doing, keeping very strong tiles. So again, foregoing a bingo, but showing incredible discipline.
Yeah, this is one where it was a little bit more of a coin flip here, whether you still want to retain that blank, because Ownable scored about 40 points more, which is generally more than the threshold and a lot of players would kind of set for themselves between bingoing and holding the blank for another turn. I suspect probably the hot spot up at the top of the board that his bingo Ownable would have created was a big part of his calculation there. And it has the added benefit here of actually blocking Alec's bingo. He had his tiles lined up and he was ready to play Tallymen through the E in Hideous, but he no longer is able to do so.
Well, Tallymen has an anagram of mentally, which also doesn't play, but unfortunate for Alec. But now he's going to have to really look. I mean, the J is floating in space, which is certainly going to be something that creates some bit of distraction. There is a play through the J if he chooses to go in that direction that'll score very well. Janty for 45. But that might not be his best option because it would keep LLM as his leave.
Yeah, Alec has quickly seen another hotspot on the board for the Y on his rack. Manly scoring 40 points here is an excellent play as well, leaving a bingo-prone two-tile leave. We are also being told here, up here in the booth, that Alec's cousin Liam is watching his cousin play right now. And, I don't know how frequently you've been able to get to watch these games, Liam, but you're getting a good one right here. This is phenomenal play from both players, and it's really, really exciting to watch, and I'm glad you're here.
Hi, Liam. Your cousin is looking pretty super. So now Charles is sitting on another bingo rack with lots of options for bingos, and this time not bingoing is not really likely to happen. So we'll see how he decides to play this one. But when you have a rack with these kind of high common letters and a blank, and you're starting to look for a bingo, what's your thought process, Rob? How do you focus on particular letters or spots?
Well, it's interesting here because I was talking earlier about how open the board was, and suddenly that has changed. This is becoming a more constricted board than it initially looked like was even possible. But with a rack like this, you've got your high probability bingos, you've got the Latines set, you've got letters that work to create some high score or high probability eights. But suddenly the really kind of like the lowest hanging fruit isn't quite available anymore. So at this point, you're really starting to kind of manipulate your letters. You're looking at those common suffixes like ATE. You see that there's an E on the board for hideous. Can you get like an ATES play here to get some more points out of this rack? Because you've sacrificed some points to score really well with other tiles the last couple of turns. And now suddenly you're in a position, and I think Charles is kind of like thinking to himself here, like, I was doing so well. I have this blank and I'm scoring, and now suddenly, where are my points? What's unavailable here?
Yes, there is a play through the first E of Idealizer that would give him a reasonable score. It's the highest scoring bingo, and it's a little bit tricky to catch that lane, but it is findable for Charles. He's a really experienced and skilled player to notice that lane and then the bingo that goes along with it. But it's definitely a turn where, because the board is so open, you want to take a look around, make sure that you haven't missed any other potential spots, and also that you kind of have to run through your J bingos in your head to make sure that you haven't just overlooked a really big score there, because not only is it about you scoring, but you're also thinking about ways to limit your opponent's scoring. So Charles is rightly taking some time here to think this through. He's also trailing a little bit, so he really needs to be able to maximize this play.
Yeah, it actually looks as though Charles is considering the maximum, well, maybe not quite maximum chaos option, but a chaotic option here of an alternate spelling of Janty. He has it lined up on his rack. He could be retaining this blank for yet another turn. One option that I wanted to kind of highlight here that is even more chaotic is the possibility of playing Talkie through the KI, setting up the T in the triple lane, and with the J in a position that makes it actually really difficult to block that, at least coming down from anywhere to get the points on the J. It wasn't necessarily the best play, but it was a very interesting option that kind of popped up here on the simulation.
Well, this is fascinating because not only did he choose Janty, but he gets an extra 5 for it. So that actually makes makes the formula work out a little bit better for Charles, as it turns out to be 39 plus 5 and keeping the blank. Of course, this all hinges on his ability to get some half-decent tiles out of the pool and not run into problems where he wouldn't bingo later. But he's definitely managed to prevent the J from being a tool for Alec, who in any case probably wasn't going to be able to use that J. So, but that was not known to Charles.
Yeah, you can see that Alec has kind of run into a bit more of a challenging rack with lots of consonants on it. He already has a play lined up here that does a lot of things that you want to do with a six consonant rack, which is to play 4 or 5 of them off, in this case 4, and score. He's already placed and played down Carvel, hooking the L onto Zol for about the most points available to him on this turn. The B and the T, they're not exactly best friends. They don't always play nicely together. There's a relatively even spread of vowels and consonants in the bag. So I think this is a perfectly valid and perfectly legitimate, potentially really strong play.
Right. Both players now using consonants to score, and in Alec's case, he was unloading consonants, but with Charles pulling that X and W, he's able to very conveniently unload it for a lot of points with Wex, which is another spelling for wax. So that was very clutch for Charles right now.
Yeah, this is becoming a cagier game than it looked. Charles has now kind of taken a bit of a tempo and score advantage here, while, again, still holding that blank. Oftentimes when you're playing a game and you have a blank and you're just not bingoing, even when it's by choice, like you start to get that kind of mental doubt in your head, like, should I have played the blank? Am I missing something with the blank? It's so weird. I've had this blank for, I think, 5 turns now, and I'm still haven't bingoed with it. But in this case, Charles has been scoring 40, 50 points consistently. So I don't think there's any problems for him having done so, but it takes a bit of mental fortitude to not, kind of sink into that what if kind of doubt scenario.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely takes a very strong player who can not only see the bingos, but then turn after turn after turn, make the tough decision to not bingo, especially on stream too. Like you're clearly finding words, but then you say, you know what, I'm going to take this point sacrifice in order to look at the bigger picture. And that's really impressive from Charles. Alec, meanwhile, has been trying to navigate some tough racks and stay in range and hopefully get to that next blank. What do you think he should do now, Rob?
Yeah, this one's tough because like you want to kind of lose certainly at least one, if not 2 of those T's, but at the same time, especially looking at that unseen pool, look at all those I's there. Simply fishing off a T and leaving batter as a leave looks like a lot more of an appetizing option than it normally would be, because you can hit bingos with an I draw. So the question then is like, and what I guess Alec is kind of weighing here in his head, I would assume, is that, you can fish off the T for a few points, and if you draw an I, great. If you don't draw an I, what are you doing next? Because the more you get into a situation where you're sacrificing points on the hope of something good happening, if that good thing does not happen, how well are you set up for your next turn? And to my mind, batter is a little bit too dangerous there. So we see here that Alec is electing to break the rack up entirely, leave a T, and just start digging for some S's and blanks. What do you think about that, Sean?
Well, I mean, it's challenging because the E that he just played was the last E in the game. On the other hand, he knows that as time goes on, the odds that Charles would get to the blanks before him are a factor, and trying to make the outcome of the game depend purely on who bingos can be difficult. So he scored some points, so now at least they're close to even, and he can take a shot in a fair fight, not relying entirely on bingoing. So fishing off a T while statistically perhaps a really reasonable route to go, is a really hard thing to do, given the fact that you really don't know what will happen if that particular fish fails, how far back you might fall. And so I think in this case, Tabret is a pretty solid play.
Yeah, and we're in yet another situation where Charles has to decide if he's going to use his blank. As Ben Schoenbrunn called out in chat, he has a really, really strong option to just fish off one of the letters. Again, he can fish off an S for Cures and Socks and score a bunch of points. But we can see he's electing to finally get this blank off his rack, see maybe if he can get another one, and start to exhaust more of the open space on this board.
Well, in this case, since we know that the blank isn't sitting on Alec's rack, we have the benefit of knowing that, okay, Resonance is very likely to pan out well for Charles. However, yes, when you can dump an S of 2 S's and score 28 points, that would have been really fantastic too. So definitely lots of turns in this game where to think about. And I think after several turns of foregoing the bingo, Charles made the choice not to leave it to chance and try to get the bingo down now and then move forward.
Yeah, and like the more that I'm looking at this board geometry after Resilience, I think Charles made a really, really savvy decision here to finally pull the trigger on this bingo here. Because if you look at this now, there's really only one unobstructed bingo lane available on the board anymore, and that's to that G in Guar, which is situated such that even if Alec were to play there, he's like by definition opening up more opportunities for Charles to strike back and maintain his lead after a bingo. The C and the A in Carvel have now been obstructed. The T in Forehent is completely gone. There's just no space available to play 7 letters around it. So Charles has constructed this situation where even if Alec has one of the better possibilities or one of the best racks he can have, he now has to likely find something through CI disconnected, AL disconnected, or give back a bunch of points to Charles. It was, I think, a really, really smart decision. Unless he can get really quickly to some kind of S starting bingo or something that fits with Tabret's, I think Alec is potentially going to struggle to really give himself a viable pathway here. It's really, really interesting to see what his choice here is going to be.
Well, I hope he's not facing certain doom, but he could play Doom underneath Resilience is a bit reckless. Definitely not the most recommended play. But what he may be thinking is, okay, at this point, I'm behind. I need to score. I probably need a bingo. I need to keep that opportunity for the ING bingo in play and possibly play somehow that will open up another bingo lane should I be able to draw an N, an I, a blank, and some other good stuff. So this turn may be the deciding turn of whether or not Alec can get back into this game or threaten something that Charles can't really stop.
Yeah, it looks like with how his tiles are aligned on the rack, it looks like Alec is considering really going hard for that blank, despite the unseen eyes from his perspective, with a really interesting 6-letter word. It looks like he's about to play it on the board now, Bampot. When he first put those letters in order, I was thinking to myself initially, oh, he's thinking to himself, if Janty had never happened, I have Jampot. But as it turns out, he's got a really interesting score to unclutter his rack and really give himself what he views to be his best chance at getting that blank out of the bag.
We'll see if he does. He does not find the blank, and that means that it's going to be a really tough situation for Alec to close this gap, especially with his rack having 3 eyes on it. So this is up to Charles now. He's going to make a play here, extend that lead. And Alec might get one more shot at a fish, but looking pretty grim now.
One interesting aspect of that BAM pot play, it actually leaves 6 tiles in the bag. So one aspect of that play for Alec to consider, which I imagine probably helped him pull the trigger on this, is the fact that there's 6 eyes unseen to me. For all he knows, 4 of them, possibly even more in the worst case scenario, could already be on Charles's rack. And if that's the case, then Charles can't do anything about it. He can't exchange. He has to play through all of those eyes. So I imagine that was potentially one risk that Alec was willing to take here, just to potentially just eliminate basically Charles's options to respond in any constructive way.
That's a really great analysis, Rob. Not being able to exchange, if Charles had that eye-filled rack, would have been a big problem. As it turns out, we see that he didn't have such a problem, and he was able to play a couple tiles off to play Riv, and that's an interesting choice. But it does mean that Alex still has some room to potentially play off a couple tiles and still find a way to hit some kind of miracle late bingo. So this game is not quite over yet, and it's going to be really interesting to see what does he play. With 11 tiles unseen, 4 in the bag, he could probably play 2 or 3 tiles if he's able to find a way to improve his bingo prone tiles while also creating a lane. Is that kind of where this goes, Rob?
Yeah, I imagine Alec might take a fair bit of time here to think about it, because what he needs to do is to ensure that he has 2 places to bingo, and in a perfect world, ensure that at least one of them threatens enough points to be able to overtake Charles and win if he gets to bingo out. There's a really interesting play suggested in the chat of ISO through the second S in Resilience. It's an imperfect setup here because there's still that unseen blank, but if Alec is judging that he needs the blank to not be on Charles's rack for him to have any chance at all, that's a really interesting gambit. He's holding the S that allows him to hook it already, and if Charles doesn't have that blank, he's really going to struggle to address that situation without emptying the bag.
Yeah, great analysis. I'm a little surprised that Alec played so quickly.
Oh.
He's chosen sick, but he's drawn the blank, but he also drew another eye.
That's interesting. He has the potential to play up to the G in Guar, and he could potentially, now he's, from Charles's perspective, now he has to look at what might he have that could score from the C. That C does create a high enough scoring bingo line that Charles may have to block it, or feel that he has to a situation where even a bingo that doesn't hit a triple word score might still be enough. You can see Alec has arranged his tiles in a very promising way. So Charles here has to respect the threat of the C and recognize that, this game is not over by any means.
Yeah, and despite having 3 eyes, Alec does have a bingo through that C. So if Charles ignores it and plays somewhere else, possibly trying to obstruct the G instead, that might be a misdetermination that could cost Charles the game potentially. It's going to be really close. So we don't know what will happen now. But Charles has played really well throughout this game. I think that he's has enough time here to kind of work out a lot of the possible bingos from the unseen tile pool, and probably will make a choice to block the C rather than the G line. But we don't know until it happens. Oh, what's he doing here, Rob?
This looks like, and again, with Charles starting to run a little bit low on the clock, He's going with the type of instinctive play that a lot of players will immediately generate when there are 2 tiles left in the bag. You fish off your worst one, leave yourself the best chance you have of drawing into a bingo, while not emptying the bag. But I'm not sure if this was the ideal way to do it. I think there's the possibility here that recognizing with 2 tiles left in the bag, 2 bingo lines available, possibly being in a situation where even a 60-point bingo can score enough to just get by with what's left on your rack. I wish that Charles had had a little bit more time, or felt that he could spend a little bit more time to think through this position, because he had possibilities as they've been described in chat. He could set up his own little setup there if he had, for example, fished off the N to play kin. He's setting up the A on his rack with already points in hand, not emptying the bag. So even if Alec decides to bingo with 1 left in the bag, Charles can probably score enough to hold on.
This is really interesting. With such a rack with 3 eyes, Alex got bingos in 2 places, but neither one gives him enough scoring to really just surpass Charles and feel confident with just 1 letter in the bag. And he can know that from looking at the unseen pool. So he's got to spend some time here to figure out what to do next. And if he forgoes bingoing to try to create 2 unblockable bingos with the bag empty, then that's another approach to take. But that might not work out anyway, because Charles is actually sitting on a bingo himself.
Yeah, that the B fish there did work out for Charles in that it gave him a bingo available should he get the opportunity to play it. But Alec here, he's sitting on a choice of bingos if he decides to take the risk of playing one. He has bingos through the G, iodizing, which he had on his rack, and also some really interesting words through the C, didacois, such a weird looking word, as well as the more common idiocies. But both of them don't score enough to actually let him pass Charles. So Alec is going to have to do some analysis here to try to figure out, is there any rack that Charles could have that doesn't bingo, that if I make a fish here, I get to bingo and he doesn't? Because with this score differential, that might be his last chance to win this game.
There is a sequence that does work that could work out for Alec. It's very bizarre, and I'm not saying it's likely to happen, but if he plays off an I in an attempt to give some difficulty to Charles, after maybe considering the possibility that Charles has a bingo to the G, you could play GI, which of course looks a little reckless because it's opening the top right corner for the triple word score, where Charles could score well with, like, for a word like Puri, for example, Puri. But what that would do is result in Alec drawing the last remaining N out of the bag, which actually would form the bingo iodizing in the second row from the bottom through the I of sick, hooking the S onto 4 hint and scoring 88 points. And if that sequence happened exactly like that, then Alec would win by a slim margin, about 8 points. So I don't know if that will play out that way. That would be really hard to predict at this point. But I think Alec is gonna need to work out something here, because the possibility are there, and maybe he has to play this with the assumption that Charles doesn't have a bingo right now. But this is really fascinating.
Yeah, I think it looks like Alec has correctly identified that Charles can only bingo to that G, it looks like. So if he goes there first, Charles doesn't get there. But it's really like that kind of that sequence there that you were describing is such an interesting challenge of recognizing that a word that looks like it should be like a past tense for hint does actually take the S. That, because depending on how you study, depending on where you've seen the word, you may not, remember its definition or its hooks.
Yeah. The one thing about this play, choosing iodizing, is that most likely Alec decided, hey, let me just recover some spread here, because I know that after I play iodizing, no matter what combination Charles has, he probably has enough to outscore score enough to withstand my outplay. So I believe it's a bit of an admission of, or a concession that the game is probably a lost, and that he can just recover some spread. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's very likely kind of where Alec's train of thought took him, is that the scenario that you were describing is so non-intuitive that it's the kind of thing that it's Nigelian to come up with this so bizarre looking play of G that sets up the potential P for your opponent to score points while giving you a 1 in 8 chance of drawing the letter you need to bingo out and steal the game. To even come up with that sequence is exceptionally difficult, and then to pull the trigger on the 1 in 8 possibility, where if you don't hit there, you're turning a close loss into a much larger loss. That's a really hard sequence to pull the trigger on. You can see Charles is taking a simple play to score some points, ensure his victory. Alec is about to play out. I'm really looking forward to hearing their description here. Their discussion, I should say.
453 to 475.
I agree.
Good game.
So I figure if I hadn't challenged those plays, I would have had a small chance to win by fishing off an I and drawing an R. I can't draw an N because then you have uprating.
Mm-hmm.
But if I draw an R, I threaten crinoids here. I think that's good. I threaten
I think crinoids
door rising there.
Okay.
And I just outrun catnip.
Yeah, to block. Yeah.
To block. I'm not sure if you have any. I guess panic is a little better, but it's still outrun that. You might have something through the eye. I didn't look too hard.
Yeah, the C was tough. That was a really good idea, because if you draw something from the C, I mean, my backup plan was, when I played off the B, I needed an I for pirating. And so if you bingo from the C, and I actually drew uprating.
Yeah.
So that, there was no way, if I didn't bingo, that or it seemed unlikely that I would outrun a bingo from the C. But yeah, those challenges, I guess. I mean, idealize it was just a guess, obviously. I should know my hooks there, but I don't. When you challenged Janty, I had a panic attack. I was like, man, I'm making that up.
It's like, I thought it needs a U.
I came up with a million different ways to spell Janty, and I'm like, I think I just went over the J6s, and I think I remember that one. Yeah. But, then you challenge it, and all my planning goes out the window. But it's happy it stayed on.
Seagent minus S is Janty. Okay. This blocked Tallymen. I think that's good.
Oh wow, yeah, I think you're right. And I actually had bingos. I could have just played ownable here with a blank B, but I got greedy for a bingo that didn't put the O there.
Mm-hmm.
Then I actually had bingos again. I kept L blank, so I had bingos all over the place. Just decided to block the J spot. Yeah, it was working out for me really well at the beginning of the game.
Crazy fast start.
Yeah, it was, and it took me forever to convince myself that forehand was a word.
Yeah.
I was doubting myself and thought it might need another E in the middle or something.
The Swiss Gambit continues.
Yep. I guess my reverse Swiss Gambit continues. Go 4-1 and finish at the bottom. So we agree 475, 453.
Well, I have 453, 475.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I'd say that's almost equivalent. Okay.
My spread is negative again.
Yeah, your win against Thomas wasn't quite big enough. Meanwhile, my spread is crawling.
Let's take it back.
Just got over
That was
spread.
Really good game, really tough game, tough loss for Alec, who was probably already kind of feeling that he's had a rough morning and needed to get a win. So I feel for him there, but really difficult decisions. Charles noting the fact that he wasn't even sure about spelling of forehand, which does have several spellings. And he found that great play, and then he got burned for it because he let Idealize get played, but then he was able to respond and went 3 turns without playing his bingos that were available. Really amazing stuff, right, Rob?
Yeah, this is kind of, excuse me, a bit of an indication of just, even at the top levels of Scrabble, sometimes you really just have to lean into and trust your instincts. Charles mentioned not being 100% sure on Idealizer, but taking the risk and, it paying off for him. Committing to the spelling of Janty, which looks weird because, you've got Janty with a Y, you've got Jaunty with a U. It's so easy to think that you're just kind of combining words and making something up that isn't valid. But as it turns out, he went with his kind of instinctive plays on those and ultimately got challenges on both of them. The 10 points weren't determinative here, but like Alex said, those 10 points kind of forced his hand on some of his choices later in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely when you're playing the game, if you see a word that you're not sure of for 5 points, you're going to give those 5 points up. But they can come back at the end of the game to be a risk factor in that margin getting too far apart and not knowing if there's a path to victory or not, or if you just up and go for some spread protection, which in this case was the right move. But I think overall we're seeing that the quality of play was so elite. Absolutely. That even with us sitting here in the booth with the benefit of being able to quickly generate all the plays via computer and say, okay, what are the options, it was still not straightforward one bit for us. So I cannot imagine what the players had to go through in trying to make these decisions. And frankly, they made a lot of these decisions quite astutely and quickly. So great credit to both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. With the additional pressure that comes from being on the stream, that people are watching you in real time. If you're making a mistake, someone's going to see it, someone's going to call it out, and just being able to turn that off is a skill in and of itself. And I'm really impressed with Charles, especially with him specifically talking about words that he was unsure of and still going for it, even on the stream, to just have a bit of nonchalance and be like, if I make a mistake, people are going to say whatever they're going to say, and I don't care. I'm going to play my game. That's impressive in its own right there too.
Absolutely. And for those of you at home lurking, watching in the chat, let us know what level of player you are. Are you interested in being a tournament player? Are you someone who plays at your kitchen table? Have you been away from Scrabble for a while and are getting sparked to play? I'd like to see who is playing and at what level. One of the things that was really interesting to me at the end of the game was seeing Alec draw all those eyes, and my instinctive reaction was, "Ooh, terrible! There's going to be no bingos in that." And then, of course, realizing that there were actually several playable bingos. We have the handy NASPA Ziziva app, which you can do an anagram search. Ziziva, ZYZZYVA, for any of you players at home who haven't used it before. That's one of the last words in the Scrabble dictionary, Ziziva, tropical weevil. In any case, there's an app called Ziziva, and in NASPA Ziziva, you can look up a rack and you can put a question mark to represent a blank and find out that, oh, that rack forms the word idiocies or iodizing. And those were the words that a skilled player like Alec was able to just generate with his brain. But good stuff from both players. And now we're getting set up for our next matchup. Rob, what can you tell us?
All right, so our next matchup is, looks like it's going to be what I think I've seen requested in the chat once or twice so far today. We are going to have a Wellington sighting. Our next matchup is going to be Lucas Friedman against Wellington Jiggery. And I'm expecting fireworks in this one too. Lucas has been a player for quite some time and has kind of had some periods and some stretches where he doesn't get to play as frequently, but he is an excellent player. He has wonderful word knowledge, and I'm looking forward to seeing how much he decides to, stand up to the big bully Welly and play his own game here.
Yes, hailing all the way from Lagos, Nigeria, is Wellington, who now lives in California, and Wellington is a fantastic player. It's actually notes here, Benin Ito. I don't actually know. I need to look up my Nigerian geography to know a little more about how far that is from Lagos. But nevertheless, Wellington, is a former world champion, has that title under his belt. So when I once faced him on the stream, I knew that I was an underdog, and now Lucas is an underdog. So there are going to be quite a few people cheering for Lucas. So I think let's go to the board here and get ready for this game here, because these two are almost ready, and we have a very exciting match, lined up, and I think by popular demand, Wellington is on. So let's see if Lucas can give him a run for his money.
Yeah, Wellington is a former champion here at the SPC as well in the CSW division. Lucas, for people who are a little bit unfamiliar with him, he's a jack of many trades. He is not just a Scrabble player. He is not just a word studier. He is a word crafter, a published author, and if I'm not mistaken, a former MMA fighter. I feel like that was the case. I don't know if he still competes, but he is one of the true Renaissance men in Scrabble.
That's amazing. Wow. And we might have fisticuffs or some martial arts on display if this game gets too close at the end. But what do we see for Lucas with this opening rack? I think he might have his eye on unloading some E's.
Yeah, although I think it might be even more tempting to unload the Y, although as you mentioned, and as he is now lined up on his rack, he can do both. The nice simple I rack leaves a bit of a vowel heavy leave, but I think this is probably by far the best way to declutter his unpleasant vowelitis here and give himself a head start towards his next good rack.
Yeah, and any debate between playing OYE versus EYE? What do we know about the leave quality and the difference there?
So yeah, the duplicate E's, if you're going to duplicate any vowel, E is generally the one you want to do, but you also want to have good consonants to go with it. ADEE versus ADEO. I don't know that either one of them has a dramatic advantage over the other one. You have a bit more flexibility having the different vowels, but A and O in particular don't play super nicely together. So depending on what you draw to fill out your next rack, you could still have some challenges there. And you can see here, Lucas has drawn a bit more vowelitis going on. So he now has to make those determinations again.
Yeah, this is right after a quick play of X-Ray by Wellington. Some people might think about X-Ray and say, hey, isn't that hyphenated? Well, actually, this is referring to X-Ray in the NATO phonetic alphabet. So we learned that Alpha, Bravo, Charlie goes all the way down, and then you get to X, and it's X-Ray. So he scores well with X-Ray with 30 points, puts the turn back over to Lucas, who now needs to figure out how to balance this rack. He's not going to be able to score so much, but he has to kind of do the work of looking at these overlaps and what might be possible. What are you seeing, Rob?
Ooh, for Lucas, I don't know that I'm seeing a whole lot that's lovely. Again, you really want to shed vowels here when you've got 5 of them. And you also don't want to necessarily do so in a way that leaves you prone to more vowel troubles the next turn. So like a play like that uses both of your vowel or consonants, like Odeon, for example, in a location on the board, that still leaves you with AE, which is a little bit tougher to come back from than even ADE, ODE, ONE, ANE, etc. So you get into the kind of calculus here where you're looking at your leave, you're assessing how valuable it is, what it sets you up for, and how much you can score with it next turn against how many points can you get this turn. And if you can score a few extra points but leave those vowels, is the trade-off worth it? And this is one of those determinations that everybody has to kind of learn to make in tournament Scrabble.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is interesting. He chooses to play EXO. There's also the option to play OXO. He seems to be favoring the idea of, keeping an O versus having the duplicate E's, but also very interesting, of course, is that he set up a hook of the end that he holds for Exon. So that was a very interesting way to unload a couple vowels, bring the rack to reasonable balance, and also set up a spot. So I think that's a pretty crafty play by Lucas, although he's not been rewarded by a good draw.
Yeah, the other advantage here, or the other kind of thought process that has to enter Wellington's head here, a play like this, does this mean that Lucas is trying to set up a J or a Z? It's the type of play that, if Nigel plays that against you, you automatically assume that he has some 60-point play that he's planning and you must block. In this case, it looks like Wellington is not either doesn't think that that's likely or is willing to take the risk that it comes down, choosing instead to play Geyer and Gary. Goodness, should learn to talk here.
Yeah, so it's a quick play from Wellington, but also a fairly accurate play. He's balanced his rack. He's not worried too much about the O that was under the triple letter score. So if he dismissed the risk of that J or Z set that you implied that could be in consideration, he's done so in this case correctly, because Lucas wasn't really doing that, and now he's got to figure out how to get another third turn in a row of trying to balance his rack that's too many vowels.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where, like, how you maintain your composure, how you maintain your equanimity. You're making good plays, the best ones that are available to you. You're trying to get some balance on your rack, and the bag just won't cooperate. If I'm being honest, this is one of the things that I myself as a player struggle with, is not falling prey to that frustration aspect and not starting to impulsively play or just get so mad that you impulsively exchange. And it looks like Lucas has that kind of determination here. He's patient, he's considering his plays, and I think that's really impressive.
You're absolutely right. And one of the things that has happened now out of having struggled with vowels, even though he's balanced his rack, is that he's fallen a little behind because he didn't have the power to score as many points as his opponent who had some consonants. And now he's choosing to play Odia. The one thing is that Wellington, meanwhile, was finally able to not just get some points, but also draw into a bingo. So hopefully for Lucas, he can get a better draw now so that he doesn't fall into too big of a hole.
Yeah, it's. I mean, at some point you think to yourself, there can't be any more for me to draw, and then the bag just laughs in your face as it has once more just spit more vowels onto Lucas's rack. Um, One thing I do want to mention about Wellington's last play with Geyer and Gari is that one thing that I have always really enjoyed in watching Wellington's games is just how effortlessly and instinctively he plays a defensive game. Like that play itself just made it, except for the EE hook here, which Wellington is now taking advantage of. It's already 2 turns into the game. It's so hard to access more than 25% of the board. And he plays it so effortlessly. It's one of the things that when I've had the opportunity to play him, I can't say that I enjoy it as much as I enjoy watching it, but it's something that's forcing me as a player to evolve, just to learn how to ensure that I adjust my play to be able to have opportunities to fight back. Because now you see Wellington has drawn into the game's first bingo. He's played spirals, and suddenly, where do you play S's on this board? Exo doesn't take an S, Odia doesn't take an S. It's already becoming more and more challenging for Lucas to find the geography or the geometry of a board that lets him fight back.
Yeah, things are quickly slipping, and it goes to show that when you're in a vowel-heavy situation and you try to be patient and unload the vowels and unload the vowels, if it happens 3-4 turns in a row and your opponent is able to extend the lead, it can be big trouble. Lucas is going to end up playing 3 or 4 tiles down here to try to balance his rack again, but he really needs to get some good stuff after that in order to kind of stay within a range to catch up. Of course, anything can happen in Scrabble, and there's lots of tiles remaining in the bag, so it's still very early. And we haven't seen any blanks, which in a weird way might be a good thing for Lucas, meaning that at least his opponent's bingoed but has not taken away one of the available blanks. So there is room to catch up, but it's going to be hard, especially with Wellington drawing a Q and a U and an S, and having some scoring potential right now.
Yeah, and it's tough too, because even though it's frustrating to keep drawing those vowels over and over and over again the way that Lucas has been drawing, what you do also need to be aware of, which can really make a challenging game for you, is that despite the fact that you're drawing all those vowels, the bag is becoming more and more consonant heavy. So if you reach a point where you leave a really favorable 2 consonant 1 vowel leave, suddenly you might draw 4 consonants out of the bag, and now you're in even worse shape.
Yeah. He's gotten consonants. He's got back to balance in terms of consonant vowel ratio. So that's the one positive. But the 2 consonants, 2 of the consonants that he has, the B and the V that came in the draw, don't combine in great ways. There are words, but he's going to be in a position at least now to score some more points than he did in many of the previous turns. So what do you think he's going to do here?
Oh, yeah, I'm thinking to myself, because I'm also I'm feeling a little bit frustrated on his behalf, because Wellington has just continued to keep the scoring pressure on, playing the Q for 48 points on that last turn. And again, his last play of Neem, which gave him some points, unfortunately didn't really do a whole lot to really make the board much easier to play. You can fit an I on Jan, you can fit a T, but you can't do an S. Now, of course, with Wellington's play, there is an S hook available that Lucas can hope to draw. But I mean, it feels like you're treading water, and the level of the waves, they're just getting higher up. This type of scoring pressure, kind of now being down 100 points almost, you start to have that impulse of, well, I can't try for a good rack anymore. I can't be patient. I'm too far behind now. And so suddenly you feel obligated to take bigger risks, bigger swings for good draws, and ultimately that can often play into your opponent's hands.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult for Lucas, already being down close to 100 points, needing to again get his rack balanced, unload some. Now he has to unload these constants and try to score a little bit with them, but it's not necessarily obvious. One of the options, a couple of the good options for Lucas do involve plays that score a few points but also open up the board. So that's another factor. So one of the options is Bovate with forming BO. I would throw an E right into the triple lane, which of course is always scary to do. But if he does that, he might actually find that helpful for him downstream, because Wellington is, unbeknownst to him, holding all these E's, so probably wouldn't end up using that spot. And similarly, another candidate play is to play above, forming AI, which puts an E in the bottom triple lane. So I wonder if Lucas will play either of these two options, because it would certainly create some volatility that might work in his favor.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's, like you said, it's so scary to open up triple lanes, especially with a nice letter like an E. And like ordinarily, and maybe even, most probably, a situation like that where you play above or you play Bovate, you can see that, like you said, Wellington has drawn a blank, but in this instance, he doesn't have the best letters to go with it to work with a floating E. That said, so often at this point, Wellington will have already groomed his rack, and you're always worried that he's farther ahead, rack building wise than you are. So like, it's such a hard just choice to make. The train of thought is that, like, Wellington is probably closer to a bingo. Do I want to give him a bingo opportunity? What do I do here? And it looks like Lucas is settling for creating lines that are not quite as dangerous, scoring some points, and leaving a reasonable bingo leave to really hopefully finally hit on his draw here.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting play. Not one that I would have expected, but playing the N off is an option. But he does keep a nice leave, and hopefully he'll get something to go along with it. Meanwhile, Wellington has found a fantastic play, which is, it's straightforward to look in that lane or the QU, but it's often a word that can be easily missed because it's a little unusual. What do you think of that, Rob?
That's great. I mean, Wellington, and I was singing his praises for playing defense, like such inherently like instinctive defense earlier in this game, but like he set himself up. Now he has a blank in hand, a 42-point play, setting up a Z, and you like after a play like BON, Lucas could have just about anything. He could have four good bingo tiles, or he could have some complications, like in this case he had the V to make it a little bit more difficult for him to draw into a bingo now. But like Wellington has he's kind of shaped the board and shaped the sequence of the game through his choices to where he can now choose when to be aggressive and potentially set himself up for something really, really high scoring.
Yeah, and even though Lucas once again kept a good leave, he didn't draw letters that would help him bingo. He did draw the Z, which is a great scoring tile. Now, one thing that might play out here is if he plays the Z overlapping the O in Bon, which seems likely, he'll score some points. But depending on which word he chooses, it may open a spot for Wellington to play the beautiful word Fehoas. And that might just seal the deal in this game.
Yeah, it's tough because, again, you're looking at a 116-point deficit here. That's 2 bingos if your opponent doesn't score on their next turn. And that they're almost certainly going to. And like, it's so hard on this board, with the exception of that S right at 15H, that, you know, most of the lines that are available to Lucas give something back that Wellington can potentially keep scoring. So you could conceivably be looking at needing 3 bingos, or in this case, looks like he's looking and contemplating Zeta in that spot you mentioned. A 50-point Z play is basically a bingo for his purposes. It's just, can he, you know, through the vagaries of chance, select a play that does not ultimately benefit Wellington on this turn?
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult, because if he's considers Zeta in that spot, that will create the spot. If he plays toes, it does the same thing, different hook. But he's going to choose Zeta and Zo, which seems quite reasonable. A lot of players would play that. But for him in this scenario, he's going to get hit. And he's not going to get hit in the way that he might have expected to. Might have expected the nest is going to come down, it's going to come and hit Zetas, but instead he's coming across this way for a big score. And this will put this game essentially out of reach already, which is a little bit sad.
Yeah, we got a bit spoiled with our 2 first really close games, and this game is definitely not taking a similar track to this point. There is still volatility on the board after Fechoas. You know, there are bingo lines above the F and the E. There's the S hook on Zeta, playing through the A, the S, and the E in Equez. But it's really, really tough. Like, at this point, when you're so far behind, it's really hard to keep thinking in terms of, how do I get back to a win, instead of how do I get within shouting distance even. Yeah, it's one of the most challenging things about Scrabble, even at the highest levels of play. You know, the timing factor and the luck factor are going to put you in situations where you have to go through games like this. And it's one of the hidden skills of Scrabble to be able to navigate these and not get bent out of shape and, you know, lose interest in the current game, or to let it carry over into your future games. Like, having the recognition that, you know, a really, really bad game is going to happen to just about anybody, and how you react to it is a really, really important skill.
Yeah, and on that note, Lucas is showing a lot of poise and finding his best play, despite, you know, what you just said, of this game not going his way, despite really no fault of his own. Nothing that he did was, really offbeat play or anything that wasn't, strong option. And yet, you know, he fell quite far behind, really just watching his opponent play the game. But he's done well to play vocab and still demonstrate that he's seeing well on the board.
Yeah, I mean, he's limited in his options by what he's drawing out of the bag, but he is doing the best that is available to him. I can't really say that he's making mistakes, and Scrabble is just a really, really hard game sometimes.
Yeah. Wellington drawing into a lot of consonants. Needed to unload some, and so naturally at this point in the game, he just takes out one of the more potent locations on the board with Venue, really mucking up a number of lanes and making it basically cut and dry that will be really impossible for miracle comebacks to happen. But that being said, there's still lots of game to play, and there's still some good plays to find. So not to worry. There's it may not be likely for a total comeback to happen, but it doesn't mean that we won't see some great options being put down. So I'm interested to see how Lucas deals with it from here. He's looking to balance his rack again with playing Tut, think he might be looking at it and just overlapping with Gary.
Yeah, or you could play it hooking the T onto Yont. It doesn't really do anything constructive for the board. Tut alongside Gari again, like the extra kind of salt in the wound here from Lucas's perspective with Wellington's last play of Vinyu is not only did it block, his best opportunity to score if he draws into a bingo, that V makes it really hard to reopen that area of the board. So even if he plays something like Tut alongside, the TI is a really defensive 2-letter word that again just complicates his ability to open up space on the board to attempt, like you said, maybe not the ability to win the game, but to make sure that when he draws something, he can play it.
Yes, there is a interesting uncommon word that he can play now, Tautit, which would overlap with forming if and te on fehoas. It's a Scots word, which means matted or tangled. I would like to say I knew this word, but I was never taught it.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
There are some very, very interesting kind of dead sixes, standalone sixes that have made it into the CSW lexicon by means of the Scots. Another one, I don't remember when I was observing a game, but another one like it is Doitit, Doitit, that was relevant in a game I was recently watching on a stream. And it's one of those weird things where it's hard to study sixes. A lot of players either haven't done a lot of in-depth study of them because they don't seem, as useful. You don't get your 50-point bonus for bingoing. You don't get as many overlaps. You don't get to maximize the tile placement for scoring quite as easily. But there are some really, really interesting and useful words in there for situations like this.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. The lexicon has a lot of words, a lot of vocab, or as I like to tell folks at Scrabble Club, it's not your vocabulary, it's your vocabulary, because there's so many words that only come up in Scrabble situations, and if you try to show them off in your regular day-to-day life, people might not understand you, but they are words. They get entered from source dictionaries, and really fantastic display of knowledge to if you know some of these words. And we definitely see a few words on this board that are showcasing the players' abilities. So really good stuff there. But for Lucas, he had to just try to do his best to keep his rack somewhat balanced, and also take a few points. So he played Twee, and Wellington quickly responds with Hundo, the top left. So this game is quickly progressing, but it doesn't seem that Lucas is catching any breaks with his draws.
Yeah, and again, Wellington is just so effortlessly restricting space available to Lucas to get a bingo down. And in this case with Hundo, he's setting up the D on his rack to score with again, DOF. There's the potential. I mean, as it turns out, Lucas also had a D, but he doesn't want to score 20 points with that D. He wants to bingo. So it just, I keep singing his praises, but the way that Wellington makes advanced strategy feel so effortless is just, it's kind of remarkable to watch. And I really, really love having the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, it seems like Wellington's default setting is to play well. It's like he doesn't, for some of the plays that other players will need to really spend a lot of time thinking in order to just come up with a strategy and the defensive move, and while also scoring the right amount of points. Wellington, in most cases, will do that without it looking like he's requiring so much effort. And that's really what makes Wellington so consistently a top finisher in every big tournament. Meanwhile, Lucas doing his best to show what he's capable of, and these tiles were not really the racks that would allow him to do very much, but he's staying really positive and focused, and good credit to him for that. Wellington is sitting there with the second blank as well, so very likely to work his way toward another bingo that should leave him with a very big finishing score.
Yeah, this is again, and it's especially challenging on stream where people are watching you play, and either rooting for you, maybe rooting against you if you're against a friend of theirs, or just really looking forward to some exciting plays. Sometimes they're just not going to be there. You won't have the opportunities available based on what you draw, and not letting yourself think of it in terms of like an assessment or a judgment on your playing ability as a player. It's tough, at least certainly for me. I don't want to, put any kind of words or assumptions into, how Lucas thinks about and approaches the game. But personally speaking, it is such a hard skill that I'm still struggling to master. It's just that what happens in one game is not the, end all be all of who you are as a Scrabble player.
Absolutely not. Yeah. And Lucas has tried to make the best of very difficult racks, but so he's taken the time, looked through a lot of options, but it really just came down to what he was drawing, that he couldn't get any rhythm going. But that being said, still every game is unique, and that's part of what makes this game so fun. Wellington now looking at his rack and seeing diarchy doesn't quite. Oh, does it fit? No, it does fit.
Oh yeah, starting with the D, that Doff, he planned this, the 5-dimension chess 2 turns ago.
Will he pull the trigger on that? I imagine so, but he's still taking a look at his options. There is, of course, another lane after Endow to look through.
And there was a comment in the chat talking about just how fast Wellington plays, and he plays so accurately, so quickly. So he has the luxury here. He can go through the racks and make sure he's not missing something that plays for more points alongside of Endow. And it's still it's mind-boggling to me that he is so accurate so quickly. Like, he's on a comparable level, I would say, as far as playing accurately, with speed, with pace, to, he approaches a Nigel. He, certainly with time control in his games, he has such an advantage once he gets that big time cushion midway through the game, that in and of itself, gains him spread. Might not necessarily come up in the case of like someone losing a game because they run out of time, but when you're rushing to get through racks in a game, like you can generate quite a bit of spread advantage by having your opponent under time pressure.
Yep, and once again, he, just as you said, quick and accurate. He's chosen diarchy. He did notice Dharmic on his rack and was just doing the little work to just compare, how that would shape up in terms of responses in the pool and so on. But still, diarchy was certainly cut above by being 6 more points, and now he's committed that play. So great on him, and he's got so much time on his rack, time on his clock, and he definitely, as you said, is always playing accurately and quickly. I play quickly, but I just don't see words enough to bother spending more time to consider it. So really a lot of credit to Wellington for being able to find those options and then decide between them and do it so often, is the best play. So, for Lucas, he's been just trying to pick up a few points, keep, prevent the spread from being too damaging. And it's just one game. He's played well, so this is still very early in this tournament. So he'll bounce back from this, and it's definitely when you play one of the top players and a world champion, certainly one of the solaces you can kind of take as well. I might have had a rough run with this game, even if I had good tiles, right? So sometimes you talk yourself into that so that you can just simply consider it a write-off, and you rather get good tiles against some of the other players where you may have even better odds of winning. So just depends on your mindset, how you approach, these games where, you're otherwise struggling with lousy combinations that are coming to you straight out of the bag. So not to say that this hasn't been a good game in the other dimensions of just look at the great words that have been put down. A lot of words that a mid-level player even will say, oh, I didn't know these words. I've great things to learn from this game. Equus and diarchy and fehoas and hundo, geta, X-ray and yoni. These are not everyday words that everybody knows. So really beneficial to expand your vocab, which is also on the board.
Yeah, I do kind of want to step back just a bit to something that you mentioned I found really interesting, Sean, about how, like you said, playing a world champion, playing such a skilled player in the example of Wellington here, where, like you said, it's going to be a difficult game to win because he is so skilled. And that stands for just about anybody, no matter your skill level. So I find it interesting to think of it in terms of like, if I was going to get stomped and lose a bunch of spread against Wellington, let it be a draw like this. Whereas, if I draw this poorly against another player, I might lose a game that I could steal otherwise or have a better chance in. It's a perspective shift that I haven't really considered very much myself, and I think there's some value to it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the thing is that when you know that, okay, I'm on the stream here, I'm losing this game by 200 plus points, it's a little ugly, but at the same time, that's another way of saying, hey, you know what? I lost this game, but it was totally not anything that I did. So how upset can I be about it, right? So you can kind of let that roll off your back because you know that it was just the tiles and not a scenario where, oh, look, this amazing player has just totally outplayed me at every turn and beaten me, crushed me that way. So mindset is really important in Scrabble games, especially when you're not getting the tiles and you need to kind of stay alert. Things do turn around, but you often, if players get frustrated and they carry that from one game to another, that's when it gets to be that the whole tournament gets affected. So definitely not a bad game from the standpoint of how he played. The result, definitely not what he wants. But 273 Kelvin is not absolute zero, so I'd say it's pretty solid there. I've just there's your chemistry content, Rob.
I appreciate you bringing it in for me. I don't know how much post-morteming there will be over this game, but maybe we want to see what.
Flam was 17, 376.
Coming in? Okay, should I start from the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay, I start with 30.
Yep, 30.
49.
49.
115.
115.
163.
163.
205.
205.
306.
306.
319.
For the new? I thought the new was 30. I misheard you then.
13, yeah.
13, not 13. Okay. Okay, so it's 319. And then 23.
Yeah.
23 dice 342
342.
plus 17 359
359, yep.
plus 83 442
442.
plus 43 485
485.
plus 16 501
501
plus 6 507
507 273. Good job, sir.
Good job.
Okay, not really any analysis, just a little math check, which is always important. Solid.
Yeah, this is one of
Sorry,
those
very much
games that
discussed.
there's not a lot to talk about, as I think Lucas was just saying there before cutting away. Like, I mean, there's only so much you can really do to say, yeah, I drew really terribly. You played really well. You drew the stuff I wanted to draw. So be it. It's something that, again, it's just sometimes you just kind of have to move on, like you said. This is one nightmare game, but it's one of 31 games. So it really, in this grand scheme of things, is just 50 minutes of not a whole lot of fun. Well, less than 50 minutes because of how fast that Welly plays, but you just kind of prepare yourself. And personally speaking, the fact that this would be the last game of the day would actually be helpful for me, just so that I wouldn't have time to dwell on it going into another game.
Right. Yeah, I can definitely just say, hey, you know what? Let's go to dinner. Let's have a nice time tonight after the tournament, camaraderie with players, and get some rest after that. You start your next day fresh. It's not really much to fuss over. So, but that win with the big spread does help Wellington as he goes into the lead in the standings. He's at 6-1 with a plus 668, and there's still lots of scores to come in from the rest of the games that are going on. But really, Wellington doesn't just win because he gets the tiles. He wins because he's a fantastic player who consistently performs and really knows his stuff, and that's why he's a world champion. And that's why whenever he comes to any tournament, he's got lots of folks cheering him on, watching him, understand that he's always a contender by default, and that's an impressive thing. And he's a really humble player at that too. So it's always nice to see his success.
Yeah, I've had conversations with him and heard him talking after games at tournaments before, and he, like you said, he's a humble guy. He unpromptedly will start talking about mistakes that he's made, or things that cause him to make more mistakes. I remember at one tournament a few months ago, I heard him telling someone after a game that he makes a lot of mistakes by his estimation when he's protecting a big lead. Like, he could conceivably make better plays, and if he spends the time to find them, he probably could. But sometimes he just he adjusts to make sure that he maintains and gets the win where he is, instead of maybe trying to maximize where it could be. So the fact that he's as good as he is, but recognizes plays or opportunities where he can become even better, it's kind of scary to think about. To think that Wellington could get better at Scrabble.
Yeah, for some players, you think they must have reached the ceiling already. that is there any room for improvement? I remember playing players in second place recently, Josh Castellano, and after a game, he said to me at a tournament, wow, I was really hoping to get through this tournament without missing a bingo. And I thought, wow, what a different standard that some players hold themselves to compared to me. So really impressive play going on at this tournament, and from Wellington for sure. So this was, it was a blowout, but it was one that happens because players can really do that. I mean, not every time you have good tiles means you're going to score over 500 like Wellington did today. So that's impressive. We've got another set of great games happening tomorrow. So be sure to like and subscribe. And then tomorrow morning, when you're getting ready to watch the feed, be sure to press the share button too, and drop it in one of your friend groups. Let them know, hey, this goes on as well. They might want to check it out and just be curious about what is this Scrabble stuff. We want other people to get aware of that. If you're interested in kind of staying up to date on what's happening in the Scrabble world, don't forget to subscribe to the NASPA newsletter. You can even get back issues for free at scrabbleplayers.org. That's a wonderful way to stay up to date on the world of Scrabble, because that's what happens. People come to these tournaments, they want to know what's happening, they come to the big events, but there's also lots of Scrabble happening throughout the year in different communities all across North America and the world. So be sure to stay plugged in and following Let's Play Scrabble. And our other channel out there is the NASPA Scrabble channel. So you can also check them out, see the NWL feed in the morning, and we'll be starting at 9 a.m. And if we can just throw it to you, Rob, for your thoughts as well.
Yeah, like I said, this was a bit of a clunker of a game in terms of being really lopsided, but we had some excellent players, excellent plays, 2 really competitive games prior to the blowout. And I want to just, being here to be able to talk about Scrabble and see and read the commentary of people watching, people like you, even having Liam, Alex's cousin, here to join us. There's such a community in Scrabble, and it's always so inspiring to me when people come and watch these streams. And it's heartening, it's exciting, it makes me feel more and more positive about the growth of the game going through. And, viewers here on this stream, viewers on the concurrent stream for the NWL tournament, we can't do that without you. And so, the biggest thank you of all time, as always, goes to the people who are watching us.
Absolutely. We want to really thank everybody who's been watching. You've been fantastic. Love your comments as well. Big thanks to NASPA for putting this event on, making this stream possible. They always say making words, building friendships. We have lots of friends across the Scrabble world, and you can learn more and start playing at scrabbleplayers.org. And to Let's Play Scrabble, the worldwide leader in live streaming, for producing this stream. So thanks to our production team in the back. But tomorrow morning, we're back 9 a.m. Central Time. That's because we're in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. So be sure to tune in, and Jesse and Weeben will welcome you back in the morning. And then we're looking forward to seeing you for more afternoon games as well. So thanks to everybody for watching. Let's keep playing Scrabble. But for now, have a good night.
Good night.